how
But
the
what is
sky
the
goes.
shape? What is the shape of the
Of what?
sky? Of the sky? Is flat?
The
Is
shape of the
globe?
sky in
Or I think,
representation of people to make it to map the sky. They make something called the celestial sphere. But that I wouldn't say that that's the shape of the sky because I mean that we will have to measure the whole thing. You know, when you measure a table in your house
but I
and
think
you
the Earth it has something below and something above. It is like an square. It's not flat. It's a square.
but you will have to check and
It's
verify it because
impossible that
flat.
it's
Listen,
flat, you
flat.
know,
Listen,
because
flat. Listen, Gabriel. Flat is not a shape. Flat is an orientation, and it can be an aspect of a shape. But flat
flat
is
is
not
not
a
a
shape.
shape. Flat
Flat
is not
is
a shape.
not a.
What are you saying, bro?
Why are
What
you
are you
surprised? I'm
saying, bro?
telling you, flat is not a shape. It's not a shape.
Globe is not a shape either.
Globe. The sphere is a shape.
Curve is not a shape either.
Okay, but the sphere, the curve, will with the specific ratio that they give us, right? The specific size,
So what is flat?
right?
What is
That will
flat?
make it into an alleged shape of the Earth. But we come to find out that since the Earth is not curving, it cannot be a sphere because spheres require curvature, and the Earth doesn't have any curvature. That's why it's not a sphere.
Okay, but what is flat? Is just land and concrete? Because if it is not a shape, what is? Because
That's
I'm
an
so
unknown.
confused. I'm lost.
No man has the outside perspective of this reality. No man has God's eye view from an outside perspective to say this is the shape of the whole universe. No, no man has been there, done that.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Now you have cosmologies of all the civilizations across the world that they depict similar but not the same cosmologies, and at the least they agree to certain foundations of some sort, and they come to a similar conclusion that the Earth is flat and stationary. Most cosmologies across the world, the Hebrew cosmology, Mayan cosmology, like the Chinese, the Indians, like all of them.
Yeah,
But
there is some.
who has the knowledge of the whole of the universe? I don't think no man has the knowledge of everything. It's just what we know here
Yeah,
and
yes,
what
that's
we
true.
can
But
check and what we know here, we can check, test, verify, and operate across, and practically use as with a certain parameter, is that what we know that level, horizontal, flat is a thing, and we express that thing because we can measure it and observe it. So that's the whole point.
yes, yes. If we see the Earth while here, it's flat. Yes.
Yeah, that's the only thing that you know. That's the only thing that you can actually uh, check and verify across the surface of the Earth that is not curving. So that's why people use the word
But
flat.
but it's like if you see the Earth in the from the sky, it is like a
We're
wire.
in the sky,
It's like a
like
wire.
a thousand feet or something.
No, I mean, if you see the Earth from the sky, it is like a wire because you see like something that is like a globe, but it's not a globe. It's just a wire. You know,
A wire.
a wire, wire.
No, the actual high altitude footage that we have of weather balloons or amateur people that send balloons up, they what we see is like basically an orientation like we see on the ground, which is not curving Earth. That's
Sorry,
what
sorry,
we actually
sorry.
see.
I pronounce it wrong. A wheel is a wheel.
A weird,
A wheel.
a wheel. Oh, you mean
Yeah.
like a disc?
And
like a pizza. You know, la
yeah,
pizza?
yeah, yeah,
No, no,
exactly.
no.
Yes,
There's no
it is like that
perspective.
if it is flat, you know, if you
No, no,
see the Earth from the sky, it is
no.
like a
That
pixel.
no. There's no perspective that shows that to anyone.
So how it looks like? What is the
Unknown.
shape?
There is no perspective
Or it has no
that
shape? Because you
Gabriel,
said that is
Gabriel,
not.
you know that half of the world is in darkness, right? Okay. So when you send something up, like a high altitude balloon, you only see a section of the earth. You don't see the whole of the earth. And you cannot go high enough to see the whole of it. And even if you did, you're not gonna see it because half of it is in darkness. So you can't see the whole thing. So to say the earth is this in space, I mean, no, that we don't believe that. That's not how it looks. That's not how it cannot be that. Because
Which
you're thinking
which
about
countries?
that you can go far enough and you're gonna be in outer space that doesn't exist. It's outer space as they show it to us doesn't exist.
Okay, which countries are in a complete darkness?
In a complete what?
Darkness.
Well, right now I'm in America and it's mostly in darkness right now.
America? So
Yeah, the United States of America. Like even
okay,
South
yes.
America, North America, most of it is most likely in darkness
It
right now.
means that if you are so high, I mean, from the sky, you can see America because it is completely darkness.
I mean, now try go to China and look
Eh,
to America and tell me if you see America from China.
yeah, but you are comparing something that it has nothing to do with it because China is too big. It's a huge part of the world.
Yeah, exactly. But that's to my point. You cannot see the whole of the world just with one little camera. You can't do it. So if we go high up to the sky, we should see the disk, the Earth as a disk. No, I'm telling you, no, it's not happening.
So you can just see the big countries. The
You
other
can see
one
big sections. You
doesn't
can see
exist.
big sections. You can see big sections, but you're not gonna see.
The others
I mean,
doesn't exist over the sky, right?
the what?
The other countries doesn't exist over the sky. You can't see them.
The other countries.
Yes, other countries are in
Listen,
completely dark.
if you get in a balloon and you go high up in, let's say, an island like Puerto Rico, if you go high enough, you most definitely gonna see 100 miles by 35, because the island of Puerto Rico
I
is
think if
100 miles by
you,
35. So yeah, you can see a country from very high up, maybe, right?
I
But
think if you go
if you
high
go to
up,
the United
maybe you can see
States,
the curve.
oh my God, what?
Maybe if you go so high up, you could see the curve.
No, you can't. You cannot.
You'll realize that it's not completely flat. It's like
So Gabriel, why do people, when they build the house, they measure the house and they don't go to the next town to measure something else? You know why? Because
I don't know why
you
I
need
don't know
direct
why
measurements.
I don't know why you compare small things with the whole planet, the whole
No,
earth.
no, because when you measure something, you go from section to section to section, and then you can say, I measured this section to this one, and then this section to the next one, and you can have a measurement, right, with specific parameters. But if you're saying, okay, I want to measure Gabriel's house, but I'm gonna get on a balloon and go to the sky, and that's how I'm gonna measure Gabriel's house. That doesn't work, Gabriel. Sorry.
Yes, I know that doesn't work.
Balloons are not measuring devices,
It doesn't even
Gabriel.
make sense. It doesn't even make sense.
Exactly. So please
Yeah.
stick to reality, bro.
Mm,
You see how you're forcing your way outside of the logic and things that we can check, verify, because you've been trained and programmed to do this to yourself. Nobody else is doing it, it's you. But you've been programmed to do it. But you can break out of that spell and program, because I hear you're
And,
capable of doing that.
and who programs you?
Well, right now you're playing a video game. You're not playing right now, but before you were
What
playing this
happens?
video game.
What
Listen,
happens?
listen, that video
What
game.
happens if I play a video game?
No, listen, Gabriel.
That's why
Seriously, right?
the earth is flat.
Listen, seriously, right? While you were talking to me and you opened your mic at the first moment,
Yes, yes, I was.
you were
Yes, I was.
already busy, mindfully busy into your video game, and you didn't took the conversation seriously
Actually,
until I address your silliness, right? And once I address your silliness multiple times, that state of your mind kinda took off into turning off the video game and take the conversation seriously. So the behavior that you're showing right now is based on years and years and years of you believing that you live in possibility of curving, spinning balls in space, and that those many years that you believe that is not gonna happen in the 10 minutes that you drop the game, right? It's gonna take more time. Maybe for you, for some people it's quick. For you, it's doing good. You're doing better than the average actually, because the average will just melt down into emotional personal attacks, and they will threaten people, and they will go crazy because, oh, the earth's not a globe, therefore everything has to be fake now, my life is, like they melt down. But you're doing good actually, so props to you. props to you Props to
thank
you
you.
that you turned off the game and took it a little more serious.
I did
You're
it.
actually thinking, yeah.
You could hear clicks,
Oh
but
yeah, I can hear your accent. I can hear the clicks. I can hear your if you're serious about this or not. I can
do
I
you
can
think
see a lot of things without seeing them.
if I laugh, it doesn't mean that I'm not serious? I can laugh.
Yeah, you can laugh, but in many cases it's
I
called
like
duper's
laugh.
delight. Listen,
I'm
it's
a
called
happy
duper's
person.
delight. And sometimes people that are under scams, have you ever seen scammers that scam old people? And the old people are kind of like protecting the scammer and saying this scammer is telling me the truth, and they are enjoying themselves by being scammed. That's like a, like like a duper's delight. And you're saying, I mean, you kind of can laugh about the idea that the earth is not the globe anymore, and you kind of like, it's kind of funny. It's kind of like it's an emotional reaction, and it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because you can use it here or there for enjoying yourself and other things. It doesn't have to be necessarily bad all the time. But when you're being presented with information that goes contrary to your beliefs, it can also be used as a wall, and you can block yourself from receiving and processing new information, because it's a defense mechanism for some people.
No, I don't think I use that as a word
No,
or defense.
actually, there is based on your immune system, there is a norm that you live under certain norms, and when someone tries to take you out of that norm, you will defend the norm.
That's yes.
Yeah.
If I don't
So
think
the
that is
globe is a
true, I'm
norm,
and
and
my
and for some
idea,
people,
no
my
brainer,
bad. Go ahead.
no brainer. I'm going to do it.
Yeah. So I'm just letting you know that, I mean, yeah, that's the
I can't.
case.
I can't see. I can say agree because you're saying many stuffs about it.
I'm
You're so
saying I'm
good.
saying a lot of
You're so
stuff, but you
good.
haven't even looked at
You're
the
so
data,
good.
because I
You're
I
so
haven't
good
been on my
speaking,
phone to
but it
present
doesn't mean
anything.
that you're right. As I told you, you
Just
can
try
speak
your best.
many
So
aspects.
listen, Gabriel. When I'm replying to what you said, try
You
your
could
best.
be a good liar.
What?
You could be a good liar.
Oh, definitely. That's why I told you already a long time ago, is that you don't have to trust me. And remember, the book that we close down and the TV that we turn off, you can also turn off Discord and turn off the internet in your house. And then you open the door and you go outside and you check what you've been told. And come to find out, what you've been told about the globe is not true, and come to find out, the water, as you know it, level, horizontal, right? You're gonna find out that that's true. So what I've been telling you, a lot of it, for what I know, the best of my knowledge, it is true. You can correct me. I'm not saying I know everything. There's a lot of things I don't know, but I'm just relying information. I'm a messenger. I'm not. I'm not a prop. I'm not selling propaganda. I'm just a messenger that is telling you, hey, I check this, I check that. There's also colleagues that have double checked this and triple check it and 100 times checked it, and comes to find out that everything adds up and checks out. So I'm just relying this information, and it's up to you to check for yourself, and you will be the 101 because it's been checked 100 times or maybe 1,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. You'll be the 1,000,001 that checked it again, and you can say, hey guys, yeah, we checked it, and the globe has been falsified, because you can falsify false things and you can verify
What is the
true things.
purpose of that? What is the purpose of, say, a lying about the world? What could be the
Well,
purpose?
the ones that I like, we can speculate about the reasons and the whys. One, the ones that I like personally, this is speculation. I'm not in the mind of a liar. I'm not inside their mind, so I don't know the true purpose. And even if you ask a
Yes,
liar,
I
they
know
might
it.
lie.
I just
They
wanna
they
know.
might lie again about why, right? You can ask a liar why you do this, why you do that, and they will lie. You don't know if they're telling the truth, right? But why lie? Even though why is not as important, but I will say if you can convince people, if you can convince someone of believing an absurdity, you can also convince them on committing atrocities, right? You can also have an advantage if you know certain information against the ignorant
But
group. So not but you can have an advantage if you know certain information against the other group, right? There's an advantage, military advantage, financial advantage. You can catch your way. You can sell a scam. You know the scammers, right? When they scam people, they have an
do they gain
advantage.
something doing that?
Well, NASA just spent what 193 billion to 100 billion to
But
just
just
show you cartoons to go to Artemis.
okay,
Artemis. 100 billion. That's a lot of money.
yes, but just for, say, the
You know how
Earth
much the
is
toilet, one of the toilets, the space
they
toilets.
they
Those things
earned
cost
that
like
money
millions of
because
dollars.
they said
Imagine a toilet that
it was
costs $50 million.
okay, okay. They earned that money because they said the Earth is a globe, and then they started to earn a lot of money because they said that. Yes, if they say, this Earth is a triangle, they don't say enough money because they say it's a triangle. Or if they say this is a flat,
Listen,
they earn less money.
that's not the final point. The final point is that Gabriel,
But you are saying like that.
Gabriel, si hay un asesinato al lado de tu casa, right? If there's a murder next to your house and the body is there, right? The body is right there, the knife is on the floor. You don't say why, and if I don't know the why, there's not a body. There's no someone dead. Because there's no I don't know the why, therefore
But
there's no body.
what could I earn? What could I gain if I say there's no a body or something like that? What
Okay,
is the purpose
exactly.
of me if I say that? It's like,
That's what you're asking. Oh,
what boosts me? What
okay.
boosts
Why
me?
why will they lie about the facts of the matter? Why will they lie about that the Earth is not curving? Why? Even though the fact stands that the Earth is not curving, the Earth is not a globe, right? That still stands by itself. The why is a secondary matter. That doesn't change the first matter.
Yes, but I'm still I'm still think about that because it's
Because you
like
wonder why will
it's
people
like it doesn't matter. if they tell you the Earth is flat, the Earth is a globe,
Oh, it does matter. You know what? If
never
it didn't
change.
matter, why would it
Nothing
does matter?
changes.
It does
Nothing
matter.
is
You know
going
why
to
does it
change.
matter? You know what does it matter? You remember when I told you the constructor guy had to take into account the earth as level and horizontal? It matters because when they construct your house, if your house is not level or horizontal, you're gonna be very mad. And they wanna make you happy. So you can pay for the house, right? So it does matter. It does matter because your vestibular system that keeps you on balance is designed for you to stay in balance. And if you're not in balance, it will definitely matter, right? That does matter. You know what else matters? You know, have you ever been on an airplane, Gabriel? Have you ever traveled to other countries in an
No,
airplane? No?
no, bro. I
Okay.
wish I traveled
Regardless,
so cool.
regardless, you know when people build airplanes, right? People, engineers,
Yeah.
you know, engineers build airplanes, right? So when engineers build the aircraft and they want to test it, you know, they want to make it back to the ground safely and sound so they can go to their homes and to their families, right? Their loving children, their loving wives, right? So when they build the aircraft, they build it to work in reality, in practical, so their families can go from point A to point B, from South America to Europe, right? They want their families to make it there and come back. So they take it very seriously when they build the airplane. So
Yeah.
they have to take reality into
Carried
account,
out
and
life.
when they build the airplane, they have to take the earth, they have to assume that the earth is flat and stationary to make the airplane work in reality. You see how important? You see why does it matter so much?
Yes,
Because
because it takes out lives.
yeah, yo,
It,
so it
it,
does
it,
matter.
it
So it does matter. You see, do you agree that it
matter
does
a lot.
matter?
Yes, I agree.
It does matter. There you go. So now you know why
Yes,
it matters.
yes, I know the importance of some about some things.
Yeah.
I'm not so silly as you think, or maybe a little bit when I want.
No, no, you were being silly. Now you're being serious. Now I acknowledge that already. You were being silly in the beginning. That a jaguar taught you how to speak English in your dreams.
It was
You
a
were being
joke. It
kind of
was a
silly.
good joke. It
That
was a
than an
good
apple.
joke.
It wasn't too good. It wasn't too good. But okay, I
Kinda,
get it.
kinda.
I get it. Ha
50-50.
ha ha. Ha
50-50.
ha ha. The
Oh,
apple is a
thank you.
lemon, or the apple is the apple is a lemon, or the apple can be a banana. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I get it.
No,
I
no,
get
no,
it. But it's
that
still
was
silly.
not that was not a joke.
Yeah, I get it, Gabriel. I'm pretty glad that you get some of this stuff. I'm happy. I'm doing my community service, so
I'm happy to. You have helped me a lot to practice my English. I appreciate it.
you're welcome. Gary, do you have another question? Just think about other question that you might have about this topic. Since nobody's interrupting us, because in here, bro, people actually like, want to participate, so they allow the floor for you and I
Many
to talk about this.
many people typing a lot of things.
I know, in the chat.
Damn,
You,
yes, damn. There are too many messages. Nice.
yeah, that's fine. For now, you can concentrate on the convo. Maybe you're gonna see some links over there that they post in reference to what we're talking about. And you probably might see, if you scroll up, you might see like laser test. I could post some of that stuff for you, but I'm on my console, so I cannot post links in here. But I might get the phone and post something for you. You can also send me a DM, and if you have other questions, I'll send you some extra information. But do you have any question, maybe about anything else?
No, bro. I think that when I ask something, it's like we changes the real answer or the real question.
Oh, we already spoke about multiple topics. We can start maybe another topic with another question if you want. It's not a big deal.
Yes, but I think when I ask something, it's like the answer always changes. or for
Oh,
me.
because different questions have different answers, though. That's why.
Yes, but a little bit out of the topic. A little bit, but no matter,
Uh,
bro. You have good points of view.
yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. When you say a little bit out of the topic, is that the thing is though that I'm trying to bring you back to your senses, bring you back from reality. Because when you ask a question,
No, I
sometimes
know
you
what
expect.
is the
No, no,
reality
no. And let me
of
let me
the
tell you
world.
this. Let me tell you this. Because when you ask a question, you might be expecting an answer or reply within a certain parameter. But what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm basing myself as much as I can from the realist level that we can test, verify, and check, right? And sometimes some people, like I
Like
told you,
what?
has a certain resistance to the information that is being provided because they weren't expecting that. They were expecting something different that will something that will confirm their biases, and that's the
But I
case with a lot of
haven't.
people.
Okay, but I haven't received any information provided by you.
All right, let me go to my phone. I'm gonna give you some links. I'm gonna copy paste a few things.
Thank you. I wanna see your sources. I'm eager for that.
Okay, let's see what I got here for you. I'm gonna give you a bunch of laser tests. This is not like a 1 minute thing, Gabriel. This is like a lot of information. Okay, you're gonna have to sit down and read and look through some of this stuff. So
Okay, I'll ask ChatGPT to make a recap.
okay, so here I have a bunch of laser tests. Let's start with this. Select all, copy. Should I
What
send
are
it to
you?
your
Why,
DMs? I'm
why
gonna
are you
send it directly to
selecting?
you. What was that?
Are you selecting a writing?
I'm selecting from data that I've gathered and people in here has gathered, and we put it together and to share it in a simple format from many sources. So Gabriel, I'm gonna send you a direct message so you can have it in your records instead of a friend request. Gabriel, acepta mi amistad en Discord.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just did it.
Alright. So here, this is the laser test. There's many examples in here.
Damn. What the fuck?
That's the tip of the iceberg, though.
Damn. It's a lot of information.
I know. Do it at your leisure. Whenever you're bored and not doing anything else, you can start now. Watch one
Many.
video or the other one.
I just
Uh,
realized that there are many liar people. No, it's a joke. It's a joke. Hello.
so I'm gonna send you about the other topic that we spoke about. It's called gas pressure, right, or air pressure. This is one
Yes,
that
that
goes
topic
really
was
deep.
so I think that is a little bit interesting because, to be honest, I never heard about it.
Okay. There is like information about Boyle's law, Avogadro's law. There's many things about that it will be
I
in
like
relation
that.
to what I sent you.
I'm going to watch them, improve my English, you know?
Oh yeah, that will help you on that as well. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, yes. And information, of course. Yes, yes. I forgot it. Sorry.
Let me see. Hypotheses. This is in relation to the scientific method because I know a lot of people confuse measurements with science. So this is just for you to know about hypotheses and that topic. There's
Measurements
many
with
topics.
science, but it is
Yeah,
completely different.
because people say that scientists know that the Earth is a globe, but scientists actually believe that it is.
Yes,
They haven't
yes,
checked.
yes. That people is right. That people.
Yo,
I
Jamesy.
agree. You know.
Oh, hello. There's someone else talking.
Yeah, yeah, I just joined.
Oh, hi.
Can I ask you a question? Is this like against flat Earth
Yeah.
or with? Oh,
Wait. Let me hear the question, Gabriel. This question is for me, but don't answer for me, okay?
No, no, I'm not going to answer. I just
Go ahead.
concur. Like,
Ask the question again.
like is this channel like against flat Earth or supporting flat Earth?
both
This
of them,
is
bro.
about the discussion. Is
Oh,
open for people to present their case. If you, let's say you are a glober that are trying to present information about the globe, you're welcome to do so. But most of the people in here are kind of waiting for that people that can bring us back to the globe belief, right? Because we were globers that believed in that, but then we checked the claims of the globe. That's why we're not globers anymore.
oh, all right.
So, why do you believe the Earth is a globe, though?
I feel
Spill
like
the beans.
I'm between a rock and a hard place now. Like I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, nice,
Okay.
nice, bro. You are right. You are completely right. It's a job.
I'm gonna be honest though. Like it's more of a I believe this because I was told so. Like I haven't, like investigated and I haven't taken time to like research and of course I felt like the main flat Earth theories and arguments, but it's not really it wasn't really like an educated uh like I haven't made an educated choice. I just went with what I've been told all
Awesome.
my
That's
life,
a
I
good
guess.
position to have. I mean, you're
Yes, yes.
I mean honest, look. I mean honest.
no, you're being honest. I appreciate that. Really, if you want to bring it down to simplify it, you and I read similar books in school. They in school they taught us about a lot of real stuff, right? We learn many things. I learned about botanicals. I learned about
But you
the
said,
the
but
organs
you
in the
said,
body. We learn many things that are factual, right? But then within
once you
all
said
that
my
good info,
teacher taught me wrong
Gabriel, I'm
thing,
trying to reply to him, Gabriel. I'm trying to reply to him, bro.
bro. But
Go ahead, Gabriel. Go ahead.
you are being contradiction because
No,
you
you're
said
not
that.
listening. You haven't finished my sentence. You don't even know
Oh,
what
no,
I'm
no, hold
You
on,
are
contradicting.
hold
being
on. Can I,
contradiction, bro. Because you told
like,
me a different stuff when we were talking about that.
What did I tell you? Repeat what I told you. Just repeat what I told you. Go ahead.
Among many stuffs that you said, one of them
No,
was that
tell me
you said
specifically. Go ahead.
my teacher or the school
Hmm.
taught wrong things as TV, as ChatGPT, as many sources, internet. You said
Okay,
that, and
you
Gabriel.
should you should
I
take
was
everything.
very hyper, I was hyper specific about when I said about your teacher, right? And my teacher. I was hyper specific. I said when the
you are saying
teacher
that.
told you, Gabriel, stop. When the teacher told you that when the teacher gave you the book and the book says Earth is globe, the teacher, just like yourself, believed it, but she didn't check that section of the book, right?
And
The
your
Earth is
teacher does.
globe. Oh my God.
Hold
Okay,
on,
Gabriel.
let me just say something. Like you should take it as it is. I mean, you're just on a Discord channel, like trying to debate, but don't take
Yeah,
anything conclusive, bro. Like you can just go and do the research yourself. That
yeah.
goes for both positions, like whether you're a flat earther or you're like a what you say, a glover. That's how
Who's in here? Jedi, are you in here, Jedi?
Yeah, man, I'm in here.
I
Can
like you
you
can do
talk to
the
this new
research.
guest? Can you talk to him maybe?
Yeah,
Are you
man,
available?
sure.
Oh, thank you. Gabriel Jeda is gonna take over. So,
Okay.
go through the
Okay.
information that I sent you, and maybe we can talk about it. Go ahead, Jedi.
It's a lot of.
Yo, Jedi.
Yellow.
Yo, how does this work? Like, do you all take turns here?
Well, yeah, we run 24/7. So usually some of us are asleep at work doing other things, but there's a lot of us, so we take up a lot of time. So we take it in turns. We've been doing it for like 8 years, more or less, moderating a channel together.
8 years.
Yeah. So we're kind of good at it now.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I just joined because I just wanted to speak, but like I wasn't expecting all of this.
What were you looking for?
Um, no, like to be honest, I had to take like an exam. I think it's 2 months from now, and I'm going to be tested on my like speaking abilities and shit. And so I just wanted to, you know, hit the ground running.
Well, this room is very advanced English. If you wanted to hit the ground running, this would be a good motor for
Yeah.
that engine.
No, I mean I'm pretty advanced. I mean I'm actually taking like my C2 certification.
Oh, wow. Well, good luck.
But yeah, it's just I'm a Spanish speaker, so you know I don't get like practice in a daily. I consume a lot, like, but I don't speak really, so I'm maybe rusty.
Your English is very, very good.
Thank you. But I don't know.
My
I'm
bad. Did you
just
say
like
another Spanish speaker? Because the Gabriel speaks Spanish, I speak Spanish, and when I heard you, I thought you were more like in the English side. That's why I passed you to Jedi. But yeah, another Spanish
nah,
speaker. Wow.
yeah, I'm a Spanish speaker.
Looks like it's your day, Gemsy. I'll give it back to you.
I'll be listening if I have to, if I can comment. But if you have any questions, dude, you're welcome to ask. I mean, you did ask a question. Can you ask that question again? Because Gabriel was too excited and wanted to answer for me. Go ahead.
Uh no, I mean like the first question was about whether this channel was like supporting flat Earth or like against flat Earth. Like for me, it wasn't that clear, but now you explained that it was people that were globers that have been exposed to the information and now turned flat earthers. Is that right?
Guys,
This
sadly, I
channel,
gotta go. If I
this
see you
channel run.
tomorrow, we can talk. It was a
Cheers,
pleasure
buddy.
speaking with you. It was a pleasure, bro. Gamesy.
Likewise, Gabriel. Take care, bro. Likewise. Have a good one. Good to meet you. Take care.
Have
Bye
a good
bye.
night,
Ciao.
Jorge.
Adios. Hasta luego. Bye.
Adiós, adiós, caballero.
This channel runs for a lot of functions, but primarily just so people can talk about the subject. The moderators of the room have been around for a long time. Some of them not so long, but primarily all flat earthers through one way or another. But the reason why this channel is here and we're live streaming on YouTube is because what people either want to hear about the conversation or take part in the conversation and ask questions to real flat earthers. So that's kind of the thing that we do. We've got our own server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. You can find it just by using the search function. It's quite easy to find now. But where we are at the moment, we have let's say satellite channels. That's a good way to put it, where we get invited to other servers and hold channels like we are at the moment and hold the discussion. I think we got maybe
Wow.
2 or 3 we've had. So yeah, it's interesting stuff, dude. But mainly just to have the conversation.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah. I didn't even know this existed. I've been around this like type of servers for a time now, for like 5, 6 years, and I haven't seen anything like this. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a bit of like I was a bit of a like a NASA fanboy growing up. You know what I mean?
I think we all were in one way or another. Whether that was fanboying through comic books or Star Wars or something, space was always intriguing, and NASA was the primary kind of enforcer of that. So yeah, most of
Yeah.
us were NASA fanboys. Definitely myself as well. I've been to Cape Canaveral in Florida. I've seen rockets and blah blah blah. My dad took me there especially because I was really interested in that shit. So yeah, been there, mate. I understand that.
That's like a dream of mine, actually. I live very far away from the US. I'm in South America, the very south. And I've always wanted to like visit, like a launch pad or like a museum, a space center, anything like that. Uh, I mean, I'm really like space is one of the things that gets me thinking, like one of the only things. I mean, I study economics, but about 2 or 3 months ago, with with like the Artemis program and all of that shit, I kind of got back in topic, and it was like one of the first times in a couple of years that I've questioned my choice, my career choice, because like nothing like motivates me and like allures me more than like space in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but space isn't real. That's the problem.
You think it isn't real?
Not in the way
Oh,
that we've been told.
you've got to explain it to me like from the beginning, because I'm like new to all this information that you're about to present me. And
Okay. Well, the Earth being in space isn't true because the Earth isn't a sphere. Now,
yeah.
being as the Earth isn't a sphere, the entire cosmology falls apart. So we have to look at the cosmology completely differently. The way we look at the cosmology is by placing the Earth underneath our feet, the floor of the universe, and looking up at the sky where the sun, moon, and stars are, and marveling at that space above. I don't know what that space above is, but I know that the surface beneath the space above, the floor, is measured to be flat and stationary. So the cosmology is completely different. Space, the vacuum, like you've been told, isn't real. It involves the Earth being a sphere, and the Earth isn't a sphere.
Do you I mean, I'm sure you come across people that like aggressively question this. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
like how do you respond? Like, what are some like frequent questions or like frequent counter arguments to a flat Earth? How do you
Um,
respond to them?
it's usually some kind of space mythology.
Mythology.
Usually, what about satellites and the pictures that satellites show, or International Space Station? They may ask us to explain a phenomena in the sky, like why there's day and night, or why a lunar eclipse happens. Um, but none of them will be addressing the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is where we have our measurements. If the surface of the Earth was a curved surface, we'd measure that curved surface. The curved surface is needed for the Earth to be a ball. What we measure on the surface of the Earth water is the water is horizontal, so not curving, so the Earth can't be a ball. The best evidence they've got is pointing away from the Earth up at the sky, like at the moon and the sun, and saying the moon and the sun are round, so the Earth must be round. All of our arguments are illogical.
What? Yeah, trying to digest.
It's fine, buddy. I'll just point as well. There's a few flat earthers. I don't need to take the whole microphone, guys. If you want to interject with a point that you think I've missed, please feel free to do so.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just like trying to think. Because I've actually had this like discussion with a friend of mine about a week or so ago. Obviously, much more aggressive and conflicted because we're friends, obviously. But yeah, I'm just trying to think.
Take your time.
Do you provide like research on this channel, like supporting claims like that?
Yeah,
Because Gemsi was talking about like papers, some research. So there's actually like research backing this up.
yeah. So we've got, let's say, an entire library of information that can be found on our home server. I can give you a link to our home server and that library as well. That
Oh yeah,
library will include PDFs, papers, visuals, tests, measurements, these types of things. So Yeah, I can provide you that link if you want.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. So like, from this perspective, let's just say, like all of this, all like space programs and all of that, space agencies, and missions that are undergoing and that have taken place, that's just fake, or like does it have some degree of truth? Like, has anybody ever tried to explore like space? Let's just say.
Very complicated like subject when you ask if I know if anybody's tried to do something. Um,
Mm,
I don't know. What I can say is when they show the Earth to be a sphere, a planet, in whatever they do, that bit is falsified because the Earth would have to measure curvature because they show curvature in the pictures.
yeah.
So that bit's falsified. The vacuum of space, I guess, is falsified because you can't have gas pressure without a vacuum, and we're breathing gas pressure on the Earth. And if there's no container around the Earth stopping the gas from expanding into the vacuum of space, then the gas would expand into the vacuum of space. So I guess NASA would be falsified then, and I guess I would then say that those pictures and images and stories would be faked because the place that they're coming from can't be real. So yeah, it is quite deep, and ultimately, the consequence of measuring the surface of the Earth flat is someone is deceiving you. I don't know why.
Mm, okay. And when you talk about measuring the curvature of the Earth, like, is there like empirical evidence of these measurements? Like, how to, like, or like a method, like somebody explains the method, how you measure that?
Yeah, we survey with tools. So everybody measures the surface of the Earth to be flat. That'll be you on a local scale, a builder in a local house or neighbourhood, large scales, roads, bridges, dams, pipelines, all surveying of land with tools, theodolites, lasers, etc. Measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. Um, there are no direct measurements of curvature over distance. Um, all curvature is calculated or assumed, um, but everybody measures the surface of the Earth to be flat. It's quite as simple as taking a laser and hitting a target at distance. If you've got a flat surface, you'll hit the target. If you've got a curved surface, the laser will pass over the target. This is how we measure the surface of the Earth, simply by having direct line of sight to targets that we shouldn't have if the Earth was a sphere. Um, but like I said, just let me grab that link and you can find those measurements
Yeah.
and surveys and laser tests.
And this holds true for like any scale. So let's just say that if I were to hold the laser and like at a target that's like very far away, to a point in which curvature, I mean, if the Earth were curved, curvature should be noticeable, and I shouldn't be able to hit the target with my laser. That would be explained because like the Earth has like geographical phenomenons and changes of elevation type, all of that type of stuff.
Most of the tests are done over water, so we don't have to deal
Okay.
with like land topography. The
Uh,
largest distance of a laser transit that I can find is 149 kilometers. Um, you're going to need a really powerful laser to go further than that. And at further distances, when we start talking about hundreds of miles or kilometers, then we have to take the atmosphere and weather conditions into account because of the way that light acts through air. It attenuates, disperses, gets weaker. So with distance, the light from the laser will disperse and won't hit the target anyway. But over a short scale, where we should measure curvature in a short range of like up to 50 kilometers, let's say, where we should measure curvature, we don't.
okay. Right. Can I ask like one more just to like really understand the like the theory. Like this theory does not deal with what happens outside the Earth. Like it just explains that the Earth is flat, but it does not deal with all the things that are disproven because of the fact that the Earth is flat. Am I correct?
Well, we primarily deal with the surface of the Earth. It's the only thing that we have access to. Dealing with questions outside of the Earth where we can't verify claims, we can't make claims to, like what the moon is, or Jupiter, or galaxies, or whatever, even including the shape of the Earth. I don't know the shape of the Earth, and no flat earther does. We're only making a surface description.
Yeah, you're just like making inference based on observation. The
No
scientific method.
deduction. Yeah,
Deduction,
we
yeah,
yeah
deduction.
we're deducing based upon empirical measurements that the surface of
So,
the Earth is as measured.
yeah, I want to say that I'm not precise with my words sometimes. Like I'm not, that's not my native language. So when it comes to like very technical stuff, I'm a bit imprecise. Um, but wow, I'm gonna be honest. I hope, like my mind is telling me like I hope this is. I mean, this is not true because there's like that little boy inside me that wants all of this to be real still though. But
I could appreciate that.
like facts.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, dude.
Yeah, but this is really interesting though. I mean, I was not aware of the existence of this discussions. And it's much better than talking about religion in the chat as well. And do you get
Okay,
people, I mean, do you have to often get people that aggressively come here and try to like refute your facts or like, or try to make a point
every day. Yeah,
every time?
people take this subject very differently, depending on who they are. Some people are looking for this information. Some people hate this information and are vehemently against it. We call them anti-flat earthers. They set up YouTube channels and X, Y, and Z to go against our position from an emotional reaction, let's say. But yeah, many people shout and scream and are very upset that we even exist.
Yeah.
I
I
did
mean, it's just like
send you
what's,
a link to our server, by the way. I hope you got the DM.
let me check. I actually didn't get it. You sent, oh, you sent a request. Let me see.
Sorry, did you get the link?
I'm trying to check.
Okay.
No, I didn't get it.
Okay, I'll send it again. You accepted the friend request, yeah?
Yeah, I sent like a dot.
Gotcha.
There it is.
So it's a large server. There's lots of voice rooms and different voice rooms, different subjects like religion and theology, Islam, blah, 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 blah. Right down the bottom, or towards the bottom, there's the library that I'm talking about. It's the additional information section. It's A, B, C, all the way through to Z, and it's very vast. So if you want to do research, I suggest you start there. Lots of YouTube videos. I think there's even the Flat Earth Beginners channel as well, if you want to look at that.
Yeah, yeah, it's a beginner's reference. Yeah, this is very comprehensive. Well, and you do this, I mean, if you don't mind me asking, like, is this like your job or your hobby?
Yeah, hobby, voluntary basis, thing I do in downtime. Yeah, lots of us, at work, have got families and so on. So it's just voluntary, dude. We find it interesting.
Yeah.
and we've built
I
up
call it community
relationships.
service. I just call it community service.
Community service. You're just spreading information. I mean, to be fair, whether this ends up being true or not, like whatever the case may be, it's. I mean, it's actually a really good initiative because, like nowadays, people take decisions and like hold positions. I mean, merely because of like passion or feeling without having done any research, and that's something. I mean, I deal with economics, and it's like a very touchy subject for most, especially in my country, um, because we are like dealing with like rampant inflation and poverty and all of that, and so people like really question everything and associate like economics with politics and develop positions based on feelings and experience rather than facts and like empirical evidence. And so like having this initiative, that prompts you to research and prompts you to like investigate and like dig deeper. This is really like interesting.
I appreciate that. Just very quickly, we've given you the voice verified role over on the home server as well. That gives you the ability to talk in the live stream voice channels. Watch out for for those channels because we hold events there like during the week and so on, apart from being here and on another politics channel. So make sure it's on your notifications, or you can look in the I think it's a notification section as well. So just be mindful that we've given you the voice verified role, mate. You should have access to more of the server now as well.
All right, let me check it.
Greetings.
Greetings.
They're new flat earther or just somebody new to the server?
What?
The person you were introducing, showing around?
That's
Since I'm
AG.
welcome.
AG, the
Oh,
question is
actually, that's me.
about you.
Yeah. What did she say?
I said, are you a new flat earther? Are you new to the server, or are you a skeptic, or what?
I'm gonna be honest. I have to say like an English proficiency exam in like 2 months, and I just joined because I wanted to talk because I'm very rusty. I haven't talked in a while. My native language is Spanish, and I don't know. I just came across this channel, and I'm like a big time NASA fanboy. But not like I don't argue or like I'm not conflicted about it. I'm just like um. I just like information. I like to be informed. Let's just say that. And so when I came across this, it really, um, I don't know, it really intrigued me. And so I joined to see what they were up to. And they explained to me like that they are supporters of the flat Earth and that they have like observations and evidence that I can do my research. And I just found that very interesting.
That's
That
cool.
it's not just people like shouting and argumenting coming from passion, but it's like observation driven, if you know what I mean. That's really hard to find nowadays.
Definitely. Are you a fan of
Now,
like any other government agency, or just like NASA?
Now, I mean, it's not like that I'm a fan of NASA. I'm just very interested by space and I associate space with NASA somehow. I mean, not somehow
Definitely, that makes
because that's
sense.
just how marketing works.
Have you
But it's
ever
not
looked at
NASA.
a telescope, like through a telescope at the stars?
No, I haven't got the chance actually.
Wow, I have, and okay, I'm gonna post one in the chat. This is through like a very high powered telescope. This was at the Clark Observatory in Arizona, and it's a huge telescope and observatory. Let me just post it in the chat. They actually look really interesting under the telescope. Let's see. Photos.
There's a bunch in my country, but they are like very far away from where I live. And then I haven't got the chance to be in the US, but when I go there, I think I'm going to go there next year. I'll, um, I'll for sure visit some space centers or things like that.
I don't know
So
if I
you
could
like
post videos. Oh yeah, no, here we go.
you're like another like volunteer.
I don't know
Let's
if
just
it's gonna.
say. What was that?
I'm gonna tag you in it.
Yeah, and I have it here. Oh, it has like an atmosphere blur.
All of them look like that.
Yeah.
If you actually record through a telescope and crop the video, they're all gonna look like that.
Is there any
Yeah,
way
did
to
you know?
like reduce that? Like applying a filter, reducing like exposure or things like that? Well, that's
You
just
can
how
do
they
a
do.
long exposure photo where it's like a video, and then they just basically get like compile like an average of all the pixels, so you can have like a still photo. But like in terms of videos, like that, I mean, that's just like
Yeah,
what they
it's
look
just
like.
like
I can post many, many, many more. Let's see. I have a whole thread on my Twitter of videos at observatories of stars. And I did like a backyard telescope, like a Celestron 8-inch, which is still a very high powered, like it's like over $1,000 telescope. But you can compare. Most of them are from the observatory. I just have one like that from like Celestron. But it's crazy like how many assumptions they can make just off of like you can look through a telescope and then all the assumptions that are made about it just by looking through telescopes is absolutely amazing. I don't know, like even like the twinkle of a star, they can like guess that there's a planet going around it, and then they can like even guess like the atmosphere and if it's in a Goldilocks zone just by like a star twinkle like shifting. Like it's crazy. Look up how they
I
find like
just
exoplanets. I'm telling you.
yeah, actually, I mean, I was looking into that yesterday because they're about to launch like a new infrared telescope uh in the coming years. And yeah, I was watching a video about how they are gonna use it to reflect light in some way so that they can like detect planets. I don't know, I didn't understand it because I don't understand optics to be honest, but yeah, it was weird.
You should try to find other raw videos of through telescopes and you'll see what I'm talking about.
So you're like another volunteer in this channel.
Volunteer of this channel? No, I just found
Oh, you
it.
just like oh, you just found it like me.
Yeah, some of my friends came in here and yeah, I just came and
Oh
checked it
yeah.
out.
So you're like a flat earther.
I don't call myself that. I just like to, research and figure out what the truth is.
Oh, you're just like me then.
I don't want labels.
Nah.
Those are no fun because people try to like categorize and put you in boxes and
Yeah.
do like the genetic fallacy and bandwagon fallacy. So I like to be like my own person, I guess.
Yeah, that's
So you said you're interested in NASA. What about NASA? What about outer space are you interested in?
I mean, not NASA in I mean, not NASA particularly. I'm just interested in space in general. Like I mean, I think it awakens a curiosity in me that nothing does really. Like I don't know how to explain it. But it's just one of the few topics where I can like read a whole book and like not feel tired or bored and like actually feel like engaged in a way. And that hasn't happened even with my I don't know my degree choice. Like I'm an economist and I've never felt that way about economics ever. And so like I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like raw
Yeah,
interest.
I used to be super interested in astronomy too. Totally feel you. You should look at like what they do to like what they actually look at and stuff to make all the assumptions they do.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with like assumptions and all of that. Like in my field, we do the same. Like we just say things are some way, and then like the public believes us. But if you really look at the research and the paper, there's like it's like full of suppositions and axioms and things that never hold true in real life. And we extrapolate that, and then we extrapolate from that, and so conclusions are not valid most of the time.
This is a star from the British Astronomical Association. And you can see like it looks very similar. They say it's from like the scattering in the atmosphere, but just so you don't think it's just me, other people definitely see phenomena with stars. This is the British Astronomical Association. And I'll try to find my thread on Twitter. I was pulling that up real quick.
And can you see like closer objects with your telescope? Like, have you ever tried looking at something that's like the moon, for example? Does it have the same greater distortion?
You mean like a planet?
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
whoever.
Look at this one. This one's actually they call it a dual star, like two stars next to each other.
Oh, it
Click on
says the
that one.
media can be played. Let me go into
Oh, well, you might have to click on the link because
yeah,
it
I
would take
went
me
to
a while to find it in my video in my camera roll. That's a $57,000 telescope.
50. This is like an amateur telescope, right? Or is it like a professional grade
No,
one?
this isn't an observatory with the big dome.
Oh,
You know, the dome that
oh, one of
moves. Have you
those.
ever been to
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, I know that.
Pretty much every single one of these, if you scroll down the thread here, are from those. And I even got the astronomer to move it at different focal points to show people it's not like out of focus.
Do you like study this, or is this like your job? Or you just do it as a
A hobby.
hobby? Oh, yeah, I wish I could buy a telescope. This, I'm buyable here.
I don't actually have one.
Ah, but you have like observatories nearby. Am I right?
Yeah, I went to different observatories and universities to get star footage.
Oh, you have. Are you from the States, right?
Yeah.
Oh, universities, they're awesome.
hmm Where do you go to university?
I'm from Argentina. It's not really known. Like my university is not really known. But it's a public college. You don't have to pay for it.
People there think do they think America has like the best universities?
Depends. If it's people that actually know about that, actually know about colleges and all that, then they think they have some pretty good ones. But they would tell you it depends on the subject and the field of studies, obviously.
That's interesting.
But
So,
yeah,
who has the best universities for astronomy?
I don't know really. If I had to make like an educated guess, I would say the US or China, maybe.
What about biology?
Biology. I don't know nothing about biology, to be honest. Is it not the US?
it's interesting to hear how other countries think about the United States. But yeah.
Yeah, it's very like highly regarded, the whole country. And yeah, people, especially here in Argentina, we are like very influenced by like American culture. Uh, I mean, a lot of people actually hate the US, but then a lot of people actually, and I mean, actually think of the country as like the greatest thing ever. Like nothing's wrong there. Everything's
Oh my gosh. Well, don't think that.
no, no.
Don't think
I
that.
mean, I'm pragmatic, and I actually like I deal with lots of people that um come to Argentina
So do
on like
people look
exchange.
deeper into like reality there? Do people like
There,
accept the mainstream narratives? Are
yeah,
people like deeper thinkers in like
no, no,
Argentina?
no. I mean, I would say, I mean, it's not to. This is sounds like bad because I'm trying. I mean, it sounds like I'm putting myself uh to explain it in English, but I would say that it's just a fraction of people that actually understand, and then most of the people just they fall into two very big categories. They either romanticize the US or they like completely hate it.
I'm talking about like conspiracy theories. Are people in
Oh,
Argentina conspiracy theorists?
yeah.
Really? Like what?
Like what? I don't know. Maybe. Well, lots of people think that like all of this. I mean, for example, like the moon landings were faked. Lots of people think that Hitler flew to Argentina and lived in Bariloche for a couple of years. I don't know, things like that. I wouldn't say we are like a very critic society.
Yeah. Wait, do you think the moon landings are real?
Mm,
Of
I
course
would
he
like to
does. He's a
believe so.
fanboy.
Yeah,
Hold on. We gotta hear him out.
I
He
said
said it
that.
earlier.
Yeah, I would like to believe they are real, but if you ask me to explain them, like, or like to validate them through information, like I don't have the information. It's just I believe that because that's just what I believe, but I don't have like anything to support that belief. And so
Do you have
maybe,
like
yeah.
a philosophical bias to like wanna believe space is like the way that they portray it? I'm just curious.
Can you come again? Sorry.
Like, do you know what like philosophy is?
Yeah,
Like your view on the world and reality and everything. Like
yeah,
some people have a really strong like philosophical bias to want to believe like space and everything that they say about it is real and the
mm,
earth and everything they say about it is real. So for example,
yeah,
people that people that I've talked to that are atheists that want to think like kind of like that we're insignificant, like there's no purpose to us being here. That they'll definitely not question anything like the earth or space. They'll have like a philosophical bias to want to believe
mm.
that all these things are real that this the mainstream scientists are saying. And I was wondering if that was the case for you, or if you just like kind of believe it's real because you don't have any reason to question it. You never been given any reason to like doubt it.
Wow. This is an interesting question. I'm sorry if maybe I'm imprecise because it's hard to find like the accurate words in English, but I'll try to get my point across. Um, I feel like I'm very contradictory in that sense because sometimes I have like that philosophical bias that you talked about for some things, and then other things I like heavily rely on like observation and information. Um, and so space is like one of those things that I believe because I don't know. I mean, it's just ever since I grew up, I've been shown the same information, and everybody told me that space was like that, and so I believed it. I guess that's how it went. But I'm not against changing my opinion.
Hmm. You're not like an atheist or anything like that, are you?
Not an atheist. I would say that I believe. Let's just say that I believe there's something, but it's not necessarily associated with any religion. That's what I think. Well, that's what I like to think. It's
That's
not
good. I mean,
based on.
yeah, there has to be something. Like
Yeah,
there there was never nothing, right? There could have never been
yeah.
nothing. There's always
Like,
been something. Whatever that
yeah,
something was must be extremely intelligent and purposeful to design and create the reality we live in, because the universe, I say, the earth and life, like life as we see it, all the evidence shows these things do not come about naturally, nor do we have a naturalistic explanation for how they came about. We can't replicate it. We can't model it. So yeah, there's definitely intentionality to our reality. We're not an accident. There's no conceivable way that we could be. No matter how many
no,
people on Discovery Channel or your mainstream television want to tell you that, that's just not true, and that's not what the science shows either.
no. I think the science actually backs that up. Like they say, well, we can go as far as, let's just say, the Big Bang, but like from there on backwards, like there's nothing. Like we don't know, and that's what
Yeah, I
like
mean, we can't
causality
replicate life.
fails. Yeah.
We can't replicate life either. This is just a side note, but we cannot replicate creating life either. Even if we
Oh,
give it the best conditions possible, we've
what do you
never been
mean
able to
by that?
make life in a lab. Did you know that? We've never made life in a lab from non-living material.
Oh, from non-living material. Oh, so what you're saying is that if I were to, I don't know, put together like the building blocks for life that everybody talks about, like that life wouldn't come about on its own.
No, we actually see them
Wow.
break down over time. They break down over time. They do not build up to form life.
Oh, so there's no
Yeah, I'm
reason
I'm
like,
I'm getting my I'm working on my PhD right now in biology. In a few
yeah,
years, I'm going to be graduating with my PhD in biology, cell biology. I do cell biology research, so
cell
I'm very
biology.
aware of this.
How
Yeah,
how'd you spell that?
CELL,
Oh,
and
cell
then
biology. Yeah, yeah. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I understood other things.
No, you're okay.
Cell
Anyway,
biology.
I was just letting you know, like, there must be a creator, and this is like number one to like opening your mind to like not putting the government as your god. A lot of people make the government God. They want to trust everything the government says. The government, they want to be your God. They want you to believe everything they tell you.
No, I don't think that way. I mean, I mean, this is something I just think it is that way, but I don't have any like evidence or things like that to back it up. But I really think there has to be something else, you know. I mean, I don't associate it with any religion or things like that because I'm not interested in that.
That's fine.
Um, but I think there has to be something else, you know.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
just
Can't all be for
universe.
nothing, right?
What?
Definitely. There has to be something else. I didn't hear what the other gentleman said.
I said this can't be all just for nothing, right?
Yeah, there's no, I mean, yeah, they can't even even if they wanted to, they can't come up with a way that this could have just accidentally or, you know, cosmic coincidence just came about like by, a series of coincidences. It's impossible. It's impossible.
Can I ask you like a question real quick?
Yeah.
Do you believe that? I mean, I guess you're more informed on the topic than I am. That's why I'm asking. But do you reckon that all of this, like space programs and missions, such as like the moon landing, but not limited to that, like I'm talking about everything. Like, do you think that's real, or do you know that's real?
I don't know it's real. I mean, there's been so much footage of them faking stuff like the green screens and the wires. And even in biology research, NASA was caught like they were caught faking some like life form that could use like arsenic as its DNA backbone instead of phosphorus, and they got totally called out by the community. Like, but yeah, they even acknowledge a lot of their pictures of the Earth. They're not actually raw images. They are composites. They are like they use geo-orthorectification to match the coordinate system. Like you go look deep on their website, they'll tell you these are not raw pictures. They use what is the video game programming? can't think of the name of it, but they basically like a video game programming company or like technology they'll use.
You talking about Nvidia?
Yeah, like the video games. Like what is the
What?
You might be talking about the
Unreal
company that.
Engine or something?
Oh, Unreal Engine.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
really?
that's
Unreal
I think
Engine.
it is.
Okay,
Something like
because I
that.
know Nvidia had something to do with
Yeah, Nvidia has to do
Apollo.
with Inventor. Yeah. But then
Okay,
Unreal
they
Engine is
acknowledge
just
they've
like
been using that for a long
Isn't
time.
Nvidia just the chip manufacturer to run these things?
yeah, that's a chip
GPU
manufacturer.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
So
Unreal
I
Engine
read
is
that
like
on one of their papers. Like I was reading their papers on like there was somebody gave me this picture of like the moon and they were like, "Hey, what about this picture? Like it looks like it has like these remnants of like Apollo's or whatever landing on it." So I went and did some background research on the picture and I went and read you know, how they like came up with these pictures and like it Unreal Engine came up and these like video game simulation company like computer programs essentially. And yeah, I mean, and even if you look behind pictures and like you know, they claim they use fisheye lenses too and a lot of different image processing. It's like, why can't y'all just post raw pictures? Why do y'all have to process your images so much? Like it's crazy. They're the biggest importer of helium. Like that's another super weird thing. I don't know. There's a lot of, and then all the glitches. If you go look up like NASA glitches, they try to like scrub them from YouTube and stuff and from Google, but you can find them like you know, clips of like, you know, NASA fails like with like green screens in the background and you know, like basically pictures of Mars that they've had. We've been able to line up with like Devon Island and stuff, and like the same landscape like they claimed was Mars was like found on Earth, and people went there and like took pictures.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they claim this is Mars. Like, so they've been caught, you know, faking stuff so many
Yeah.
times, and even in this recent mission, they had like over $90 billion. They couldn't even do like the due diligence of live streaming, like you know, the Earth gets smaller like they couldn't even stream it the whole time. Like the Earth gets smaller and the moon get bigger as you're approaching it. This would be something super cool just for the general public to be able to watch. But yeah, they're just not doing. And it just like even their like rockets in the videos look so fake. They literally looked like they were made of plastic. It's really bad. So I mean, I'm skeptical of them. And you know, they're a government agency, and the government there's no law that the government has to where they have to be honest to the citizens. Did you know that? I was looking this up, and there's no law that obligates the government from having to be honest. But there are laws that citizens cannot lie to the government. There is no law that the government cannot lie to citizens.
Double standards much?
Yeah, it's so messed up.
No, I didn't know that. I imagine they did anyway, so
Look, I can try to find this paper that the biology community called him out.
I mean I'm like a bit like overwhelmed. I like a dog in the meat market. I don't know where to start looking.
Here you go. Here's from physics.org.
Well, you are serious about it. I mean,
I'm
you
at the
guys.
post this. Yeah, the biology community, they called him out. Okay, let's see. I'm posting it right now. I love scientists straight up calling NASA untrue. This is like beautiful to see. Sorry for the highlights. I was like searching the image on my photos. But I can make them go away. Yeah, okay, so I can tell you why they actually did this because for the origin of life, all the bioorganic phosphorus would have been bound up in rocks. So they tried to like get around this problem by saying that early life forms could use arsenic. So they tried to like find this life form that could use arsenic, and they like said, "Oh yeah, it can use arsenic in the DNA backbone," and like they totally got called out. They totally lied. And yeah, this paper calls them out.
Oh, that's good. There's actually watchdog groups out there. One in particular that's the more prominent one, and they're like they're trying to reclaim NASA because they think that it's corrupt and it's been taken over. They want it back. Yeah.
That's crazy. And once you look into a lot of the science, like it's not as solid as you might think. Like at first, whenever I first heard about the flat Earth communities, like I was like, "There's no way! Like, how could that be?" And then I was like looking into the claims, and then yeah, it just once you look into things, it kind of things will start to fall apart. Kind of like I did like with the origin of life and stuff like that. Fell apart completely.
Are those things noticeable to like um let's just say like the naked eye, meaning somebody that's untrained? Like I don't know nothing about biology and could I identify that the information is being manipulated having no prior knowledge?
You just have to go look into primary sources. Like whenever people post a picture of the Earth, go do research on that picture. Go find out where the picture came from. There should be something that was published with it. You can read about it. When you read about it, you'll usually see like I found a lot of the altering that they would do on the images, like geo-ortho rectification, and then multiple other things to match the coordinate system. That was super skeptical to me. Like, so honestly, just go back to primary source. If people say, okay, yeah, like things can evolve to another species, say, hey, give me a paper where they actually watched it happen, because a lot of their science is like post-dictive. Like they don't actually watch it happen. They're just theorizing. They're just guessing, making a hypothesis. Like science should be based on the scientific method where you can literally like observe it and repeat it. It should be repeatable. And when you actually look at what is and what is not repeatable, you really like a lot of the mainstream science really falls apart.
Do you know anything? I mean, I'm sure you deal with like evolution in your subject. Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, like we've never seen one species change to another. We've never seen like new genes with novel functions come about from mutations. They say that mutation, natural selection will make, new genes and species.
Yeah,
But
adaptations.
yeah, so yeah, there's like microevolution where you can have like micro changes. It's like really epigenetics, like turning on and off genes, but you never see like new information or new genetics get gained. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, like, how do species come about? Like that natural path of it, that evolutionary path, that is portrayed is not real. So how do species come about? How do they get diversified? If you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think that honestly, when you look at the cell and species, it seems like a top-down design, because one species will rely on another, and then within the cell, you have multiple you have like integrated systems and multiple levels of machinery going on in the cell, and they'll rely on one another. So it couldn't have been built from a bottom up, like because they require multiple, kind of like a computer needs multiple parts to function. One part couldn't have just functioned and then evolved to other parts. Like you need the whole entire computer for it to work. So that's the thing.
I'm trying to like wrap my head around this. I'm sorry if I'm repetitive, but I just really, really don't understand it. Like, how do you, or how could it be that humans are found? I mean, they say that humans come from like chimpanzees and all of that, like that. So that's not true according to this, to science. Let's just say.
I mean, they can guess and theorize whatever they want. They can speculate, but there's not proof of
Yeah,
that happening.
there's not proof of like there's no observation, like real observation.
No, and then even in like the fossil record, they say like all you see is like big explosions of different life forms, and you don't see things like leading up to it. You don't see like trilobites with one segment, two segments leading up to all 12 or 13. You literally just see the full organism. You see explosions of life. Now, yeah,
Right.
there are there are organisms that are extinct, and you know, and there are some unique creatures in the fossil record, which I think came about through like the Book of Enoch will explain in many ancient cultures, but that's a different story. That doesn't prove evolution. It's actually more peculiar how certain species got wiped out, and then all of the other ones, like even weak mammals, like polar bears or whatever, who knows, like little monkeys, they survived, but then the dinosaurs didn't. Like, yeah, like they were obviously reigning over the earth, but then like a huge like meteorite, they say, wiped them out, and then like all the other ones evolved, but they didn't. Like it makes no sense, like even in their model. But yeah, so in the fossil record, you just see explosions of life. You don't see like things leading up to it. You know what I mean? You don't see humans with one spine, one vertebrae, two vertebrae, three. But you see like humans with all like 12, 13 vertebrae. You know what I mean? I can't
Yeah.
remember right now.
No,
Sorry.
but I
But yeah,
know.
you just see like the
You mean
full
like,
spinal column.
yeah, you see like some. I mean like one species like, and then another, and you don't see like a transformation. Like there's no evidence of a like slow transformation going on. That's what you mean.
No, and we should be able to like watch it happen now on the genetic level. We should be able to see new genes, new proteins form through mutation, but we don't see that.
And that has nothing to do with the the scale of time. Like this has been tested for, I mean, in a time frame during which these mutations should have happened according to like classical theory.
Yeah, so okay, yeah, humans have 24 vertebrae plus the 5 fused sacrum. Sorry, I just had to look that up. No, and we've actually simulated, okay, so they've like simulated evolution, quote unquote, in the Linsky long-term E. coli experiment that's been going on for decades. And what they did was they exponentially replicated bacteria, and they've like simulated like over like a million years, because they do 6 generations every day. 6 generations of bacteria, new generations form every single day, and they've been doing it for decades. And it's like they put different selective pressures on it, and it's literally still the same bacteria. The only thing they found was like an epigenetic change happened where they can use citrate as a carbon source in aerobic and anaerobic conditions rather than just anaerobic. But it's literally the same. Like epigenetic changes are not impressive because you're not gaining information. Kind of like a dog, you know, like a wolf. Like if you selectively breed them, it can become like a chihuahua or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you actually take the sperm and egg, they can still, like the sperm of a wolf and the egg of a, chihuahua or whatever, they can still like come and mate and fuse together. They have like physiological challenges, but they're the same species. They have not changed species. They're different subspecies, but they're not different species. So what we need to see is like speciation occur.
I feel like this goes way beyond my scope of knowledge.
But lately I've been looking into the earth and the shape of the earth, like as a hobby. So I used my like knowledge of how to do research and like how to do experiments and like kind of import that to this topic of shape of the earth, for fun.
Yeah.
And I've read a lot of papers and a lot of literature and stuff on it. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of things that are peculiar. Do you know who first thought that the earth was a globe?
Let me think. Let me think back to my history class. I don't know who was it. It's got to be like, it must have been some of those philosophers.
Yeah, philosophers. Yep.
Oh, Pythagoras, the triangle guy.
Because it's the most perfect geometric shape. But actually, they say this claim is like disputed and it lacks contemporary written evidence. And it could have been just an attribution made to him later from later writers. Let's see. Plato. Yeah, these philosophers. That's what it was based on. And then like the first science that was done was like Aristotle, but he just like assumed it was a globe and like tried to figure out the circumference by putting like sticks in the ground. So like it wasn't even like they were trying to see if it was or not.
Yeah, here I have like Aristotle's findings and methods.
Do you have any questions? Is anybody talking?
I'm just reading, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. I didn't know if I was like my thing is cutting out.
Oh, this was like really, really unexpected.
Did you say you were researching something? I was just researching about Plato. Like, why would Plato ever say that the Earth is a globe? So that's like the earliest unambiguous surviving reference to spherical Earth. Appears in Plato's Dialogue. 4th century BC indicates the concept was being discussed as a novel idea by his time. So, like, I wonder what, like, I want to read his writings. Like, where can I find Plato's writings? What else did he believe in? I can't remember. Like, I'm not a big philosopher. Like, I can't remember what else Plato believed in. If he was atheist or whatever. Okay, so he said, the most direct evidence is found 108e of the Phaedo where, oh, this is Socrates. Okay, so Plato's reference to the Earth shape, specifically in a section where Socrates described his vision of the cosmos. So was this Plato or Socrates? Okay, well then he said, my conviction is that the Earth is a round body in the center of the sky, and therefore has no need of air or any similar force as a support, but is kept there and hindered from falling or inclining any way by the equability of the surrounding sky and by its own equipoise balance. Round body. Could that mean sphere? Because I feel like that could be like the circle of the earth, like the Bible talks. Okay, so Socrates note that Plato does not present the spherical shape as a radical new discovery, but okay, so yeah, the Greek word used strogulos, often translated as round, is interpreted by most modern scholars in this context to mean spherical. That's funny, because I was curious about that too. Strogulos. It would
When he
make no
said
sense.
when he said round, does he means like a pizza?
I don't know. But it seems like that's under like contextual criticism. Rounded. Because remember the Bible talked about the circle of the earth. I wonder if he could just be talking about that.
The circle of the earth. I wonder about that too. Is this when you say the circle of the earth, does that mean the earth is a circle? I don't think that adds up, in my opinion.
The face of the earth. Well, circle, in the Bible, it's like a 2D shape because remember it says it's supported by foundations underneath, and like they have the firmament above. So whenever I say circle, the word circle, like I have the words in the original Hebrew. It's like dur is ball, which was used later. So it's not like sphere. It's like a more of a 2D. I have the original words in Circle of the Earth. I can pull that up in a minute. But yeah, it doesn't mean 3D because it talks about the face of the earth, and heaven is my throne, earth is my footstool. You could think about a footstool as like a circle at the top, and so on and so forth. This is interesting. It could be either. This writing, Phaedo, is a work of fiction slash philosophy written by Plato, where the historical Socrates is the central character. This is a fictional writing, the first time Plato attributed a reference to spear. So funny.
The irony of Plato. Plato. Is Taylor.
Yeah, it was a fictional writing. Can you believe? First time it was referenced as sphere, and we don't even know if it is sphere because that word can mean 2D circle as well.
Yeah, but
And it makes no sense.
plates or platos are flat and round.
Okay, but like it makes no sense, like because it says it's like held, but it's like between the sky and like the foundation. Like, how could that be a sphere? Like the Earth is like held up by these things or whatever. It's it. It just makes no sense that he would even be talking about a sphere in this context. It seems like he'd be talking about biblical Earth. Just saying.
Good talking to you guys. I'll be back later, possibly. God bless. Let me see.
Wow, I was looking up like the oldest references to sphere Earth, and I found something interesting. Anaxagoras, he was apparently one that they originally were saying like mentioned sphere Earth. And it says, while he correctly identified the cause of the lunar eclipse, his own view of the Earth's shape was flat. He argued that the sun and moon, when observed on the horizon, appear cut off by a straight line, which he interpreted as evidence that the Earth's surface was flat rather than curved. I've never heard that one before. And then Impecdoes. It's funny how like these were like originally AI said that these were like early sphere Earth proponents, but then it says his cosmology focused on four elements, roots arranged in layers, Earth at the center, surrounded by water, air, and fire, which aligns with the flat Earth paradigms prevalent in the 5th century BC. So like AI originally told me two ancient philosophers like argued for globe, but then like when I actually looked into their writings, it actually said these two people proposed flat. Okay, so Plato's writings was like a poem that the word sphere could be 2D or 3D, but it was actually like a literary like poem that was like attributed to Socrates, and I think the context of the writing would match up not with the sphere because it talks about the earth is like hanging under the sky and like suspended above like how did they put it? Let me see, I got the writing. Let's see. My conviction is that the earth is a round, and this word round here is deliberated on how it's translated, but body in the center of the sky, and therefore has no need of air or any similar force as support, but is kept there and hindered from falling or inclining anyway by the equability of the surrounding sky and by its own equipoise balance. What is an equipoise? This is an interesting word. Equilibrium, counterweight. Counterbalance? Very interesting. To put or hold. Anyway, balance. So I don't know. That's kind of peculiar. I would say the oldest confirmed year reference is Aristotle, but does he have any original writings that right? I want to read his writings. Writings. Has anybody looked into Aristotle that's here? 31 have survived to present day. Corpus Aristotelicum. Aristotelicum, whatever. Oh, he talks about the unmoved mover. There's a lot of flat earth Greek philosophers too. I didn't know that. Oh. Aristotle references the other people who say the Earth's flat because the sun set, the line is flat. In his works of Aristotle, Volume 7 on the Heavens. Huh, that's funny. He talks about it's an ongoing debate.
38 years old. I'm in my prime. I could hold the whole entire flat Earth by myself. I broke a record. It only took me 15 minutes to figure out Discord. when I heard Flat Earth Discord, I thought somebody was challenging God. No joke. Like, for the Earth being flat. Why would somebody challenge God for the Earth being flat? I figured it out down the line. Now I own the whole flat Earth. Funny how that works. See, if I go in, then my whole family goes in, and then we see who the last man standing is. Right? And I bet it's gonna be me. I'm not really talking in the server because the somebody is here.
What the heck? It's showing up every time now. What's going on?
Nothing. Home base is where it's at.
Home base. I don't see anything happening there at the moment. Voice chat, right?
Oh, there's always gonna be a flat Earth.
I hope so. Otherwise, well, there better be something. You know, like beneath me, I'll fall. No, kidding.
No, it's just that there's a flat Earth and that there's a creator. I can't really talk here on this server.
Okay, no worries.
I already defeated my stalkers in my timeline. This is how you get to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Some people think God is dumb, but God is actually really smart, you know? He's trying to save your life. The globe has solved no problems. The globe isn't going to solve any problems. It's not gonna help you out. If you want your problem solved, you have to come here to the source. Yeah, you see, the globe isn't gonna fix any problems. It just creates more problems, okay? As you can tell. So in order to fix this, Thank God we have a God. There's like a 45-year-old man chasing me. I can probably blast him so hard that it's not even funny. Except I'm laughing my ass off at it.
Yeah, in theory, I can imagine it.
Is it in theory? Is it actually possible in theory?
Sure, why not? Yeah, why not?
Because the fucking meteorological conditions that would necessitate that don't exist on Earth.
That just sounds like a claim.
A claim. The meteorological conditions that would allow that to happen would be a fucking temperature gradient of, I don't know, 10,000 degrees in a meter.
I don't know if it would just be temperature. You realize, like, it's temperature, pressure, and humidity, right?
The temperature is the only factor that matters.
Well, that's just another claim.
It's not another claim. It's an Understanding Astronomical Refraction by Andrew Thomas Young. It's 4,000 times greater than the other variables, changes in temperature.
So you're just going to.
It's not a claim. I just gave you the citation, dude.
That's fine. Well, it just seems like weird for you to ignore the
Temperature
other
is the
things
major
that have an
factor
effect.
that determines that, especially if you fit it in any. Because what do we have? We have models that make predictions. None of these models make accurate predictions. Okay. And if we
Sure,
insert,
I'm just saying,
like,
I don't know this guy. I don't know his methodology. I'd have to read the paper to see. But
Understanding Astronomical Refractions on Harvard's website.
Yeah, I might sign off, and I don't have to read the paper.
So let me read a simulation study of refraction effects by Kay Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. The atmosphere, an optical environment, and electromagnetic observations has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effects of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy in 300 years. Okay?
I mean, I could see how, like, if you go down to the pavement on a hot day, it's obviously going to be the temperature that is, like, affecting that, right? Like, I can see in some cases how that can be very obvious. But I don't know, like, what if there's, I don't know, some, like, humidity or something that, like, I can just conceive of.
I don't know, like, why you keep naming humidity. Humidity is not really a factor in refraction. It's almost nothing.
I'll read the paper.
CO2 is more important than that. CO2 content.
Well, I'll read it.
Okay, but the point is that no one's demonstrated that there's terrestrial refraction that can exist, that can allow these observations. They just say they can. You have to account for it. And you say, how do you account for it? They don't know how. None of the models that are available to anybody make accurate predictions, so they're useless.
Aren't the
calculation of what? A model that don't work? If you're doing a calculation with a model that don't work, what good are they?
I thought the refraction coefficient, all the calculations that go into it is like they do know and they do factor that in.
They don't match any observation. Do you understand? You come up with a model, you go out into the world, and then you test to see if the model makes accurate predictions.
Yeah,
it doesn't make accurate predictions, and your model's useless. None of these models make accurate predictions, so they're all useless.
With your long distance observations, you have the photo, you have the height and all that, you have the lens, but you don't have the actual measurements of the covariates on that day.
Okay, but even if I did, what would I do with them?
You'd factor them in, and you'd say, "Hey, look,
into what? I would factor them into what? Into a model that don't work? I take the temperature, I take the humidity, I take the wind speed, I take the fucking temperature gradient, I know the fucking everything along the entire line of sight. And then I take that data and I take those measurements and stick them into what?
You would factor in the refraction.
How?
And you could plug
You're just saying you would do it. There's no model I can put them in.
You should see on the model, but just to say I'd factor
no model works. Brother, which model?
You understand that's question begging, though.
Which model, dude? No, you're just saying that somehow there's a model out there. No, dude, you're saying I can take these measurements and there's some model available where the measurements will actually make a coherent fucking result. There is not. You just think there are. That's why you guys just say account for refraction. You can't say how to account for it. Even if I had all the data you wanted to, what do I do with it?
Well, I mean, the math is pretty clear how to do it. Like,
Yeah,
do
the
you
math
think
is pretty
physicists don't
clear,
know the
but it
fact that
don't
this?
work.
Well, it's like you think physicists don't know any of this stuff. That's very arrogant of you. Of
What did
course
I
they
just
know.
read to you? And you can't just appeal to credentials, okay? They don't know. If you read the literature on terrestrial refraction, they admit they don't know. I could sit here and read fucking 10 citations from the literature. I just read one.
So you're saying
So
that
far, no universal solution has been found. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects. So far, no universal solution has been found. What's confusing about that? So there's no model I can take the data and stick it into, which will give me a predictive result. And we know this because people have tried this. There's plenty of papers, okay, where people have actually went out and they've done measurements. They've compared the measurements to the model, and the meteorological conditions were measured, vertical ones, line of sight, all types of stuff, and they don't match. And they don't
Well, I
match
mean, I'm not
because they're
familiar with the
making
models, but
assumptions in their model, or there's variables in their model that they're not accounting for. Okay,
yeah, but what? Okay,
probably
so
assumptions
Indigo,
in the model
what
that
would you could still build a case, right, and make it stronger than you're doing now. Which, for example, if and I don't know which model. Like, I'm not
build a
familiar with the
case.
hundreds of models you're talking
Look,
about. Well, just let
my
me let.
case is
Wait,
open
hold
and
on, hold
shut,
on.
dude. You don't
Wait,
have evidence
hang
to
on, just
present in counter of it.
let me respond, please. So let's say that they're saying, okay, well, it's not a universal model. There's none of them that fit all cases. There's always some edge cases in each model. But I think
That's
if you
not what
took,
they're saying. Okay, that's not what
well,
they're saying at all.
well, I'm just inferring it based on like what you said. I
Yeah,
haven't read the paper
based on
yet.
what you want. That's bullshit,
You
bro.
have to give me time to read the paper. I can't read it right now, right? But if you took a bunch of their models and you plugged in the math for each of them and you said, this observation
None
works on
of
none of them,
them
'cause
work,
there might be
dude.
a model that it does work on. Try to find it. If you can't, you could say, look, we tried all of your refraction models, tried the math in every way that you guys claim that you guys have up until this point. None of them worked. I think that would be a strong case. Don't you agree?
I have a strong case. You have nothing to counter it. You have just like, maybe they meant something else. Maybe there's a model that there isn't. In the literature itself, it says there isn't. They say that there is no deterministic model that can be made.
It's
Okay,
not
you guys.
universal, but it works. It might work in
No,
most
this is
cases, but
another
there might
paper
be
that
edge
says there
cases.
is no determinant. It's not just one paper, brother. It's the entire body of the literature on terrestrial refraction that you guys never read.
And they misinterpret and say their English words mean something else.
Yeah, I know the refraction whisperer over here. Look,
Well,
there's what's
like
in
if there's hundreds of
academia.
models,
No, there's what's in
well, plug in your
academia,
math,
and what
plug in
they
your
say.
measurements to all the models, and then say, hey, look, it works on none of them. That would
Yeah,
be
it
a
works
strong
on none of
case.
them.
That's
What
a
do you mean
claim.
works on? What are you talking
But
about,
if you actually plug it in and show it, that would be strong evidence.
bro? Are you okay?
What I'm
I'm
saying is
wondering
not
about you right now.
controversial. I don't know. Like, it's saying it like if
Plug
you're
it
more
into a
thorough
model
about
to
it, it's
see
going to
that
be
it
more
doesn't
compelling.
work. Why?
What model?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. You don't have a
Well,
model.
he's saying there's hundreds, so I'm saying
You have a bunch of formulas of meaningless fucking symbols.
Well, I'm pretty sure like some of those models have like varying degrees of explanatory power, and
People
they might not cover all
Oh my
cases.
God, explanatory
No,
power.
dude.
What?
No, so they actually explanatory power in a model. That's a non sequitur. Models don't explain things. Okay.
You don't think a model can make predictions?
Yeah, they can make predictions, but whether the model's valid or not is based upon do the predictions match reality.
And you don't think,
Otherwise, it's a meaningless assembly of symbols.
don't you agree the purpose of a model is to try
Who
to
cares?
explain why
The human
things happen?
intent is not a factor in this.
If the model's trying to explain why things happen.
No, models just describe. That's all they do.
It's one of the purposes.
Look, models describe. It's supposed to make measurements, stick the measurements into the variables, and you're supposed to output some result. That result,
Yeah, but
when
by
tested,
describe.
should match reality. And if it doesn't, you just have a meaningless concoction of symbols.
Yeah, but by describing reality and tweaking some of the variables, we can
It's
understand.
obviously
what
not
affects what, and we
reality
can
if it
understand
doesn't
why.
match. If it doesn't match the experimental result, it's obviously not reality.
That's true. That's the point of the model.
Yeah, and if the model doesn't match, first of all, I don't even want to get into the reification problem, but if the model itself doesn't match reality, it's fucking useless. Doesn't mean anything. And there is no model that I can take this data, right, these measurements, and stick them in and get a fucking meaningful result.
I don't think it
because the
follows that it's
models
totally
themselves haven't been
useless.
proven to be viable.
Well, I think it's going to be useless in the cases that it's like that it can't explain, but it might be able to explain some cases.
What do you mean explain? Why do you keep going back to that? Models don't explain things. Models don't tell you how and why. They're only telling you what's happening. That's it.
Sure, it's going to explain what's happening. Are you happy?
Doesn't explain. Jesus.
You're doing some weird semantic objections.
No,
not interesting.
No, you're using lame rhetorical gimmicks. It's a globe-trotted rhetorical gimmick is to use the word explain. Flat Earth can't explain this.
You're literally arguing semantics and calling me rhetorical.
No, I'm not arguing semantics. I'm using definitions because words mean things. So the word explanation is how and why, whereas descriptions are what is. It's completely different. So when we say describe, it only just describes what's happening. So if the model stick in the variables and it outputs something, it's not describing what's happening. Okay? There's probably assumptions in the model which you're not accounting for.
Sir.
Well, there's probably assumptions in these models which you're not accounting for. Okay? Namely, that the Earth's a globe. That's one. And the spherically symmetric atmosphere. That's two. That light is rays. That's three. Why do you think they use things like 7 6-hour approximations? Because this can't be modeled. So when you say, hey, we need to know the refractive conditions between A and B, why? To do what with it? There's no reason we should even think they exist. We're observing a flat Earth. Why don't we just say we're observing a flat Earth? Why should we question whether that's the observation? Oh, because you think the Earth is a globe. And if you observe a flat Earth, something weird has to be happening. Even though there's no evidence for this weird thing happening.
Well, I mean, the only one assuming things you're saying, well, on some days the particles let us see further, but we're not going to factor in any other things like refraction because it's hard.
I have a justification for what I'm saying, whereas you don't.
You're just saying it's hard to account for, so we shouldn't do it at all.
There's no evidence we should be accounting for.
That's literally got to be a fallacy, by the way.
No,
like
there's no evidence. No.
Fallacy,
that's a straw man. That should be a fallacy. Okay, I didn't say that. I said there's no evidence it should be accounted for. You keep jumping the shark. Okay, I want the justification for using it.
Yeah, because we can see further on some days and shorter on others. Like we got to explain that.
Okay.
I don't think that the particle thing is, or like the atmosphere.
Now, what is the evidence that refraction is the reason that's happening? Nothing.
I don't think that like the day being a little bit more misty can explain it, because even if it's clear.
Well, it's weird because they actually will measure the content, and that's when the National Weather Service, they tell you what the visibility is. That's because they actually measured the transparency of the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they measured it.
You don't think that if the transparency of the air is the same on day 1 and day 2, that you would be able to see the same distance? You think you'd always be able to see the same distance?
No, it only depends on
even
the
if refraction differed.
I don't accept that there's refraction happening at all, dude.
Okay,
what
so
aren't you
what
understanding? You haven't
is something we can
demonstrated
test.
your fundamental
good.
fucking premise, dude, that refraction
This is
is
something we can
occurring.
prove right or wrong. This is a falsifiable view.
Okay.
So atmospheric conditions on day 1 and 2 are equal. Your prediction is that you're going to be able to see this exact same distance, and no matter how many times you do it, you'll always see the same distance as long as the clarity on that day is the same, independent of any other thing like refraction, right?
There's other factors.
Now we can go and
dude.
test that. We can
There's other
actually test
factors.
that.
Wind speed, direction of the wind. There's a lot of brightness, color of the water. There's other
You
variables.
think like the color of the water is going to change from
Yes, because
within 24 hours?
like if you're trying to look at the horizon, the color of the water and the color of the sky, because human beings see less contrast, the least amount of colors in blue. If the colors of the sky and the water are close to each other, it will be hard to discern where the horizon exactly is.
No,
because you can't
I'm just,
differentiate the water from the sky.
I don't see lakes changing color within 24
ocean
hours
does.
all the time.
Within 24 hours all the time? Is that a big enough fucking oh my
Sure,
god.
so let's pick a different location that's less variable then. And let's go when the wind speed and the visibility is the same. Do you think that you're always going to be able to see the same and refraction will never come into play? Is that your prediction?
Yeah. I have no idea. Why would I think
That's
refraction's coming into play? Well, even if we look, brother, even if we didn't see exactly the same thing, that doesn't mean refraction was the cause of it not being seen. Do you understand? You have to demonstrate.
Do, but you would hopefully.
How do you know it's refraction doing it? How do you know it's refraction
not just say
doing it?
wind.
How do you know it's refraction doing it?
Well, we'd have to measure it. You don't want to measure it.
Why? Why not look for fucking gravity instead?
You don't want to fucking measure it. Well,
why not look for gravity instead?
In the same location.
No, we know what you're doing, Debate Daddy. We know what you're doing. You're trying to make the globe unfalsifiable.
Telling you to measure.
You know that refraction, the index of refraction can't be measured along the length of the optical path. So you want to make your claim unfalsifiable. We know the game.
We can do reciprocal zenith
I knew this an hour and a half ago, what you were doing.
You don't like the reciprocal zenith angles.
You don't even know what they are.
I'm not a fucking surveyor. Like I don't know.
Then why would I not like them? I know what they are. You don't.
But your objection to reciprocal zenith angles was that the tiniest non-significant amount of curve of a plumb line means
no. My objection was the post I put where they measured concave zenith angles. That was my objection. You haven't shown that there's positive, what's called a positive zenith angle. You haven't shown that this is a ubiquitous universal. You haven't shown that this is a ubiquitous universal observation.
As far as I know, when the concave
obviously
one was measured, he said that it was due to interference.
I don't care.
Interference, dude. You have no idea. You're just an embarrassment.
You're cherry picking. You're ignoring the 99% of cases.
We know what reciprocal zeniths are.
Yeah, what the 99. That's what I just said. That's what I just said. There's no evidence that there.
0.1%.
No. You have no evidence anything's being cherry picked. You presented nothing.
That is literally cherry picking.
How do you know what it? Okay, tell us. Out of 100 measurements, what percentage will have positive zenith angles?
If you're actually telling me, can I cite this?
Yeah, you don't. You've never seen anything. Of course not.
So you
You're
think
just making shit up, like I said you would.
This is a common thing to have concave measurements.
Yes.
Then okay, show me.
I did.
Yeah, I know. There's literally one case I've heard of.
There's more.
Have you heard of more?
Dude, it's it's posted in fucking the U.S. Geological Survey.
Yeah, do you know what the geoid is? The equipotential. Dude, the equipotential model shows that there's going to be concave and flat parts on your globe.
I mean, we ended this. If they were measuring curvature of these zenith angles, any of that shit, okay? They wouldn't need to do reductions of the horizontal direction. They wouldn't need an oblate ellipsoid at all. They would just be measuring the curve of the Earth. But they're not.
That's right. Those
Why
models
would they
create
need a
more
reference?
ambiguity and error.
Why would they need to calculate? Why would they need to project their measurements onto a imaginary surface? Why not just measure the surface directly if they're just measuring curve?
Because the plumb lines aren't parallel.
What?
But then you say they're curved, which is non-significant. So I'm still not understanding the objection.
It is significant. You're just saying they're non-significant. They wouldn't even account for them if they're insignificant. They are significant. They have a whole gravitational model for it.
The paper you linked said that they're not significant.
They are. It depends on the application. They are significant. Why would they even account for them if they weren't significant?
It doesn't lead to an error. It doesn't lead to any error. You don't.
Error. It doesn't lead to any error in what?
If the plumb line is curved, like, look, I see the argument. If the plumb line is like literally so curved it's a circle, how are you going to get an angle off that? I agree.
No,
It's not.
You don't understand. Okay, so this is a two-part problem. Okay, so you have the celestial sphere. That celestial sphere has latitude, longitude coordinates in it. So if you go to a location on Earth, there should be a certain latitude, longitude coordinate on it. So they set up the theodolite and they level it vertically. Instead of them say there was a star at that exact coordinate, exactly at zenith, their vertical is not aligned with that star. So they say, hey, gravity must be deflecting my plumb line, okay, a certain amount, because it's supposed to be aligned with that star and it's not. So we must have lumpy fucking gravity deflecting my plumb line, okay? Now, the reason they say the plumb line's curved is because they have to project that point onto a reference ellipsoid, and it has to intersect it at 90 degrees. So they curve this tilted plumb line. Now imagine you have one surface and a surface underneath it, the surface above, your plumb line is at an angle. Well, if it's at an angle, it can't intersect that lower surface at 90 degrees. So the only way you can do that is to curve it, okay? Which is what the graphic I posted shows.
Yeah, but it's only detectable with the highest of precision.
That's nonsense.
Instrumentation.
It's nonsense,
it's
dude.
so
They've known
small,
about it since the 1400s.
Can't even detect it.
They've known about it since the 1400s, dude.
Yeah, you have to do a high precision measurement to even detect
in the 1400s.
It's so small.
In the 1400s.
It's not something that's even observable with the eye.
You're just coping, bro. This is crazy cope. You're just making shit up.
I'm just reading what your paper says.
It does not say that. You're not quoting anything. So now you resorted to lying.
I think you're proof texting what I think you're misrepresenting what he's arguing in the paper anyway.
I don't care what you think. You don't even comprehend what's in the paper in the first place.
It's because you showed me, and I have to debate you and like scan the paper at the same. Like,
well, you're the one making claims about zenith angles and spherical excess. You don't know anything about either one of them. Okay, you're making claims about refraction. That you have no idea about any of that either. Okay, but you came in here showing photos.
Well, you're saying that even
that you think are photos that you just like. Oh,
you're seeing even
this is a photo of the Earth.
Refraction is right. So, like when you say,
I know what refraction is as a phenomenon. I know what refraction is.
Saying no one. You're saying no one knows. So it's not like
we're talking about terrestrial refraction. We're talking about terrestrial refraction. It's a different thing.
Yeah, you're saying even physicists don't know what that is.
No, they don't.
Okay, so then why even point that out about me?
Physicists don't study terrestrial refraction. They don't study that.
I don't know if they don't study it. How do you know that they don't? That seems like really strange.
Because I read papers and none of them have degrees in physics. They all have degrees in geoinformatics and shit like that. Maybe in the 60s and before that they were physicists, but nowadays they're not. Everything is so specialized, and it wouldn't matter anyway. They could have a fucking 1,000 degrees. It wouldn't make them right. Evidence makes them right. And if you look at all in the academic literature, about testing of these models in the actual testing and the test results. They don't match. There's no correlation between the meteorological conditions and the deflection of an object in the distance with surveying.
Sure, but I mean, yeah, the credentials don't make someone right, but it does make them more equipped to actually be right, right?
I don't even know what that means.
You understand that?
Why do
Like,
it makes people right? Evidence. That makes people
I'll make
right.
an analogy, right? Like, let's say you're playing a game of chess, and let's say like you're waging, like, if you lose the game of chess, you die. And let's say you're about to make a move, and you ask every chess grandmaster on planet Earth, should I make this move?
Appeal to emotion.
And all of them say no, there's no emotion. And all of them say that is a bad
when
move,
you start saying die, then people's not wanting to die causes an emotional response.
Let's say
this is an appeal to emotion. It's so fucking lame, dude. This is childish.
Let's say Magnus Carlsen says, do not make that chess move. Do you think it's more likely that that's a bad chess move if Magnus Carlsen and all of his colleagues say it's a terrible move?
Who cares?
It doesn't increase the probability that it's a bad move.
Look, appeal to probability is a logical
I tell you
fallacy.
what, chess tables are flat though.
And good and bad
it
are
could be a good
subjective
move.
measures.
I'm just saying, like, you don't think that
good and bad are
they
subjective
have more
measures.
experience?
Who cares?
Chess doesn't work on a
Who
globe
cares?
though.
When they do a move, and then at the end of the game, when they say, "Look, that move was good. I won. I'm at that." How did the game end up? Okay, not in the middle of the game. At the end of the game. At the end of the game, in this context, is when we go out into nature and we make measurements that and try to correlate that with the model's prediction. That's the end of the game. Okay, doesn't matter what they thought on their way. Look. The arbiter of all of this is the experiment. Doesn't matter what the fuck they think, what their credentials are. All that matters is the experimental result. Why do you think human beings invented science? So that we didn't have to deal with these social fucking ideas. Right? We would just look at the experimental result, and that would be the arbitrator of who was right or wrong. Not whether they had credentials, not whether they were in the right club, not whether they had a sir before their name. That the experiment would determine who is right and wrong.
Yeah, but
you're saying abandon that for credentials.
A physicist knows how to conduct the experiments.
How do you know that?
Because they literally do that in.
Not all physicists are experimentalists.
They have to do labs.
So that shows your ignorance. Not all physicists are experimentalists. In fact, experimentalists are a very small subset of physicists.
What do you think they do?
Dude, most physicists are doing experimental physics, or they're doing some form of
every week. They're doing another having to write another lab.
That's bullshit,
They have to write the entire. They have to write the entire scientific method down.
That's nonsense. They don't even follow the scientific method. What's the first step of the scientific method?
Like for chemistry.
Oh, okay. What's the first step of the scientific method?
What's the first step? Okay, like we're gonna do quizzes now.
Well, you said you did it every week, so.
You're saying that physicists don't do labs?
Most physicists don't do experiments. Experimental science is different than theoretical science. Most physicists today, especially in academia, they're just writing papers. They're not actually doing the experiments. A subset of their department is doing the experiments because experiments are so complicated. You need lots of skills. You need engineering skills, machining skills, mechanics skills. You need those skills, right? The physicists will be the advisors of how this experiment is set up. Their undergrads and shit are doing the fucking experiments.
Okay, well, I bet if we got a physicist in here, he would not agree with you.
I've talked to lots of physicists. And in fact, the last one I talked to was like, we might be brains in a jar.
Do you have any physicists who think the Earth's flat?
Yeah.
They're published?
Why would that matter?
Because all physicists are published. That's what they do. They write papers.
All physicists are published.
That's what it means to be a physicist in the field. The field
if you have a PhD, you have to be published in literature.
Twice.
Well, John D, the guy, the windmill guy, he's a flat earther. He has a PhD. He teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Show me his flat Earth papers.
His flat Earth papers?
Show me it.
How would they be
All
published?
papers are flat, dude.
That was actually
like I said. You're trying to make all you've been doing the entire time is trying to construct a wall so high nobody can jump over it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that
because you got your pictures.
Me, some random Discord person. I don't know. Like if Magnus Carlsen told me to make a chess move, and I was dead set on the other move, I would heavily reconsider. Like anyone who's played chess, right? You could play a million games of chess with Magnus Carlsen and lose every one. That's how good he is.
But the difference between Magnus Carlsen and you in chess ability is orders of magnitude, and it's objectively true. He's way better than you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, a physicist, their
orders of magnitude is better than me.
Well, if they're not magnitudes better than me,
you're on the. So you're saying you're on par with a physicist.
Why are you
never studied it.
idolizing physicists?
You never
I don't understand this.
You never studied the formulas. You never done the experiment. You never done anything.
Hold on a second, bro. What makes you think that?
That's like me saying
What makes you think that? What makes you think I never studied the formulas or ever went to? Look, what makes you think that? What makes you think that I've never studied the formulas?
That's you.
What makes you think I've never studied the formulas?
You're not as good as Magnus Carlsen. You're not as good as physicists.
This is some pathetic fucking cope.
Isn't it? Isn't it? This crazy appeal to emotion.
You took your anti-flat Earth information from fucking randoms on YouTube called McToon.
No shit, bro.
All this. Can you name for us who is the equivalent Magnus Carlsen of the globe that you've taken your information for us from?
Well, I use the chess example because anyone who's actually played chess knows that.
Yeah, name.
You're not winning by chance.
Personality that's of that level in regards
Magnus Carlsen has experimental results
for the globe.
You know that Magnus Carlsen has experimental. Magnus Carlsen has experimental. Bro, he has experimental results. Okay, the physicists you're talking about don't.
They do.
Where?
Physicists literally create the math, right? They have papers.
What are you?
They literally have.
You know that most peer-reviewed papers are wrong. Are you aware of that? Most.
Oh, and
something like 90%. The entire, all the field, all of science.
If we're talking like sociology, I agree.
No, all of science. All of science.
Oh, okay, where did that stat come from?
National Institute of Health.
Okay, well, the health sciences.
Yeah, says the guy that's fucking triple vaxxed.
Daddy, you know talking about experts in India's field, when the experts do so he can fix it for them.
And we don't have to theoretically talk about whether they're right or wrong. We can look at the experimental results and know.
We have to look at the methodology as well, not just the results that you like.
Okay, there's only the results. Yes, the methodology matters because there's sources of error and there's assumptions. We only need to look at the experimental results. Doesn't matter who did it. Adolf Hitler could be doing the experiment. It fucking doesn't matter.
I thought you guys hate that like NASA hired Nazis or whatever. So I guess this is
oh
fresh.
My lord!
Oh, you're like a dog that sees a fucking ball getting thrown the other direction.
Bro, do you know why NASA hired the Nazi rocket scientists? Do you know why?
I actually do.
Because they had rockets that actually worked. That's why. Duh.
They created rockets, and then NASA was like, "Hey, we can actually use those to go to the moon. We could go to space with those. That would be cool."
Right. So yeah. So
rockets have been around since the 1400s, dude.
Exactly.
There's fucking wood carving etchings of fucking people with rockets in the 1400s.
Hey, watch this
they
one.
created
Idiot. How many rockets does it? How many rockets does it take to get to
Yeah,
the moon, brother?
rockets. The fucking goddamn Genghis Khan had rockets, dude. They fired them at people. They filled them with gunpowder. Like, this isn't new.
Like a bottle rocket?
Yeah, if you have 10 feet, fucking more like a Katusha rocket.
That's not going to count, my guy.
Oh, so going like, I don't know, 3-4 kilometers, that don't count?
Define a rocket.
Can you get into space that way?
Been to space.
He has
So
to
the
reach a
Nazis
place
never
that
invented
doesn't
rockets
exist.
then. So I guess the Nazis didn't invent rockets. The rockets didn't go to space.
They invented missiles. They can shoot from ground.
Didn't go to
attack someone
space.
without having to bomb them.
Oh,
Yeah,
Without having to fly
started then. They recruited a bunch of missile scientists.
How did the scientists design rockets to go to a place they haven't
pathetic.
discovered, though?
Well, you guys would think they would, if they kept going up, they would just hit a dome, right?
Well, dome. No dome, bro.
Or it's going to be some kind of physical barrier, surely, right?
Well, you think it's going to go into it? Yeah, some barrier, but don't necessarily a dome.
You don't know where. You've never seen it. You've never proven it, and you just think that. Like,
yeah, you think there's a vacuum
not
of
rigorous
space.
at all.
You never seen it. You never proven it. You just think that.
India wasn't the vacuum of space.
And actually, your idea is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, whereas ours isn't.
Okay, I think you're strawmanning or don't understand the law, but go on. I could just show you NASA footage, right? And then you guys will just say, "Oh, everything you showed is fake."
That footage would be against the second law of thermodynamics. And I can show you footage of sticking gas in a vacuum where the gas disperses evenly throughout the vacuum. Doesn't sink to the bottom, isn't held away from the vacuum by gravity. So you're talking about an environment that they're claiming they're in, which can't exist.
I think it can exist, though.
Yeah, why is that? Because they showed you pictures on the screen.
Yeah, but you realize it's like competing forces.
Let me ask you this. What pictures would NASA show you which you wouldn't believe? How far would they have to go? If they showed a man walking on the surface of the sun, would you believe that?
Probably not.
We made some special NASA spacesuits. They have a man walking on the surface of the sun. Why wouldn't you believe that?
Aerogel 3.0, brother. Aerogel 3.0.
Why wouldn't you believe that? Why wouldn't you believe that imagery? Because it violates the laws of physics. So does all their pictures. Violates the laws of physics. That's what we're trying to tell you.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, but that's not an argument, because it does. Objectively does.
Because you're saying that the gas particles, there's not an escape velocity. They would bypass this escape velocity.
None of that applies to gases. You can look at the kinetic theory of gases. There is no fucking G in any of that shit.
Gases have you don't think gas particles are physical particles?
Yeah, they are physical particles, and they're not subject to any of that shit.
And it applies.
Just saying it does, but you can't show experimentally that it applies.
You agree forces apply to them, right?
Yeah. First of all, gravity's not a force anymore. Second of all, you can just say it, but what can you demonstrate experimentally? It hasn't been a force for 100 years.
Oh, because Einstein, I forgot.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is you can say
adding to Newton,
gravity affects gas.
Just disables what Newton said, right?
Look, you can. Yeah, it's a totally different paradigm. It's completely different in every way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but wait a minute, real quick. What did Newton say after all?
So I don't believe that shit.
He said I'm right.
Yeah, Newton said anybody who thinks that mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone at a distance doesn't have a competent set of faculties in thinking. That's what he said.
Yeah, he said anyone that believes that's retarded. But that's not the point. The point is we can talk about gravity restraining gas, but it doesn't. And it definitely doesn't restrain it from a vacuum. And we can prove this experimentally.
Well, if you're going to show the GIF with the vacuum chamber and the gas goes up.
No. If you have a vacuum chamber, okay, and you insert gas into it, the gas distributes itself until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. It is not held away from the vacuum by gravity. So it isn't like vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's what you guys think the Earth is. Vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's not what happens. No one's ever demonstrated it can happen. No one can think of an experiment to demonstrate how it could happen. No one has a theory, and there's other problems. That means gravity would do work. Gravity would cause phase changes of matter. It would turn fucking gas into liquids. It would turn liquids into solids. It would do all sorts of other shit.
Yeah, real quick, Indio, let me double down on your point there. The only postulation that has ever been put forth about demonstrating the variance that you just said is by first putting the gas in a container. So, I mean, it's kind of a moot point at that end, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, but the container doesn't have to be physical, right? It could be a force.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Can you demonstrate that?
The force is not physical.
It's you don't think it's even theoretically possible?
A force isn't even a thing, right? A force is just another word for acceleration.
Theoretically possible. And you guys, like, if you have that 2-inch like vacuum chamber where the gas goes up, like, why don't you do it like 10 miles up with the same experiment? See if the gas can go that high up.
Why don't you do it 10 miles up with the same experiment? You're the one who thinks it's possible.
You're the one who thinks it's not. You're saying it's impossible.
Yeah. Why do I think it's not?
It violates laws of physics. That's a claim.
Yeah, it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
You're just
that if you have a closed system, the gas will reach thermodynamic equilibrium. If you have an open system, it'll try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. The gas, wherever it's high pressure, will move to the low pressure spot until everything's even.
Yeah, but
Daddy, I think what you need to understand is we know enough to doubt. I don't think you know enough to doubt yet.
All I'm hearing is that he can't prove his claim, though.
We need you to prove your claim.
What do you mean prove my claim? The second law of thermodynamics proves my claim.
Violates the laws of physics.
Yes, the second law of thermodynamics, that law.
You can't prove that, right?
Yes, I did. The experiment I just said.
So you have no experiment proving it, though, right?
Any experiment with a vacuum chamber proves it.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. He said no.
The forces have to be analogous, right? Like if I do a 2-inch one,
you can do any size you want. There's no evidence it's possible.
That's what she said.
Ooh, snap.
I know what she said.
She never said it to you.
If he will do a 2-inch one, she will leave.
She got standards.
Yeah, if you're gonna do the experiment, like maybe do the experiment.
Why do I need to do any experiment? Where's your experiment? Like, bro, like seriously.
You demonstrate something analogous to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. How would you demonstrate something analogous to that, Debate Daddy?
Well, what he's asking is really strange, right? He's saying he's claiming it violates the laws of physics, and he's asking me for an experiment that it doesn't.
It does violate the laws of physics. The second law of thermodynamics.
You're supposed to show that it's violating
every experiment ever done with a vacuum chamber. You're asking where's the experiment? Everywhere. Fill up a tire. Breathe. All you have to do is breathe. Why does the pressure in your lungs?
Right?
Why does the pressure in your lungs dissipate?
You understand how those are disanalogous, right?
They are analogous. There's pressure, high pressure next to low pressure without a barrier.
Yeah, but the forces aren't analogous.
What force?
Because with our atmosphere, right? What the model is that you're saying is impossible is that there's an escape velocity because the particles can't reach that high. Without having
I
high
didn't
enough
say
escape velocity.
anything even remotely like that idiotic fucking shit you just said.
If you do the experiment up there, maybe you'd have a different result. If you had a higher tube and went all the way
Maybe
up there,
if I watch TV, I'll just believe the shit you believe.
I'm just saying, like, doing the little, like, 2-inch vacuum chamber experiment's not good enough.
Why?
Well, for one, we know that, like, the gases that you use can go that high.
How do we know that?
We observe them that high.
Really? Which gas?
If the pressure and if the vacuum, if the gravity, if you're not equalizing the forces, you're not doing an analogous experiment. It's not proving anything.
I can
Right, so
I can look in the textbook at the kinetic theory of gases, and I look and I don't see gravity in it anywhere in the entire textbook that describes
That's
gas
good for you,
behavior.
Magnus.
What?
Magnus Carlsen, that's good for you.
Yeah, is that the best you can do, Magnus Carlsen? A guy that actually has an experimental result.
You're a poser. You're not a
Jesus, how
you're not a
badly do you not want to
physicist.
be wrong?
Dude,
Like, you know,
look.
this is sad, man.
So, a genetic fallacy. That's what you're doing? The information is wrong because it comes from you?
I'm not claiming that.
Okay, then drop it. Everything I'm saying is right and correct. Factually correct. Ask ChatGPT.
Ask ChatGPT if it's round.
Well, ChatGPT doesn't give a naturalistic answer on that. It gatekept that question. So here's a good question. Seeing you won't believe someone can walk in the sun, but you'll believe you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier, and that the gas won't go into the vacuum for some reason. I don't know why you believe that. It's like having a fucking, hey, go pump up your tire without the fucking tire. You think that's possible?
Because there's competing forces, right?
Yeah, gravity's not a force. You just keep saying that. What is a define force? What is a force?
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction.
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction. So, what is the force in this case?
I mean, I'm not a physicist. That's not a perfect definition, but I know there's a directional angle.
Okay, force is just a change in acceleration or deceleration. They just made a new word for it. It's just a rate of change of speed. That's what a force is. They just made another word and tried to act like it's a thing.
I'm just trying
to look. Forces aren't things, dude. Okay? They took a verb and they turned it into a noun for convenience. Okay? If something decelerates, instead of describing that deceleration, we'll say there's a force. If something accelerates, instead of describing that acceleration, we'll say it's a force. Okay? There's no such thing as forces.
I would like to know why you, assuming you think this, because I know that there's flat earthers that do or don't believe in gravity. If you don't believe in it, do you have any experiments disproving gravity?
What does that even mean? What do you mean by gravity?
We could just use Newtonian gravity.
Which part?
Use as formulas.
Little g or big G?
Ours.
Little g or big G? Which one?
Let's go with both.
Let's go with both. No, they're not the same thing.
Do you believe little g? Wait, do you accept little g?
Yeah, things fall. Why wouldn't I accept that?
Okay.
Yeah, things fall. 9.8 meters per second squared.
Hey, real quick, bro. I just want to point out a psychological fact about the nature of these questions. Imagine asking somebody if they believe if things fall down when you drop them and thinking that that is a genuine question.
No, it's not. It's not that.
Go
That's
ahead.
not what I was asking. I was asking because like Newton can derive little g with his formulas, and I'm
Oh, really? How? How do you find M1?
How do you derive a little
Newton
g?
didn't even find big G didn't even exist when Newton was alive. I don't even know how he found that.
I'm just wondering, can you derive little g in a non-Newtonian way?
What do you mean in a non-Newtonian way?
Yeah, you can literally just measure it, dude.
Without using
Holy
his
crap.
formulas.
We can just
Yeah, you
measure
just
it. We know
measure it.
empirically.
No. No.
No, we can't. Holy crap.
Oh, so you're. I think that's just a reification fallacy, by the way.
These
we can just
people are
observe
so
it, but like he can
anti-measurement,
actually
man.
predict
If it's
it
not
with his math.
calculation, if it's not reified,
Okay.
they want nothing to do with
Little
it.
G was not predicted, dude. That's just made up bullshit. You don't know the history of any of this, and you don't even know where Big G comes from. Big G had nothing to do with the Earth itself. Big G is a geometric. Big G is a geometric relationship that of elliptical orbits. It's not a physical law. It didn't come from fucking any experiments.
Yeah.
Do you think that if we...
Hey, Indio. Hold on, Debatey. I want to ask Indio if I can ask Debatey a question.
Oh, sure.
All right, so Debatey.
You can
how do you convert little g into big G?
I don't know.
The shift key.
Who's in your DMs telling you horseshit?
I was wondering.
The shift key, you motherfucker.
I was wondering.
That answer. But listen, my response is equivalent to your level of intellect in these matters. So I just thought I'd put in some humor.
That's fine. I'm not a
But
physicist.
that's how I feel about your. I know you're not. That's the problem.
That's fine.
Do you need to be a physicist to know that if you drop something, you could just measure how fast it falls? I mean, come on now, bro.
No, like I was saying, like predicting how fast it would fall. So, like, let's say
it didn't predict it.
Anyway,
it was known before fucking Newton's universal law of gravitation was never predicted.
Do you think if we dropped a pebble and a boulder in a vacuum chamber, they would fall at the same acceleration?
Yes. Depends on what they're made out of.
What do you like? The charge of them, or like what would differ?
Well, there's some experiments that were done in the Bremen drop chamber in Germany, which is a 4-story tall vacuum chamber done with different elements, and they fall at different rates.
Weren't there problems?
And there's a bunch of experiments done by a physicist named Sky Darnos.
Sky and Sky, or whatever.
No, Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. With different elements
that's
showing that with the.
If you look at the frame by frame on the Bremen drop, some of the objects get a head start.
How would they get a head start?
Because the
Were
release
they floating when they dropped it.
The release mechanism that was holding them down caused like an elastic effect, and you can look at it in frame by frame, showing some of them actually leave early.
What do you mean holding them down? What are you talking about? Okay, listen, brother. Okay, it's a capsule. The capsule is inside of a tower. Those elements are in the capsule, on the bottom of the capsule, sitting there. Then they let the entire capsule go. One floats higher than the others because they're not falling at the same rate. There's a difference in the rate of fall. But this isn't the only experiment. This isn't the only experiment. Hold on, DJ. That's shown this.
That was like famously
there's a physicist. There's a physicist named Sky Darnos that's been doing. Stop it. Okay. There's another physicist named Sky Darnos that has been doing these experiments on camera for, I don't know, like a year now. Okay, showing that he has a theory that it's the neutron count in the element which determines that the rate of fall is.
Is that the one where he uses PVC pipe and then the feather sticks to the side, or static electricity plays a role? Or
no,
it's
he's
not a
putting 1
perfect vacuum?
kilogram. He's using 1 kilogram elements and sticking them inside a ball so that the air resistance is identical, and dropping them and timing the drop speed.
Okay, so it wasn't like in a vacuum?
No.
Okay, then that's not going to argue against
He's
gravity.
using this. They're inside. of a plastic ball that have the same air resistance. Get it? So if I take an element of fucking lead, 1 kilogram, and 1 kilogram of cobalt, and I stick them in the same little fucking balls that are exact same size, they're going to have the same air resistance. They should both drop at the same speed.
Lead and cobalt balls are going to be different sizes if they're the same weight, right?
The element is inside of it. These are hollow plastic spheres.
Okay, so you're saying like, if you don't do it in a vacuum chamber, you have different results than if you do. Well, I mean, like, do you have anything in a vacuum chamber that's...
Yeah, the Bremen drop tower.
The one that's famously been debunked and there's papers debunking it?
Yeah, has not been debunked at all.
It literally has.
Why? Because you said so? Because you Googled Bremen debunk, and some anti-flat earther says, I debunked this? It hasn't been debunked.
They did a frame-by-frame analysis showing that some of them got a head start.
If that was their analysis, they didn't understand the experiment.
The thing
they
is,
didn't understand what was done.
If some of them got a head start,
debate. Just hold on.
How would they get a head start? They're on the floor of the capsule.
It's invalid if they get a head start.
How would they get a head start? They're on the floor of the capsule.
All right, debate. I had to mute you just so I could get this in. The capsule is dropped. The floor moves, and the objects move. They should all be moving at the exact same accelerative rate if gravity is affecting them in all the same way. The fact that you understood that they moved at a different rate proves the point. The only way to disprove this test is to do the test again and have them all drop at the same rate, not to just write about it. All right, I'm going to unmute you, brother. Go ahead.
What he's saying is that when they're released by the release mechanism, there's like a elastic effect, and some of them also were released early. So it's not. You can't use
an
that as
elastic
evidence.
effect. What's elastic?
Precision.
An elastic effect of what?
How could objects that aren't being released be released separately? How could that happen?
Well, if you give one of them a head start and you say, hey, look, they're
how?
And you look at a later frame and you say, hey, look, it looks
how
like
would
that
you give it a head start?
You just had a head start, so it's not valid.
How? It's at the bottom of the floor, something sitting there. Okay, me and you are in the elevator. We're both standing in the elevator. They cut the cable. How is one of us going to get a head start?
You could just, well, I could pull up the paper, but you'd have to read it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't make sense. It's bullshit.
Sound like
I can pull up the paper. It does make sense. It's been famously debunked.
Yeah, famously not debunked, and you can't say how anything could get a head start sitting on the floor of a fucking elevator.
Demonstrably debunked.
Yeah, but you didn't demonstrate it. Yeah, a frame-by-frame analysis of something they don't understand, obviously.
This is a published response.
So what? That doesn't make it valid.
Yes, the arguments in it are valid. You just I
asked you what the argument was. You said one got a head start. You can't tell me how it got a head start.
Oh, I guess it's wrong then.
You're damn right it's wrong. If you can't tell me the mechanism how it got a head start, then it's wrong. You're claiming that there's a reason that it fell at different rates. You got to pinpoint what that mechanism was that allowed that to happen.
All right, I had to walk out of my office. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this Joker thinks that everything is being held down in place by like some kind of imaginary clamp holding everything down, and then they release it. And that's not what's happening. This thing is just raised with these items, these elements laying on the bottom of the capsule, and then they just cut the capsule and let it go. There's no contraption holding them down.
You obviously have no idea how science is performed and no idea how you debunk a claim, Reductio. Why the hell are you in any debate forum regarding any topic?
So whoever that was, I hope when I link this paper, you actually read it.
I read it. It doesn't debunk it at all. And in fact, what you're saying about them being dropped at different rates and that kind of thing, it's completely false, right? Just like India is telling you. It's like an elevator. Like the example India gave you, they're all sitting on the bottom of a container and then it drops. The whole thing drops at the same time. You might be mistaking the video of it when it actually makes an impact at the bottom of the chamber and you see them jump up. I don't know if you're mistaking it as that, but the paper that you shared, it's not someone testing it. It's just someone's opinion on it. But yeah, share the paper so we can look at it and show you in the paper. It doesn't actually say it. It doesn't debunk it. It doesn't test it. It doesn't correct it and retest it or anything like that and say, look, this is why it was wrong. It's just some guy's opinion on it.
Well, no, like he's doing a frame by frame analysis, and he observed that some of them got a head start. And the thing is that in more high precision tests, you don't see this effect, and you guys don't have a response to that, right?
No,
This
you're not.
lower
Okay,
precision approach
you need to show
had
us. You need to show
invariable
us.
results.
Show us where it's validated that some of them had a head start because they're all dropped, right? In a similar way that Indio said with the like they're all just sitting at the bottom of a container, and then it's the whole container's dropped at the same time. So how would any of them possibly have a head start?
Yeah, all you have to do is answer that one question.
Well, you can look at the frame by frame proving they have a head start, but
show it.
given the frame by frame speculated, like it could be due to
Are you actually
the release
mistaken the fact they're
mechanism.
dropping at different fucking rates for some of them having a head start?
Yeah, post back up your claim.
Do you have that link? I tagged you in it a couple days ago. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to search for it. If you
I
have it
didn't
on
save it
ping.
because I read it and it was crap.
I didn't either, yeah. I'm just trying to find it.
Like how he said, eyeballing frame by frame and then high precision in the next sentence. Wasn't that tower demolished shortly after that test was performed?
So that thing, those elements are sitting on the bottom of a capsule. It's raised to the top and then the capsule's let go. Those things are not being held down by anything that's letting them go. So wherever this kid got the idea that those are being held down by something and then they're released by something else, there's nothing in there moving, dude.
Dude, this has got to rank in my top 3 dumbest rebuttals ever on this channel.
It is pretty up there, yeah.
The funniest bit I found was right. So when we go out and observe the Earth, we just find flatness. Okay, when we're doing observations, we're not trying to prove the Earth's flat because that's just what everyone experiences. We're going out to try to find the curvature that should be there, right? But it's still flat. Now he's saying that there's some magical level of refraction that can make the curved surface flat. And it's the flat earther's job to prove that that's there. Like, what the freaking hell is that kind of an argument? Right? We got to prove your globe magic. Like, that's you, dude. That's your claim. We're just observing flatness and we're unable to find the curvature that would have to be there if it's a globe. You're claiming there's some crazy shit happening that has no evidence, that you don't have any empirical evidence for, and you're saying that flat earthers are the ones that have to prove that that's possible. Prove something that's impossible and doesn't have any empirical evidence is possible, and it's your claim.
Is this the specific drop tower experiment? I'm just trying to find it again. Is it the
Wait, you don't know what you're looking for?
Cezaz's? The Cezaz's Atoms SZ experiment? June 21st, 2020 or 2004.
I don't think so. Let me check. Two 2004.
Can you just cite the mechanism that allowed for some elements to have a head start?
So I just want to confirm, is this the one we're talking about? Is the Dr. Istvan Cezaz's? I don't know how to pronounce his name. June 21st, 2004. Is that the experiment we're talking about? He dropped lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminum, lead. He dropped those inside an aluminum drop capsule, which fell inside of a vacuum. Let me just pull. I can't find the peer-reviewed response I linked to the other day, but I think another response to this is that inside the chamber, that was normal air pressure. Like the drop was actually in a vacuum, but inside each capsule was not a vacuum as well, which obviously is problematic as well. Like, surely you would agree if that's true, then they would obviously experience different buoyant forces and air resistance interactions.
Hey, where are you getting this information? Because that's not what the mainstream explanation was. And
Well,
I posted
I
in the
went over this
text
a couple
chat
days ago.
what the excuse was, and you can read it for yourself.
Let me see.
Nowhere did anyone say they were dropped at different times or there was air in the capsule. That's just, I don't even know where that's coming from. It just sounds like you're reading it off some anti-FE site or something.
That's not some anti-FE site. I'm just trying to Google it, but
why would they make a vacuum chamber? Why would they make a vacuum-proof capsule that you just put the shit in the capsule and pull the vacuum on the whole thing? You're gonna pull the vacuum on the capsule too.
You're arguing.
Do you get it?
That's not the thing you want to. That's not the point. Bro, the whole point of doing it in a vacuum chamber is to eliminate air drag. If you introduce air drag, don't you think that's a
Are you
problem?
just reading? Are you just reading AI now because, you know, and ignoring what
No,
I
I'm
posted?
trying to search for, because I linked DJ a paper 3 days ago and I can't find it, but that was one response to it.
Okay, well, you can see what emails were actually being sent right after this happened to cover for it, and none of them make the claims that you're stating.
Induced by transient disturbances which came in through relaxing the internal stress of the capsule. Okay, this is something like what I was seeing earlier, like the release mechanism or the head start thing or whatever. Like it's not
It's not
as
like that at
precise of
all.
a.
It's
The
not
thing is,
like
like,
that at all.
this would be replicatable if
If it was
true.
allowed to be. No, you're making the assumption that
No, it's a higher percent.
scientists,
They have
that
replicated it.
no. Why do you make the
They just
assumption
found.
that people want their beliefs to be disproven?
No, like, wait, you misunderstood what I said. The findings would be replicatable. Now they've done different drop tests just with higher precision and like proper methodology, not like flawed methodology like this one you guys like to cherry pick.
Wait,
And they don't find the same results. Now why?
Can you post
Why
the
don't they
evidence
find
that
it?
this one used flawed
Why?
methodology?
Yeah,
Is
like
it
I
because
said,
you didn't get the result you liked, and that's why it must be flawed? Because you're
capsules
just making a claim without actually providing the evidence
capsules
of that
had
claim.
capsules weren't in a vacuum. Release mechanism wasn't
Where
as
is the
accurate as
evidence of
possible.
your
If you do a
claim?
frame by frame analysis, you can see that.
Where
But
is the evidence that
I
that
just
is
said
true? Saying
you
it
can
doesn't
even
make
look
it
at the
true.
frame by frame.
No,
You can literally look.
looking at
what
the
wasn't
frame
in a
by frame
vacuum?
Literally
doesn't
look at the
show
frame
us
by
that it's
frame.
not a vacuum.
Did he just say it's not in a vacuum?
That's what he said.
No, the drop
It's in
was
the
in a
Brown
vacuum,
drop
but
tower. It's the world's tallest
capsules,
vacuum chamber.
they dropped it in a vacuum, but the capsules weren't in a vacuum. The capsules themselves.
What? Everything
The
was inside the
compartments of each
vacuum
element.
chamber.
Dude, you're gonna make me get in an accident. Listen, for the last time. You put the capsule in the drop tower, then you pull the vacuum. All the air comes out, including the air in the capsule. Then you raise it and then you drop it. The end.
Well, look, I'm trying to find. It's at atomsd.com. Unfortunately, I can't go to his website because I think his website's down. So I think Bud's site got shut down.
It doesn't seem
Do you
relevant
have the original
anyway, if
paper
you
though?
find it or
Like not
not,
the video, but
because it's just an assertion, right, without evidence.
I'm looking at his website and it's shut down. Like it's saying there's an error. If you can access the original paper to find the methodology, we can go over it together if you want. But I can't find the original paper. But I'm looking at responses that like shit on it because it was horrible at the time. But I mean, this is presumably something that you would not just be able to do one time; you'd be able to do it time and time again. And why do the precision replications not find the same results? Because obviously the things outlined, the covariates actually did have an impact.
Okay, hold on, dude. Which precision replications? Do you just make that up?
There are far more modern ones I can pull up that are better. I don't have them on hand right now, but I was about to go for breakfast, but
oh yeah, so you just
to
made some
avoid getting
claims,
into another prolonged debate,
claims.
I'll retract.
You
Because
just made
I want to
claims
go have
that
breakfast,
I
but I'll
guarantee you can't back up, and you haven't researched.
I'll retract. Yeah, I'll just retract it because I don't want to. Like, I want to go have breakfast right now, but I'll keep listening if you guys want to talk to someone else.
What it comes down to is it can't be true because I don't want to believe it's true. And that's the whole argument.
I don't think I said that. Well, I mean, if you can show it replicated, that would be good.
Well, you're
awesome.
the one claiming that it's flawed, and so it's up to you to show that it was replicated with different results.
Is, like, I can't pull up
We're
the
not
guy's
allowed
website.
to replicate it. We're not allowed to
I'm trying to
replicate it anymore.
I'm trying to show you guys, and I published, or I sent this to DJ a couple days ago, but that was one response. There are more, like I went through with the vacuum
We don't want
problem, but
responses or excuses. We want to see
I
the
want the original
actual
paper. But
replication you're claiming.
unfortunately,
The
I can't find
paper
the original
is
paper.
okay. The paper isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for the replication that you said disproves it.
Oh, well, like I said, I'm going
you
for
know, a
breakfast.
paper without a counter
I've been debating for an hour,
experiment,
so I'm just
like
going for breakfast. So
demonstrating.
I'll retract it for now. I'll retract that claim. Just want to go off breakfast.
Will you retract all your claims that you've made without evidence, or just that one?
I backed everything else up. Just this one because I don't want to go. I don't want to move
Okay,
on
then
to
you
this
must
other
have been
thing.
in a different conversation then.
I was, yeah. I think you were in a different one.
No.
So then I have a question. So if I'm like on the ground, just standing around, not doing anything, and then I shine a flashlight in a direction, right? And we like measure the speed of the light of the flashlight from coming out of like one end, and then I get in a car or stand on a train, and then I also shine the flashlight the same direction. When we measure,
be aware.
It won't be a what?
He's
When we
interrupting.
measure,
He's a random.
Okay, yeah, no worries. But yeah, when we measure like the speed of light from like each person's perspective, why do we get the same result despite the fact that you just said that motion has to be absolute? And if we know that the train is moving, shouldn't the beam of light have the velocity of light plus the train's speed?
Are you trying to have some twisted way of proving that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, because you can't. That you wouldn't be able to.
You have to
measure.
get yourself off of the reference frames to compare the two.
I think
yeah.
I think you guys are getting confused when like someone says.
Yeah, no, we're not confused. We're talking about the Earth, and you're talking about light.
Because when you say that like the Earth isn't moving, when you're talking about
excellent. So how are you going to prove it's moving? Whilst you're stuck on the Earth, how are you going to prove it's moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the point of saying that there is no absolute frame of reference.
Yeah, we don't care. So get to the point. How are you going to prove the Earth is moving? Because that's what you want to get to.
Because so when you're asking and you're saying like the Earth is moving and you're saying absolute motion, I would just say, well, the Earth isn't absolutely moving.
So it's not moving. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, if you by motion, if you mean absolute motion, yeah, I would agree. It's not absolutely moving.
I didn't put the word absolute in there. You did.
Well,
so thank you for straw manning me.
By motion, what do you mean by
moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what do you mean by that?
Are you that mentally devoid that you don't know if something is moving or not?
I'm just trying to tease it out because I don't want to be equivocating terms. Because when I say motion,
because that's what you're trying to do. You are deliberately equivocating terms to be difficult or being
obtuse. When I say motion, I just mean it's an artifact based on
something that's fucking moving. How simple do I have to put it for you?
Matrix, you need to calm down, mate. You need to
moving is moving. Okay, bro.
Is it moving? Yes. Is it still? No.
Holy cortisol spike, man.
Hey, bro, stop being difficult. You're trying to be a fucking smartass to people who deal with this shit every day.
I have permission to speak in this channel.
Bro, it's like I'm a flat Earth survivor, guys. What the hell?
How about this? Let's entertain this for a bit, right? So, Sim, what would the Earth be moving in relation to?
Yeah, so it would just say that like inertial like frames of reference determine what motion is. That's what the claim is.
Okay, so which one would it be moving in relation to?
It would be like moving to like a non-Earth perspective. So like if you just took a perspective of something that was not on Earth.
Okay, so where would we go to verify this?
Not on Earth.
By the way, it's Jurak. Sorry, I thought it was Sim who was speaking. My apologies.
No, it's all right. Because I think the problem is that the word motion is getting equivocated every time I say it. When I say motion, I don't mean that like, oh, we'll go to the moon and then we'll see that the Earth is absolutely moving. It's not absolutely moving because nothing is absolutely moving. That's the claim.
Yeah.
And the reason we know nothing's absolutely moving is because when we do the Michelson-Morley experiment with different frames of inertial reference, either in a car or standing still to like the Earth's motion, we find that there's no difference in the measurement of the split beam of light. So we know the fact that
if I get out my chair and start walking, you won't know if I'm actually moving or not.
Well, no, because the claim that like whether or not I'm moving, I could just as easily claim that the ground is moving, like to meet you under your feet.
So if let me get this straight. If I get out my chair and walk, it could actually be the ground that's moving, not me.
Yeah, because there's not going to be an experiment that you can do that proves that you just heard.
No, that would be incorrect. That would be
okay. Then name the experiment.
Hang on. Hold on. Do you agree right now that the ground under your feet's not moving?
Do I agree that the ground's not moving? Do we mean by like absolutely moving?
Where you are currently sitting or standing, the ground under your feet is not moving.
Discord. Fucking Discord.
That's a loaded question, bro.
It's not a loaded question.
This is the problem with it is because you're asking me if the motion is absolute. I'm telling you, I don't think
everybody. It's based on reality.
Well, hold on a second, everybody. Hold on a second. If we're going to have debate bros in here, this is the problem with the debate bro tactic, is that now you kind of remove yourself from a conversation that is reasonable into one that is purely based on, I don't know, hyperbole, pedantics. If we can't establish what we mean, then we're not going to be able to have an actual conversation. So let's abandon the debate bro tactics. You define what motion is, or absolute motion. How about that?
Yeah, I already did. I said it was based on someone's inertial frame of reference.
Please mute. You're hot-micing.
No, that's not a definition. You're saying it's based on something. I want a citation from you, from a source of what you are talking about. Define it.
Yeah, so I would just say like motion is just like you're changing.
Okay, I need a citation from you that we can establish that you won't move off of later in the conversation. Just get it. Why are you so inept at getting the thing I'm asking for?
I literally have been saying the exact same thing 3 times.
Isn't it weird how I didn't ask about what you've been saying? I want a citation, unless you're going to start to just make up your own definitions for terms. So get a citation of what motion is and post it in the side chat so we don't have to do this anymore.
I'm literally muted in the side chat. What do you...
Oh, what were you doing in the side chat that you got muted?
Yeah, so am I going to be unmuted so I can post it? I have it right here. The change in a position of an object over time relative to a reference point. That's my definition for motion.
Over fences, that's on you.
Say it again. What's the source?
The change in position of an object over time relative to a reference point. My whole argument is that motion is
what is the reference point? What is the reference point?
Any
reference point? Okay, how about the Earth?
Point.
The Earth is the reference point in this scenario.
It could be your mom's bedroom. It could be anything.
In this case, it is the Earth. That's the reference point.
It kind of goes back to what I asked him, right? In relation to what would the Earth be moving?
I mean,
like, look, if I get in a plane, because check this out, if I get in a plane and I'm flying around, shit, the Earth is moving in relation to me. Yeah, no shit. But I'm also moving in relation to the Earth. You stand on the Earth, you see the plane fly away.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. There's no problem with that.
That's it. That's my entire claim, is that there's no absolute motion.
Okay. So, like going back to what Matrix was saying, is this like a layup to you then make the claim that, oh, we're on a giant ball moving around in space?
I've been able to get that far. I think that
I know, that's why I'm trying to accelerate this. Right, so
I wasn't actually that interested in doing like the whole like globe stuff or heliocentric stuff. I kind of wanted to keep it in like the physics realm and just talk about like inertial frames of reference and stuff. I mean, I can
like try to track it out.
Why bother jerk off? Theoretical physics and shit.
Well, no, it's just people were making claims about motion, so
whether we're on a giant ball or not. That's really the whole point of this server or this channel.
Well, I mean, am I not able to reply to someone's claim about motion?
Well, you can. I was just in the middle of
I mean, I can if you guys really, really want. I can try to formulate it into the whole globe claim or whatever. But I mean, that's going to be point 4 in an argument. But we're still on point 1, whether or not we think that if we shine a light on a train versus standing still, that the light beam is going to be somehow moving faster from the train, the train's inertial frame of reference, or the train's perspective, I guess, compared to the Earth.
Yeah, you can do what you want, man, but so long as it's leading to a point that demonstrates that we're on a giant ball, sure.
Yeah, okay. I mean, is anyone else still under the impression that motion is absolute? That if you just keep adding on motion to a light beam, it'll just get faster and faster and faster?
Sorry, I had to step away. What's the question? Absolute motion?
Yeah, if there's absolute motion, because people are talking about whether or not the Earth is moving. And if they mean absolutely moving, then of course not, because nothing absolutely moves. If it's relatively moving, then obviously, because, motion is just relative.
It's always going to be relative to something that's stationary, yeah?
Yeah, so your inertial frame, yeah. So to say that the stars are moving the Earth is an equally valid claim to the Earth is just rotating.
No, in that case, when you say that the stars move, you are assuming actually that the Earth is still.
Well, no, you're just saying that the inertial frame of reference is that the universe is orbiting around the Earth, which is technically true. But then it's also the case that you could claim from a different point, like the sun, that the Earth is not still and it's orbiting the sun.
So which is actually happening then? Which is actually happening? What's the actual thing?
Well,
that's true?
The thing is that both.
So there is no truth. There is no true
motion. Yeah, there's no true motion.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous. I cannot say that the road is moving underneath me and my car is sitting still because the wheels are turning. There's a function happening. There's a motor. There's my experience of being in motion. No, bro, there is absolute actual motion. And to say that there isn't is retarded and delusional.
Okay, so then if you're on a train and you shine a laser,
let me follow.
Is the laser going to have light's velocity plus the trains?
No, hang on a second, dude. Okay, go back to the star thing. You look up, you see the stars move. Are the stars moving or are we moving? Right?
So
we say
yes.
The stars moving.
The answer to both of those questions is yes.
To both? Well, see, wouldn't that presume that the star, right, that is actually in a place in the sky in some 3-dimensional XYZ coordinate, right, where somebody could go to and perceive the Earth from that reference?
Yeah, if there was a non-Earth reference. I mean, we have non-Earth references if you like flying around the Earth or whatever, right? So I mean, if you can not believe in anything past Earth's atmosphere or whatever, and the inertial frames of reference will still hold true. If you're just going to make the claim that Earth is the universe, then the claims of inertial reference will still hold true.
You're throwing reference frames under the bus. You don't need them.
Yeah, so if we don't need reference frames, then answer the question: light on a car.
No, that's you. You're throwing reference frames out because reference frames are described by reference frames have specific qualities. You can't switch them around.
Okay, so let's just say to the perspective of Earth, why does firing the laser beam standing still versus in a car result in the same speed for the measurement for both laser beams? You just told me motion is absolute. The laser beam should have the momentum of the car and light. Why does it only have the momentum of light?
How do you even measure that, though?
The speed of light is just distance over time.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to measure that, though. You still wouldn't be able to measure that.
Well, here's the question, right? How fast is light alleged speed?
Well, bloody hell.
Well, if we're talking about like units of
67
measurement,
million
most units of
plus.
measurement in distance now are based off of light because we've like reorganized it to be based on light because we presume light to be causal. That's why it's c in MC squared.
Causal? You mean constant?
670 million plus miles per hour.
Yeah, so like when people say that like the speed of light is constant, what they mean is that it's constant in all inertial frames of reference because it's moving at like the speed of causality. That's why it stands for c in Einstein's
speed of causality.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
I mean, so with all these ruined reference frames, why should anybody defend the globe?
Yeah, I mean, we can get to that. I mean, I still think we have someone that believes
because you can't decide which is actually true.
I'm waiting for an answer to the question of why do we measure the speed of light to be the same regardless of how fast we're moving?
We don't measure it to be the same.
No, we're not moving. According to you, we're not moving.
Well, no, I'm just saying because he said that, like, well,
how do you measure the speed of something that's not
moving? So if we're in the car moving and we shine a beam of light, why is it the same speed of somebody standing still?
We've never actually measured the speed of light. It was a calculation based off of one of the.
Yeah, it was a calculation based off of a guy using like wooden gears. Yeah, that was like the original estimate, but like the concept stands true.
So it's if we were moving, this would be the speed, not this is the speed because it's actually in motion.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to measure that. You know, a car traveling 100 miles an hour and you're flashing your light at a target, and a man stationary flashing his light at the same target, you wouldn't be able to measure there. You couldn't. That's why you're getting the same value because that 100 miles an hour is minuscule. You can't measure that.
No, that's just going to be arguing statistical significance. If you have a sensitive enough experiment, of course we can measure the difference.
Hang on, you cut my chain of thought. Listen, the reason why I say it would be hard to detect a man standing still, flashing a light at a target, and my car traveling 100 miles an hour, aiming at the same target, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference because because of the speed, 670 million miles per hour, and you want to detect 100 miles an hour from difference. You couldn't do it. Impossible. You couldn't do it.
It's impossible to detect a difference in speed. Okay, bro.
Well,
then just show us the difference or the lack of difference that you've measured.
Yeah, so I did. I posted it inside chat. It's the Michelson-Morley experiment. I said it before as well.
That doesn't have anything to do with speed of light.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so tell me the difference.
The Michelson-Morley experiment is literally just an experiment using lasers and mirrors.
First of all, it's not an experiment. Not an experiment.
So when we look at it, we see that the light has the same regardless of.
Yeah, I guess that means you can't use light to measure Earth's motion, can you? I guess Michelson-Morley failed, didn't they?
He's conflating two different ideas. I'm asking him to measure the difference between an object in motion versus an object that is stationary. Both of them have lights on them. Both of them are shining at a target. I want to see that particular test. Michelson-Morley is not an experiment, by the way, unless you can give me, number one, the observed natural phenomena, and then the independent variable so we can cause the effect.
Yeah, so I said the independent variable was going to be like.
Sorry, I'm asking for the observed phenomena, the dependent variable. What's that?
Yeah, so are you going to let me say what the independent variable was?
Okay. Like I said, I want the dependent variable, the observed natural phenomena in the first instance, the thing that we're going to find the cause of the effect of. So, what is the observed natural phenomena, please?
Insert frantic.
Are the debate bros hard of hearing? What's the problem?
He doesn't know how to answer the question, maybe?
No, I just don't want to engage.
Okay, well then go on mute.
Okay. Was nice talking to everyone else except you.
Great. Yeah, I know it's weird. You don't like to talk to the people that ask you direct questions about the experiment that you're.
I just like to talk to
it's
people.
Not an experiment. Yeah, I know. You want to talk to people that don't ask you very pointed questions. I get it.
I was literally trying to give you the independent variable because I didn't give it to you.
Isn't that weird? Once again, I want everyone to just go ahead and answer this question for me. Did I ask for an independent variable or did I ask for a dependent variable?
Dependent.
Thank you.
Dependent.
Yeah, weird. So when I ask for something that is the observed natural phenomena, the dependent variable that we're going to try to find the cause of, and then you just start talking about independent variables, to me that either means that you're slow or hard of hearing or just a D-bag, and there's no reason to talk to you. So when I ask you a direct question and then you don't answer it and you say, I like everybody here except for the guy that asked me direct questions, that tells me that you're just a D-bag. Or maybe the other things are true. Maybe you're hard of hearing. I'll do it one more time. Everybody else repeated it. We'll see if you answer. Or maybe you just don't want to engage because it's way too difficult for you to answer because it ruins your entire position. What is the dependent variable that we are observing in nature that we're going to find the cause of? Please. Yep, running away. Not going to talk, not going to answer.
You're just going to mute me. You're just going to mute me.
Well, no, I'm actually waiting for you to give me the dependent variable. I'm muting you because you won't actually discuss the thing that I want to discuss with you. You're not here on good faith. You're playing games, debate bro tactics, obfuscation. So I'll unmute you again. Dependent variable, please.
For the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just going to be viewing the interference of light waves. That's going to be the dependent variable.
Dependent variable, the interference of light waves. What's a light wave?
Just like two beams of light interacting with each other.
Two beams of light interacting with each other? That's a light wave?
And then the independent
observed?
variable is going to be the motion of the experiment itself.
Where was it observed, Chirac? Where was it observed?
The interference of light beams?
Yeah, where was it observed?
If you use your eyes currently right now, you might be able to observe it.
So what's the whole purpose of the test then?
Yeah, so the whole purpose of the test is to see whether or not the motion of light is following an absolute or inertial frame of reference. And it's clear that light moves at the same speed regardless of our inertial frame of reference.
Right, so you can't use it to detect if Earth is in motion. Great.
No, oh my God, bro. What do you mean by motion?
Yeah, this means you can't use it to detect the motion of Earth.
What do you mean by motion? Do you just mean like if Earth is absolutely moving through space and time?
Are we really back to defining what motion is? I accept your definition from before. Now let's move on.
Isn't it weird how he said in the Michelson-Morley non-experiment, because the independent variable that he gave us, he says, oh, you're just seeing it right now. He's not being specific. So we skip past the part where he's going to be, specific about what the interference of light he's talking about is. Is he talking about interference patterns, probability distributions? Is that the wave that you're talking about? Intersection of light beams? What the hell does that mean? And also, when
Seems
you
like
said
every
the
time he wants
motion
to bring
of
up something
light,
to support his argument, he ends up blowing his own shit out of the water. Like, what the fuck?
right, because he's talking about the motion of light, but apparently there is no universal motion or, absolute motion. So what motion was Michelson-Morley looking for if there's no absolute motion?
Factors into his whole fucked up reference frames thing, trying to make the globe Earth unfalsifiable. I mean, it's like, good job. If you're gonna say that like all frames of reference are relative and you can't really detect the motion of Earth using light, I don't know what argument you have for the globe. Just saying.
He also suggested that
sound like a flat earther now.
He's trying to sound like he was trying to say that we can't tell whether or not the ground under the car is moving or the car is moving.
Yeah.
Yes, there's
well,
no
you're
way
going to need something in your experiment to be absolute. You're going to have to identify something within your experiment to be absolute. Otherwise, you don't have no frame of reference.
Yeah, it'll be the interference of the two beams of light.
Is light the only thing that has absolute motion?
Maybe if I explain
is light the only thing that has absolute motion? Is light the only thing that has absolute motion?
Well, light doesn't have an inertial frame of reference.
So it has absolute motion? So there is such thing as absolute motion?
No. So
no. Yeah, I guess you just contradicted yourself again.
Light itself is like Yeah, so like light itself doesn't have like
there are
absolute
no
motion.
absolute reference frames except for the light one.
No, the speed of light is constant. That doesn't mean its motion is absolute.
Oh, it's its own reference frame. It's absolute. It's a constant. Yeah.
Well, what? No,
It can have
what's light's inertial reference frame?
Does it have a speed of 0?
Yeah.
Can it have a speed of 0?
Can light have a speed of 0?
Yeah.
Like in a medium, sure.
That's what you. Let's say you can stop light in a medium. Okay, that's cool, right? But if it's not in, like, if it's just traveling through a vacuum, right? Can its speed be considered 0 because you can consider that everything around the beam of light is in motion, not the beam of light itself, right? Because it's relative, right?
I see what you did there.
Because it doesn't have an inertial frame. What would be its inertial frame?
Space-time.
Well, yeah, that's like literally just the problem. Like light just doesn't have an inertial frame. So like when we say that motion is based on your inertial frame of reference, it's not that light is like the absolute or whatever. We just measure it to not have an inertial frame of reference. Like the claim is just that there's no absolute motion. So when we say when someone says the Earth is moving, you can mean one of two things. It's absolutely moving, or it's moving relative to someone's perspective. Motion is just an artifact of reference.
or the Earth remains still while the light moves. I don't know. You're confusing me, bro.
Well, no, because it's back to the whole car and like road moving thing. Is that to the car's perspective, the car is moving. The Earth is driving forward. To the Earth's perspective.
No, it's not. No, it's not. The car doesn't have perspective. Look. When you get cars are built so that when you put your foot and you turn the engine on and put your foot on the accelerator, the wheels start turning and it causes motion of the vehicle. It doesn't cause the ground to start moving underneath the wheels to spin the wheels like some sort of fucking giant treadmill, bro. That's not how engines and accelerators work. Okay.
Yeah. If you have the perspective of that, like the Earth is.
No, it's not about perspective. It's about what is. What is. So, do they build cars to make the ground move underneath the wheels, or do they make the car so that the wheels go in motion across the ground?
That's right, T-Dub. I think it's important at this point in the conversation to bring up the difference between kinematic and dynamic frames of reference and models. So when you're stuck in this la-la land of kinematic reference frames and describing motion without actual forces and work and energy, then you're just describing reference frames. Exactly. And it's all subjective. Of course, it's going to remain in that realm. But what T-Dub is describing is that in the real world, through actual force dynamics, you can diagram like the transfer of heat throughout the system of a car. And you know that the car's wheels are not imparting enough torque to twist the entire globe Earth underneath it. Right? So you can actually measure and diagram out the transfer of energy.
Well,
but
no,
guess what? You can't do that when it comes to kinematic models because there isn't any dynamic force with kinematics. You also don't have any dynamic force with the globe. Like nobody can actually measure the torque of a spinning globe.
Yeah, well, Yoder, I think you're confused. I'm not saying that the car moves the Earth underneath it. No, the Earth would just be moving underneath the car. It's the same with the treadmill. Like your feet don't move the treadmill. The treadmill creates its own, like, spinning.
Yeah, in reality. But using kinematics, you can
push
change
yourself
the frame
forward
of reference.
heat pace, right?
Right.
So like that's what I mean.
Using kinematics, you can describe any reference frame that is internal or external to this. And it doesn't tell you whether or not there are actual forces that are.
No, yeah, it won't be helpful to like some sort of engineering problem because it's a physics question. We're talking about whether or not like we have absolute motions. Like when someone says that Earth is or is not in motion, well, that's just dependent on what you mean by motion. If they mean by like it's absolutely moving in a direction and all observers can agree upon that, that's just not going to be the case.
Right. So the eternal question is the Earth in motion? Is the Earth itself the thing that's actually moving? Is it even a thing that can move? Is it an object that can even be embedded in a space?
Yeah, that's what I touched on as well. Is that if like you just define like Earth to be everything, right? Like there's no.
He just told us that the entire phenomena is based on the subjectivity of the observer. He says people can't agree on it. So this is about agreement?
Yeah, I literally said this at the very start. That it's literally just
so this is just about whether or not people agree? Oh, fuck that. What actually is?
Reference.
Man, yeah, 4 out of 5
I said that in my
Nazis
original
agree on
definition.
something.
I said it's based on a reference point.
Oh, so it's not subjectivity, it's a reference point.
Yeah, it's based on reference, like the reference of observers.
Okay,
so that, like there's no
arbitrary.
like, so if we're saying that like the sky or whatever, there's nothing like past the sky. The Earth is everything, right? Like that's what I said before. Like if we're just gonna make Earth the universe, right? There won't be like to say that there's like a non-Earth reference point equivalent to saying that there's a non-universal reference point or whatever, right? So like under that, like it would make sense, but like internally in the system, you would still have inertial frames of reference.
Dude, even
I don't
within
know if you're really clear on what frames of reference even are.
Yeah, they're just reference points to different perspectives. Like if we have a guy in a car making measurements versus a guy not in a car making measurements, and the car's driving somewhere. Like those are just going to be.
What do you mean by not in a car? What do you mean by not in a car?
Like he's not in a car.
Yeah, so don't tell me what the fuck it's not. Tell me what it is. One guy's in a car, the other guy is where?
So like one guy's in a car driving, and the other guy's just like standing on the sidewalk, and they're going to make measurements.
Standing on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So one of them is in an inertial reference frame. No, actually, they're both in the same reference frame because they're both on the Earth, right?
Well, no, one's on the Earth driving, and the other one's just on the Earth standing. They have different.
Yeah, they're both on the Earth. Earth is the inertial frame of reference.
No.
Yeah, you can set the Earth as an inertial frame. You know how to set a reference frame at all? You just pick something, and that becomes your point of origin for a new coordinate system. So reference frames are arbitrary, just like points of origin are arbitrary, just like coordinate reference systems are arbitrary.
They're going to the moon, trying to prove me wrong that Earth is not round.
Is not round.
So you can set anything as the inertial frame, even something that's an acceleration. You can set that as the inertial frame because now you're going to baseline all motion.
Actually, no. When it comes to acceleration,
you're going to normalize all motion to the thing in acceleration to call it the inertial frame.
No, so you're right when it comes to all reference frames except for acceleration.
I know I'm right.
No, the reason it doesn't hold true for acceleration is that all reference frames will agree that you're accelerating.
Reference frames agree?
That's debatable, right?
Wait. The disagreement. The disagreement.
That's not even accepted within relativity itself, you know.
Wait, so the disagreement between the inertial reference frames when you're speeding up, right? Let's just say you're going faster and faster and faster. The disagreement between inertial reference frames will be how fast you're increasing, right? Not that you're not increasing. So if I'm driving, the thought experiment for it is simple. Like say I'm driving in a car going 20 miles per hour. There's a guy that's next to me going 10 miles per hour, and there's a guy going 30. Let's say I start accelerating towards 60 kilometers per hour. To both observers, I am accelerating. To the guy that's going 30 kilometers per hour, I will be accelerating relative to him less quickly than the guy that's going 10 miles per hour because his speed is less from his inertial reference frame. So to say that in acceleration,
why can't you treat Earth as inertial?
Well, you can. The guy standing still, he's in an inertial reference frame that's Earth.
All right,
the guy
a few minutes ago you said you can't.
Reference frame of Earth plus the guy driving. It's like the same thing I said about like the.
He didn't hear you, Yoda, because he likes talking through you. That's twice he's done it now.
A few minutes ago, when I said let's treat Earth as the inertial frame, you said no. You said no a couple times. You can't do that.
Well, no, you're saying that the Earth is the inertial reference frame for both. I said that the guy in the car will have the inertial reference frame of a guy driving on Earth.
You can treat the thing that is accelerating as having the inertial frame. Did you know that?
No, you can't. Oh my God. So speed and acceleration are not the same thing.
Yes, you can. I can say that I'm going to take this ball and I'm going to throw it up into the sky. Okay. Now I'm going to set the accelerating ball as the inertial reference frame. And now off of the ball, I can actually calculate the trajectory and velocities of dust particles and hair flying off the ball.
I just explained why accelerating frames will be agreed upon by all frames of reference. I'm explaining to you how you can take an
accelerating object and give it the inertial frame of reference.
Yeah, so Yoda, when an object is accelerating,
I don't think you ever took a high school physics class.
No frame of reference will disagree that it's accelerating. They just disagree on how fast it's accelerating.
But we're not discussing its speed and how fast it's going.
So
you want to add... Hey, Durac, don't sidestep.
You're wrong, but it's irrelevant.
So when you said that, like, we have an object that's accelerating, if you meant to say an object that's like that has a speed in a direction, right? That can be an inertial reference frame. So when you say, why can't the Earth be the reference frame to the guy standing and the guy in the car, is, well, the guy standing, yeah, let's just say that standing frame is Earth's frame, right? Because he's not really moving relative to the Earth, but the guy in the car is. So to say that his inertial reference frame is also the same reference frame as Earth is to say that the guy standing and the guy driving in a car have the same motion. That's what your claim would entail. And I don't think you believe that. So I don't know why you would say that. Because everyone...
Why would they have the same motion?
The guy driving and the guy in the car do not have the same...
The same motion of zero? Yeah, they have the same motion of zero, right? Relative to each other if they're standing still, relative to the Earth. If it's still
relative to each other, they don't. If I'm driving 20 kilometers per hour and I fly past someone that's standing still, I will have relative motion to that guy standing still.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I was talking about two stationary observers. Like, I really fail to see where your point of disagreement is.
No, I think the misunderstanding comes from that, like what we call like Earth's frame of reference. Like, if you guys are saying that, this is what I said before. If Earth's frame of reference is like any perceivable frame of reference that one could have has to be on Earth, right? Then I can kind of understand where you guys are coming from, because you're saying that, like, it would like me saying like, oh, what if we just have like a non-universal frame of reference? Like, that just kind of doesn't make sense.
I could
like,
set.
You know what I mean? Like, how can I say that you have a frame of reference that doesn't exist? You know,
frame of reference. Right. So I could be in an airplane, and I could consider my airplane now an inertial frame of reference.
Yeah, compared to, like, I guess the Earth's frame of reference, and then unless you think that like the atmosphere like doesn't count as like not Earth or whatever. But like, I mean, that's just like splitting hairs. The point being is that to say that the Earth is in motion is purely dependent on how you observe it, because motion is just going to be the artifact of your perspective.
Right. Well, how do you observe Earth in motion?
Well, from a non-Earth perspective, and if you consider flying to be a non-Earth perspective, then yeah.
God, bro. There's apparent motion. There's apparent motion and there's actual motion. That's
so why doesn't the bulltard rotate underneath us when we're flying then? Get in a hot air balloon, kid.
So like the motion is just going to be like described about your frame of reference.
There is no motion.
There is no absolute motion? Yeah, there's no absolute motion.
I didn't put the word absolute in there. You're doing it again. We're not going to go back around this. We've already discussed this at the start. Is your memory that short?
Yeah, so I mean...
Listen, let's break it down for you. You're trying to prove that the Earth is either spinning or not spinning. How are you going to do that while standing upon it?
What do you mean spinning or not spinning?
Are you really that mentally disabled that you don't know what I'm talking about?
I think Bro's missed the entire point. It's okay.
No, don't sidestep.
Okay, no, I'll engage. I'll buy it. So when I say, like, when I ask, is it spinning or not spinning? What does that mean? Like, relative to...
How are you going to prove this while standing upon the thing that is allegedly spinning?
Yeah, so I said the way that we were going to prove that is seeing if whether or not, like, light moves absolutely.
You need something to be actually happening, bro.
Yeah, so
actually,
like
have a way to prove it.
The interference of light beams would be the way to prove it. Because if our claim is that if you just keep adding on like speed to like a train and then...
I'm not adding anything.
The laser beam is going to have...
I'm not adding anything. That's another straw man. Thank you.
I'm talking about
I can prove there.
Shut up, Matthew. Yeah. Matthew, please. You can prove it's spinning. It's better than the debate, bro.
Let me explain.
Matthew.
So, have you ever been on a cruise before?
No, I haven't actually. I've been told to go. It should be fun.
You know, people feel after they get off like a boat, they feel like different, like they're still moving. Well, essentially, this is because your brain is accommodated to the natural spin of Earth, and that's why you don't feel that Earth is spinning. is because it's constantly spinning and you're acclimated to it since birth.
Then what can you use to detect it spinning at all? Anything?
I want to know
You
what
see, they're
happens when we
going
go
to
to other
space
planets.
right now, actually. Believe it or not, they're going
I
around
want to
Earth.
know what happens when you go to other planets that are spinning twice as fast as the Earth, stumbling around and can acclimatise. What about when we go to the moon? That's not spinning in the same way as the Earth. Did we take time to acclimatise to the rotation of the moon? What bullshit are you making up,
That's
dude?
really hard for me because I've never been to the moon.
Well, yeah,
I've been on a
exactly. You're
cruise.
talking
I've
about
never been to the moon.
we're used to the spin of the Earth, so you've created a problem for yourself when exploring the universe. When we get to planets that spin faster than the Earth, we're going to be fucking sick.
Wait, isn't that why they're going around the Earth again to acclimate
Dude,
to space?
I don't know how long we've been placating this fucking bullshit, man, but are you lying to yourself or to us?
No. Okay,
This is
so
crap,
did
dude.
you see in chat? I posted a link to Twitter of the path of the spaceship.
No one cares.
Yeah, cool cartoon.
Well, it's from NASA. That's the U.S. government.
So you're happy to accept cartoons as proof?
Not my
Yeah, that's how you know it's real.
This is just shit.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute because I don't know what you want to hear.
It's true
I just
because
gave
I
you
read the
evidence.
website address.
NASA's not the be-all and end-all of truth, my young friend. If you want to prove something, go and measure it. That's it. Come back with the data. If you've made a mistake, we'll point it out. If you get it right, hey, great for you. But don't just believe because some doorknob on bloody government website says so.
Hey guys, you know how I know Earth is a globe? I know Earth is a globe well because you can't actually tell if Earth is spinning because reference frames are arbitrary, and also you really can't measure absolute motion with light because light already travels within an absolute reference frame. So that's how I know that Earth is a globe, guys. There, I just summarized this entire conversation.
Thank you. Well, there goes redshift and blueshift, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so.
Are those things getting further away because they're moving further away or because we are? Or both?
No, the light is actually not changing speed. It's only the wave front. It's a change of the phase.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Duh.
Yeah, that's how they tiptoe around this.
It's the frequency.
Yeah.
Wait, the frequency is the absolute. Everything else can vary, but that's got to stay the same the entire time, right?
Yeah, all the frequency gets squished and stretched, even though the whole thing is traveling at the same speed itself. It's one unit. That's what they say.
Hey Matthew, I love in your little video that you linked us there. One section of it, they zoom out away from the ship, and guess what? It disappears over the curve, doesn't it, mate? You can't see it at all. Think about it logically. If something is hidden behind a hill of water, you're not zooming in on it, are you? It's behind something. If you go and stand behind a car, I can't get my magic camera and zoom in and make you reappear above it.
In order to prove that all reference frames are relative, I'm going to bring up the one scientific test that shows that reference frames are not relative.
The thing which inspired Einstein to propose the general theory of general relativity, right?
Yeah.
Don't forget Lorenz, who started all this by saying that, well, it's the case that the item itself squished and time expanded so that it looks like it's not moving.
Right, into the thing getting squished. It doesn't see itself getting squished at all. None whatsoever. So the thing that is getting squished that you need to be able to measure getting squished can't actually measure it for itself if it's getting squished. And the thing that you're going to use to measure it getting squished could be squished. So you won't be able to actually measure if the thing's getting squished with the thing that might be getting squished too.
And for the record, the point of the Michelson-Morley non-experiment was to see if the Earth was indeed in motion. There was no dependent variable. My goodness.
Yeah, way to close that loop.
I don't like you. You ask hard questions. Actually, it's a wonder he didn't have a meltdown for you, Yoda. He didn't like me because I just wanted to get to the point. He didn't like Sazu because he asked horrible, hard questions. And when you were spitting facts, I thought he was going to have a meltdown.
I actually felt bad as I was spitting facts and hearing him start to melt down. I was like, man, maybe I should just stop talking.
Well, that's probably why he was talking through you, so he didn't have to listen. It's just his shut off mode. If I talk, I can't hear you.
That was just like 30 minutes of contradictions, man. I'm like, holy crap, the cog dis is so bad.
Yeah, he had his set script, and you guys broke it.
He went out of his way to tell us that that there are things with absolute frames of reference. It's like, okay. No, but the thing that I'm talking about that has an absolute reference frame is proof that there is no absolute reference frame.
I like the part where
oh shit, oh pickle, I talked myself into a corner again. Oh fiddlesticks.
I like the part where Tita was like, so can the light itself have its own frame of reference and it look like everything around it's not moving? Or and then later contradicted himself by saying, no, wheels weren't made so that the car could move across the earth. It's the other way around.
Or you know, they don't like to bring up their own NASA rocket launches. But hey, yeah, you think when Artemis 2 lifted off, started going into space, that it was actually the Earth shrinking and getting further distant beneath Artemis? And what happens if you have two rockets that launch at the same time on either side of the globe? Does the globe shrink between the two rockets? And are people really going to say that, oh, you really can't tell the difference between whether or not the globe is shrinking between two rockets or two rockets are actually taking off from the globe on opposite sides? Like the whole thing turns into this devolved, just nonsensical discussion. It's a waste of time, can get frustrating. It was almost a case of just let them talk long enough and they'll contradict themselves. I think honestly, that's a great, call it a tactic. I'll call it a freaking tactic. That's a great tactic for especially newcomers into the circle. You're still learning, you're still getting good at this. Well, a great tactic is to just let your debate partner, the Glober, talk. Let him make all the claims in the world because he's going to end up contradicting himself, and then you'll be there waiting. You don't have to be a physicist or a chemist or a mathematician or anything like that. You don't need multiple college degrees or even one. You just need to be a good listener. Yep. I mean, how that conversation kind of went was, well, the Earth is flat and stationary. It doesn't move. Like, you can't tell it's moving. And then the guy's like, well, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's moving anyway because all motion is relative. You know, if you're in a train and the train doesn't feel like it's moving and you look outside, you might think the world is moving and the train's stationary, right? Then you're like, okay, great. Well, then how would you detect if Earth is a globe that's moving? Well, so that's the thing. You can look at the stars moving. Wait a second. I just talked myself into a corner again.
And that's how you trigger their cognition, and then you just have to kind of sit back and let them word salad their way through it into contradiction land. It's funny. That's what happened here.
Yeah, because okay, how about lasers? Lasers absolutely prove that there's a holy shit, there's an absolute frame of reference, isn't there? Speed of light. Fuck. Well, you can totally use lasers to detect Earth's motion. Oh wait, fuck, shit. No, you can't do that either. Well, fuck.
I actually think you're giving him more credit than he deserves. I think that was like a perfect textbook example of Dunning-Kruger. And I mean, he already admitted an hour ago that there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion. Like, he agreed with all the quotes I showed him. And then he started talking about, you know, you have to walk while you bounce a ball and something about the speed of photons. So it was just debate bro tactics. But, you know, they have their script. And if you can, I don't think there's a lot of thinking going on. I think it's just a lot of regurgitation. I didn't hear him listening to anything that was said.
Right. Well, because I really appreciated Yoda's distinction between kinematic and dynamic, because that would have eventually led him to, I bet, like, this is my prediction, that if it had played out, we focused on that, he would have gone to, I'm a brain in the jar, because you can't know anything, right? Because like, look, you have to have something that's actually happening, right? Because you can't say, okay, it's all relative. Like, okay, your perception of things might be relative, right? Some things might appear to be doing something, but they're not actually, right? Are you going to say that, oh, if you stood on the sun, right, now the Earth is in motion, but if you go back to Earth, now it's not actually in motion? It's now the sun that's actually the thing in motion. It just depends which one you stand on. That's generating the dynamics. I mean, come on, bro. What the heck are you talking about?
Right. Right. It's like in the real world, we have actual ways to determine whether or not an object is actually in motion or if it's pushing another object in motion, right? I mean, you just look at the way it was freaking built. But yeah.
It was perfect that you showed up, though, because I know, like, inertial frames of reference is like your jam. So when he started in, I was like, oh, Yoder's never in here, but I really hope he shows up. And it went just as expected.
Oh, it really is my jam. I don't know how it became my jam, but it is my jam, that's for sure. I kind of take delight in going onto the internet and looking at all of these depictions of globe-based Coriolis and how wrong they all are. I mean, not all of them, but the vast majority of images that people find as explainers, like the Google image search for the Coriolis effect, vast majority of them show and depict it wrong. They depict the Earth rotating in the wrong direction. Not even joking. Like, it's so bad. And I don't think our guest earlier really understood what a reference frame itself even was or how to establish one. He started acting like it was some kind of intrinsic property to the thing itself when that's not necessarily the case. Because you can assign anything as as the inertial reference frame, even though it may not be inertial. And this would be for the sake of baselining any motions that you want to study relative to that. It's like, it's like I don't care that I drop this marble and it's going bouncy, 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 and on the table. I just want to measure actually I just want to measure dust particles flying off of the marble. So I may not be interested in all the other motions. I'm going to baseline it, and I'm going to assign an inertial frame to everything else that's going on.
Right, like bouncing your ball inside a moving train, or throwing a paper airplane inside a moving train.
Yeah, I could come up with better examples. I think that's a good one. Yeah, a moving train, bouncing a ball in a moving train. I like that. We're gonna baseline the train's motion, all of it, whether it's going left or right around the tracks, or speeding up or slowing down, or not even accelerating at all. We're going to baseline that. We're going to call that the inertial frame, because we just want to study the bouncing basketball, right? It's like, yes, I know the train isn't an accelerative frame itself. That is to say, relative to the Earth, relative to the tracks, right? But I'm going to assign an inertial frame of reference to it for the sake of studying the bouncing ball. I think that was a great example, T-Dub. So I want to study the Earth rotating underneath the airplane. So if I fly the airplane north, let's say I start at the equator, and I fly the airplane north, the Earth should be rotating west to east underneath my plane. And the further I fly north, the diminishing tangential velocity of the Earth underneath me, right? I want to be able to study that. Can't do it. And it doesn't help that all these depictions of Coriolis show that I'm moving with the globe to the right if I'm flying north, instead of the globe turning underneath me. Oh, it's insane. They always screw up Coriolis itself. Go ahead, T-Dub.
They're flying east or west at the equator. You have aircraft that's like, if it's flying, which way would it be flying? East, wouldn't it? No, flying west. It'd be flying forwards and backwards simultaneously, right?
Yeah, it's like I want to fly west until I'm not covering any more ground, because I've lost momentum, I've bled off my speed, and I'm just flying against the Earth's rotation, man, as fast as I can go. Oh, did you see Morvis posted this? The Artemis 2 mission could still be all over tonight, despite historic blastoff. Oh, wouldn't that be sad? The first manned mission to the moon in 50 years could be called off today. Says further, the Artemis 2 mission successfully launched yesterday, with the spacecraft taking off into Florida sky and starting to orbit our planet. Over the next 10 days, the goal is for Artemis to head to the moon, though the crew won't be setting foot on Earth's only natural satellite. Already that's wrong with their own lore. Instead, they'll go around the moon, and the crew of 4 could experience the best view of the moon's dark side. Again, it's all these mistakes. No, the moon is not claimed to be Earth's only natural satellite. No, the moon actually does not have a dark side.
I was talking about this yesterday because I pulled up AI about it, Chat GPT, whatever, Google's AI mode, because it was trying to say that like they're going to have a clear, nice view of the far side, and going to be illuminated. And I went, whoa, hang on a sec, it's going to be still like just transitioning back from full moon I mean, not much of that far is going to be illuminated. What are you talking about? And it tried telling me, oh, no, it's all relative and blah. It sounded a bit like that, the glass guy, right? I'm like, no, this is not observer. It's observer-based as to how much of the illuminated part you'll see, but only a section at a time can be illuminated. That's it. If there's only 50% of a part of it that's illuminated, that's all you'll be able to see for any observer from any angle. Like, no matter how much of that surface area you can see, you'll be limited to the part that is illuminated. And it was like, oh yeah, you're right. And because it tried telling me that 60 to 70% of the far side will be illuminated. I'm like, bro, how much of the surface will we see from Earth? And it said 88%. I said, okay, so there's 12% we can't see that they'll get to see, not 60 to 70%. It's like, yeah, you're right, and it like started, it started correcting itself, and so it's like it was trying to make out like they'd have this great illuminated view of the far side, and I'm like, nope, that's geometrically impossible, right? It's like, oh yeah, well, there's going to be some. They're focusing on the Terminator line, and there's going to be some twilight spreading, and you know.
Dude, I'm going to laugh if they shit can the mission early. I mean, did you see that they already had problems with their onboard toilet?
I heard something about that. Yeah,
I was going to mention.
Yeah, the shitter broke.
They need to hit up the dude from The Big Bang Theory to fix their toilet.
Have they got lots of nappies on board?
Looks like the same shitter on the ISS. It's like a little can. Like, I don't know. Just no. And then on top of the lid, it actually said like the lid had a sticker on it, and the stick had a warning label that said max weight limit 200 pounds. Yeah, and this is supposed to be in 0G. Furthermore, it actually said something about like when this lid is closed, it's used for a mock-up. Something like that. It had the label mock-up. Like, why would your Artemis shitter, space shitter, be a mock-up, and why would it have a 200-pound weight limit? Like, I thought you were in weightlessness.
Facts are subject to interpretation. Because you have to start from like first principle. That's why I said if you don't know how to determine the truth, so for instance, if you try to start and like reconstruct flat Earth versus globe, and you start from the beginning. Hey, dude, I ain't gonna listen to what anybody said. Start from the beginning. Okay, so start from first principles. What is the observation of the Earth? What do I see? Looks flat. Okay, fine. What's next? How do I determine whether that's true? First of all, why are you even doubting it? Why would you even doubt that that's what it is? What's the evidence that that's not the case? Like the globe Earth can't even get past that point. So the thing is, you can't construct a logical argument for the globe at all because you don't have the first step, the observation. Right? You always have to start with the assumption. If Earth was a globe, what would happen next? Right? You don't start with, man, the Earth looks like a globe. Yada, yada, yada. That's why this is that. And that's why this other thing is this other thing, right? So you have to start with an assumption because it's not experienced. Right? So it's constructed in the mind. It isn't perceived with the senses, right? Because we either have our senses or our mind, right? That's the only way we can gather information about the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So the globe's starting point's the mind. And the flat Earth starting point is perception. So when you start with the mind, you can imagine any fucking thing. That's you know, that's all possibilities. Whereas perception is limited to what human beings perceive. So we've narrowed it down. Hey, what do we perceive? But if you start with imagination, that could be anything. And then how do you go from the imagination, hey, I think it's this, but I can't perceive it. How do I figure out what I imagine is actually true when I can't get the physical, when I can't perceive it?
I just have also a
See, that's what I mean by first principles, because this is a Gordian knot, right? To untangle.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why this topic goes back and forth, and because we're Globers versus Flat Earth, there, right? Two different starting points. If I'm being generous, it's two different starting. Now, obviously, most people just believe it's the globe because they were told it. But if you try to actually take the intellectual, rational position and try to say, hey, we're gonna work through this problem and figure out what's true, then the first principles from which you do your analysis matter.
I just have a quick question as well. For you. Like, who's the most hardcore, like, flat earther here? Would that be, like, who would you say is...
Me.
Okay, so if I took you up, let's say I took you up to space, we went all the way up.
Every fucking time, bro.
I'm a hardcore one.
I know, but I know. Just
what if I
go
took
with
you to
it.
the beach?
Yeah.
That'd be the best offer he's had all week.
You literally look saw flat Earth your whole life and don't believe it, bro. But you want to take me to somewhere. No, you've seen a flat Earth your whole life and don't believe it. But you're saying you could take me to this imaginary place, and yeah, if you see the globe, you should believe that. Why don't I just deny that the same way you've been denying flat Earth?
I do, but go with my question a little bit.
I think I got to see the globe every day. How old are you? For 29 years or whatever you are. I got to see it every day for 29 years. Then I'll believe it's a globe.
Okay. I just have to ask you one question though. Like, go with the analogy real quick, or the hypothetical situation. So I take you up to space, and you see around Earth, you know, it's a globe and everything. And then you come into here and you say, I've seen the truth. It is a globe.
I've seen the truth. No, say, hey, I went to space. I looked at the Earth and it looked like a sphere. That would be the truth.
Check the side chat, Stitches.
You see what I said? It looked like? Just like the Earth looks like it's flat, but you don't believe it is flat? I can play the same game. I could say it looks like a sphere, but actually, it's just a sphere that's so big it's actually flat, right? So a sphere of infinite radius is flat. I'll just say that.
Just reverse the idea. He took you up into space and you saw the Earth being flat. What would you do?
Then I'd say it's flat.
Yes, what's underneath it?
Yeah.
Only from space. See, you can only determine what reality is if you go far away from the Earth. You can't do it when you're here. You got to go to the magical space place.
Yeah, like if I took you all around, like the entire perimeter of the Earth, you know.
Do you understand? Remember when I started? I said the first principles that you have to start in concepts and ideas.
Yeah.
Space, as far as you're concerned and I'm concerned, it's a concept and an idea. It doesn't exist in any reality. And you think that somehow you can go to the place which is concept to prove reality.
Well, let's say it's not a concept for just like this hypothetical situation. It's hypothetical. Yeah. I take you around the entire perimeter of it. and then you come here and you'll say it's globe. Would anyone here be willing to accept that from
I hope not.
hardcore?
I hope not. I really hope not. Why should they?
They should take one of their most hardcore person's words.
So you base truth based upon the words of a stranger. See, this is the fundamental problem, man. You found the problem. Okay? Regardless of what I tell them, I could go up to space, see the Earth as a ball, come back down and say, hey, Jedi, I went to space, I saw the Earth as a ball. Now, Stitches, would he know the Earth is a ball, or would he just believe it?
I'd say you'd know because it's a first-hand experience and you've been up there.
Now, I would know if I went, but he wouldn't know.
Then we'll just take Jedi with us, for the fun of it.
Oh yeah, and then he'd come back and tell somebody else, and then they won't know either.
Then
So the fundamental problem is it's a belief system. The globe is a belief system. You just pointed out the fundamental problem is that you don't think that you can figure it out yourself, and that you have to believe the claims of strangers.
What if we get a video of it as well, and it shows it being round?
Yeah, but then you have to believe things about the video.
What if the video is undoctored, it's unedited, and it's...
How can you tell that?
Factual.
What type of analysis can you do to video to figure out what's in the video actually depicts reality? Nothing. There's nothing you can do.
We can see if there's any jump cuts in it. We can see if there's any AI detection. We can see other things of that.
Yeah, but there's look. The biggest way to fake video and pictures is to just label them wrong. Right? You take a real photograph of a painting and then say this. Look, you take a real photograph of a painting. So say you have a hyper-realistic painting of Morgan Freeman. You take a photograph of it and you say, hey, look, dude, this is a photograph of Morgan Freeman. No, it's a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. You understand? All I did was caption it wrong. Now I could take a photograph of a globe, a painting of a globe Earth, and it would be a real photograph. 100%. You could examine it. You could examine the fucking film. You could look at it with a microscope. It would be 100% real film. But it doesn't mean what's on the other side of the camera is what I say it is. Okay? But you know what we can do? If we take a photograph of the Earth, can we test what's in the image in reality? Like check this out. So say we went to New York City and someone showed us a photograph of the Eiffel Tower in New York City in the middle of Central Park. We could go to Central Park and see if the Eiffel Tower's there, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter anything about the photograph. We ain't got to prove the photograph's fake or anything. If we go to Central Park and there's no Eiffel Tower there, we know whatever that thing is, it doesn't represent reality. Right? So we can do the same thing with their photos. Whatever the photos are, we can check to see if what it shows in the photo of what the Earth is actually exists in reality. And you have a whole bunch of evidence, which you just said, that show that the curbing water, the curbing ocean, all that stuff doesn't exist in reality. Exists in imagery. That's all. That's the only place it exists, in concepts, on screens, in picture books, toys in the corner of the classroom. But with a place where it has to exist is out there in the natural world. That's where it needs to exist. And no matter how many people, if I go do my own tests and I go, hey, dude, there's no fucking curvature to the water. I don't care what the fuck they show me. They can show me pictures. They can show me math equations. They can show me whatever the hell they want. Doesn't matter. Is it going to falsify the observation? So I'm looking at nature. I'm not like going into this abstract concept of like ideas about what the world is, right? When I don't have the basic natural evidence that's in the natural world to support my ideas. Science always comes down to empirical observation. It doesn't matter what fucking people say. Do you understand that we invented science and the scientific method so that we don't have to deal with bullshit like this? People claiming they did stuff. People saying they got this result. It has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. So that means if someone says, hey man, I mixed these two things together and it exploded. Okay. I should be able to mix those two things together and it explodes. If I do the exact same thing as them, right? Has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But ultimately, if that person just wrote down an equation with the two substances and said, boom, two things go together, go boom, that would be even less valid because they wouldn't even have even in an empirical starting point at all. Science is empirical. It's not based upon ideas, thoughts, rationality, theories, explanations, just those stories or anything like that. It's based upon tests done in the natural world. And this is where I think the Western civilization has really gone wrong in the last 100 years, is because we've gotten away from experiment and gone into fucking la la land of theoretical physics. I mean, we've had Jedi can attest to this. We've had people in here with science degrees talk to us that don't know what the scientific method is. It ain't our version of the scientific method. It's the scientific method that's in the fucking textbook. We had somebody last night. What did he say? He said, the first thing you do is an observation and then you start modeling it. It's the fucking dumbest shit I ever heard. Science isn't models.
To hear this,
Well, I mean, not enough scientists took the philosophy of science. You can't do science without certain prerequisites, right? You need logic, right? First thing. Do you need logic to do science?
Yeah, I'd say you do. You need some form of intelligence.
No, actual logic, not just intelligence. Reasoning, logical reasoning.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that then.
So the reasoning, the logic comes first. You can't do science without it. And the reasoning behind science is empiricism, is that facts about the natural world are known by testing the natural world. They're not known by thinking about what should happen in the natural world. They're known by actually doing it. So if you have some theory or some hypothesis about something that happens in the natural world or some fact about the natural world, the only way it's considered a scientifically valid theory or hypothesis is if you do the experiment. Until you do the experiment, you're just talking.
I see what you mean.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. You need actual verifiable, you need to do the tests.
Yeah, or it's not science. Anyone can sit there. Me and you could smoke some fucking weed and just talk about, oh my God, what if this, what if that? Well, that's not science. Speculation isn't science. Imagination isn't science. The scientific part is the actual experiments. That's the scientific part.
It is rather fun, though, to speculate as well. I can't lie. I do love thinking of theories.
That's fine. But the thing, when we get to this, the main problem is, in modern day, because of just in the modern society, when people hear something is based upon science, they hear absolute truth. That's what they hear. Oh, it's the scientific consensus. They hear that's the absolute truth. They hear it's scientifically proven. They hear that's the absolute truth. Not knowing that The real science is the experimental result. And though you have an experimental result that does something, I do some tests, I get some result, I have measurement data, all that crap. That ultimately has to be interpreted by a human being. Okay? And then you have your assumptions, right? Your presuppositions about what that data might mean. And it could mean, and it could fit your hypothesis, but that doesn't mean exclude other hypotheses. You know, just because you have a story that fits, it doesn't mean all the other stories are wrong and yours is right. But
yeah, I
this
can
is
definitely see what you mean in that.
yeah, and these are like if you went to the philosophy department of any university and talked to the people teaching philosophy of science, this is all well known. This isn't stuff I'm making up or invented. I'm not being super smart. I just happen to know about it. And it's been known that the modern science uses inductive inference, reasoning, and all of that. Any type of reasoning done doing this method has the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, right? So, for instance, if the Earth's a globe, ships will disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore Earth's a globe. That's affirming the consequent. I could equally say, if the Earth's flat, ships should disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore the Earth is flat. Affirming the consequent. Almost all scientific claims have this packed in it. But they don't tell you this because it's will to power, man. Don't underestimate that. People espousing to do science that aren't actually doing science are really just doing what they do for power.
There's a lot of power in like the sort of things we talk about and the sort of information what we give out.
Well, I mean, which one do you think will get a better girlfriend or a hotter girlfriend? All other things being all things being equal, the rocket scientist or the electrician?
Probably electrician, just based off how
The electrician. Even though the rocket scientist can make like 7 times more than the fucking electrician.
He doesn't
and
come
have
in a light
status.
bulb.
And have status. That's the thing. Oh, what's your husband do for a living? Oh, he works at Rocketdyne. He makes rockets. He's a rocket scientist. Oh, what's he do? Oh, he works at frickin' Fran Dan Electrical and fucking wires fucking sockets. There's no status in that. I'm not putting it down. I have more respect for that than the rocket scientist. I'm just saying that there's a power play in this shit.
There's always going to be some sort of power play in any sort of like job. Like electricians,
In
they have the power
society, well, do you agree? Do you agree that in society, rocket scientists is considered more of an accomplishment than an electrician?
In society, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I wouldn't agree on a fundamental basis because, yes, rocket science do a lot, but we also have electricians.
We're talking about what a woman would choose, dude. We're talking about what a woman would choose. And status, and money. All things being equal, they're as good looking as each other, they're the same height as each other. The only difference is the job that they have. From a woman's point of view, going rocket scientist. Because it's cooler.
It is cool. And less riskier than an electrician. Do you know what the most common death for electricians are?
Driving to their job.
I was going to say microwaves.
Suicide, depression.
Suicide.
Yeah, also that. But for like on the job death, it's mostly microwave because the transformers in there, if it's not turned off, then they release a high voltage, high amperage, high frequency.
Are you talking about near field coupling?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and you know that this is a whole other thing. I don't know if I want to go down this road, but near field coupling itself. No, it's known about in physics. It's not really worked out. Meaning, so you have electromagnetic radiation. There's near field and far fields, but they're all concerned about the far field radiation, right? Photons and all that shit. Right, speed of light and all that crap. Like, think of anything you hear about science, right, is general relativity and black holes and speed of light and all that crap, right? Lasers, phasers, da 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 da. But that's only half the story. That's transverse waves that have left the emitter. But at the emitter itself, like you said, these alternating currents, they oscillate, right? So what will happen is you'll get too close, you'll get within, it's called like 1/6 of the wavelength that's being emitted, and you'll couple to it and you'll fucking fry. It'll transfer energy right into your body faster than the speed of light. I hate to tell you, it's instantaneous.
It's pretty instant.
But they don't talk about that it's instantaneous. It's a whole field of science that's freaking just abandoned.
We do need
It's
a
not
lot
sexy.
more research in things. Not gonna lie. Like, I'm majority focused on biology than anything else. That's the main thing I focus on. And neurology.
Electricians die of AIDS? What the fuck, man?
Hey, I mean, is there AIDS in electricity? Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe you have to take that back, man. Maybe the freaking electricians are getting laid more than the rocket scientists. They're dying of AIDS. Wait, I don't know.
The electrician community is going to have an absolute field day with you. You know that, right? As a carpenter.
No, no, let's not go into carpenters' wood jokes.
Okay, so Jesse, your problem is that you're stuck in theory too. You've never looked at what the actual data for the study of terrestrial refraction actually shows. Doesn't show the bullshit that you anti-flat earthers say. It's nothing even close to that. I actually found it yesterday. Shit, yeah. Hold on, I'll read something to you. I found this old post. This is from Simulation Study of the Refraction Effects. K. Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic radiation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects on the results of geodetic observation. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills precision requirements of geodesy. Short story is, you have no fucking idea what it does. There's nothing to disagree on. There's no model that makes accurate prediction. No one knows what the fuck is happening. Okay? All we can do is make qualitative descriptions of seeing shit. There's nothing quantitative. All the quantitative shit I've ever seen shows that what you guys say is 100% wrong.
Well, I recognized in my opening paragraph that
we may not agree that there is a possible way to measure drop over distance, but my question wasn't about refraction. It was saying if, for the sake of discussion, that there was a way to measure drop over distance, would this be a genuine experimental procedure?
Scientific experiment are looking for causes of phenomena. Now, this is a measurement. Using very scientific tools, and we're going to try and be very, very accurate.
I'm going to just ask you the same thing I've been asking all you guys, and I have not got a straight answer in 3 years. What is the justification for you thinking terrestrial refraction does fucking anything at all? Other than that's what you read in the textbook, or you read online, or you read on the webpage.
Does anything at all?
Does anything at all? Yes.
You mean like?
We know there's we know there's refraction like twinkling stars, right? Scintillation. Okay. But you guys have gone further and says like it's bent in a direction. Okay, it goes in one either, it gets bent in a curve. There's no evidence for that. There's no justification for saying that. There's nothing. That's what I mean. You guys say, "Hey, man, I hear this, and I'm sure you've said it with your own freaking mouth. Is you guys didn't account for refraction?" And I say, "Oh, how do you do that?" Nobody knows. Nobody can tell me how to quote unquote account for refraction. How do I do that?
Just apply 7/6R like the globers do. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. There's nobody can tell me how to do that. So if you can't tell me, if you can't say, "Hey, dude, this is how you do it," you don't know what the fuck's going on, and you have no justification for including it at all. So if you have no reason to include it because you don't know what it's doing, I'll just exclude it. Until someone gives some valid substantiation, okay, to some general refractive condition in the fucking air that's happening all the time. It's just a bunch of fucking hot air. You didn't account for refraction. How? How? And when I say how, I mean anyone can make a model and quote unquote account for refraction, but that model actually has to be able to make predictions, right? Predictions. So before you do the experiment, right, you say, "Hey, dude, this is the weather conditions. I'm going to punch the meteorological conditions into my fucking model. Okay, this is this far away. We're going to push the fucking button on the camera, and the image in the camera should look like this." No one can do that. No one can do that. Or in the reverse, take the picture and then get the meteorological condition, get the picture and be like, "Okay, this image is displaced this much. Here's the meteorological conditions that existed." Then go check to see if that was the actual meteorological conditions. Then you would have a predictive model. So no one can do any of this crap. And then there's all the other things, the other problems you guys don't want to deal with, okay? Dispersion, where's that? Vignetting, where's that? All the effects we have that we have to compensate for in lens design, because lens design deals with high refractive elements, and that's what you guys are saying, that the fucking air is this gigantic refractive fucking lens. We don't see magnification. We don't see all these other effects that would happen if refraction was going on. Where are those? There should be other indicators other than something as higher than it's supposed to be, or lower than it's supposed to be, or flatter than it's supposed to be. There should be other indicators of refraction that we could see, measure, all that shit. But I don't see any of these. I don't see it quantified in the scientific literature. I don't see it anywhere. The only time I've ever seen it is the Bricker fucking paper where he modeled, hey, dude, there should be this much dispersion over these 147 kilometers. And there wasn't any. What are you showing me, Jesse?
Dispersion. Chromatic aberration or chromatic dispersion.
Yeah, we know what it is. Some lenses do it worse than others.
What's the light source?
Oh, one is the sun, and the other is a snowmobile headlight.
Okay, yeah. Astronomical objects have dispersion. Okay, terrestrial objects don't. Your what do you call it? Your snowmobile headlight, whatever it is. Do you think that that's white light? Like the sun?
It's a halogen light, so it's not quite as white as the sun.
It's nowhere close to the sun. Halogen emits a single wavelength.
Well, but I mean by halogen, I mean a.
So how would you have any dispersion, Jesse?
No, it's not a discharge. It's not a gas discharge lamp. It's a hot tungsten, black body radiation light source with a little bit of halogen in there to keep the filament from evaporating so fast. So it's a broad spectrum. It's not just a single wavelength.
I do not think that's dispersion. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's a blue fringe at the top and
yeah, there's also red on the side too, right?
Well, the camera's tipped. So if you were to see how the horizon line of the snow is kind of tipped.
There's red on the side of the light, on the right-hand side of the light.
Yeah, there's some lens dispersion.
Why would it be over there? Lens dispersion.
There's some lens dispersion also, but that's going to happen all the way around. The atmospheric dispersion is because of it only happens in one axis. Because that's my theory anyway.
Yeah, I'd have to see the fucking full video for this shit, dude.
Oh, sure. It's lanolins. I'll get it for you.
This is only 6 miles. I thought.
Just give me 1 second. I will get you the video. I time-stamped it to somewhere near there. Near where I got the screenshot, a little before actually. So if you let it play for a few seconds, you should find it. I did enhance, I did brighten the, increase the contrast, but that's all I did.
How do you know what lamp his fucking snowmobile has?
We could ask him. Halogen lights are. I'm a mechanic, so I know halogen lights are very, very popular for that application. And since he was not using like the very latest snowmobile there is, it's quite unlikely he had any gas discharge, light.
Could be a LED.
And it's also unlikely it was converted to LED, but we can ask him. Definitely.
Are you just guessing, dude, or so you don't know, you're guessing?
But it doesn't really matter. It's putting out all the colors. I mean, we can see reds, greens, and it met the fact
it
that
looks just like it just looks like regular scintillation to me, man. You just cherry picked a frame.
It looked to me like there was a strong predominance of the blue on top, but anyway.
That's subjective. I could measure this in something. So why would there even be this type of refractive effect on a frozen lake?
Well,
especially at 6 miles.
If the ice was significantly colder than the air, which is possible on a clear night, the blackbody radiation could chill the ice faster than the air because ice has an emissivity of almost 1. So if the ice was colder than the air and it formed a strong bottom dense gradient, that would be curving light downward towards the ice, and that would be curving the blue light downward farther, which would make the blue part appear higher.
This is what I'm talking about, this curving up and down. What makes you think light does anything like that?
Because light has been measured to go faster in less dense air and slower in more dense air, and because light travels as a wavefront.
That's great. That's conceptual. I'm not talking about concepts. I'm talking about in terrestrial observations. You guys think, so you guys is, look, bro, the conceptual idea is that there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical temperature gradient and a vertical density gradient. And by that sheer fact alone, that a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a gradient, light is just automatically going to curve. Right?
I'm not sure what you mean by a, what did you call it? A spherically
symmetric. Spherically symmetric.
I don't know what that means. I know what spherical means, and I know what symmetric means, but
the atmosphere is curving.
Think like an onion, Jesse.
The density gradient is not a straight line; it's a curved path. Remember?
Oh, you mean on a globe?
Yeah, on the globe. Yes.
Okay.
So it's automatically going to curve conceptually. It has to. And in fact, Andrew Thomas Lungs talks about this, is that it would be impossible to have any type of straight line mathematically. Because if you have it completely horizontally, what would happen is that if you had a ray, it would get trapped at the boundary of the density gradient and form a perfect circle that goes around the Earth. Like say you had 30 degrees and 31 degrees, and at the boundary of the 30 and 31, you had a laser and you shot it. In a spherically symmetric atmosphere, it would duct all the way around the Earth, come back to the same place.
Oh,
mathematically. In the mathematical, listen, I'm talking about conceptually in a mathematical model. So when you start talking about, hey, light's bending down, that's just that's because you're assuming spherically symmetric atmosphere and a whole bunch of shit. It's conceptual. What's the data say about what light does? You don't know. None of you globe earthers know, because none of you have ever bothered to go look at the literature. The actual literature, when people have gone out and tested it, it doesn't do what you guys think. I'm sorry to tell you that. And you guys spent years arguing about it. What do you think I did? The thing I just read you, Jesse, do you think I just made that up? Do you think I called this chick fucking 20 years ago and told her, hey, write this down? For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effect on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution. has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy. So when you sit here and say light would do X, you're implying that you have some universal solution to what the light does. And that you know what it does. And that whatever your answer is of what it does, it's true. It's just universally valid and accepted. Experimentally, no. I'm ripping the whole rug out on this shit, dude. There's no valid justification for any claim of refraction, no matter what it is. Okay, I mean, Jesse, do yourself a favor. Okay, go on Pablo's Dog's channel. Do you know that channel?
It rings a bell vaguely, but I couldn't say I would know.
He's been going to the same spot in the same parking lot for 3 fucking years, and every 3 days, taking video and doing a horizontal pan across Santa Monica Bay. Okay? The shit he's seeing is just there's no, you can't, it's unexplainable observations. Just unexplainable. Flat Earth or globe Earth, dude. Literally, like one of the observations, it's like an inferior mirage of something that's past the horizon, and an inferior mirage of like a double inferior mirage. There's all sorts of crap he's got videos of. And there's a whole bunch of other people that have, like Heath Carmody and fucking, there's flat earthers that aren't in our little circles. They're out there doing observations, right? Repeated, controlled observations over and over and over again, and none of them match any model of anything. There's no justification for any claim that the light should be doing X, Y, and Z, and that then there's have you ever seen any of the data where they actually take the meteorological conditions and then do the surveying and then try to match them to see if they match up?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find Pavlov's channel. Say that again?
It's called Pablo's Dog.
Yeah, there's a bunch of YouTubers that got that name because it was a famous term from. Yeah, thanks. And of course, that YouTube hides the flat Earth ones, so it's hard for me to find the correct one.
Okay, there's that.
Oh, thank you, sir. There, I subscribed to him.
Cool. I mean, not a lot of flat earthers even know about this guy. And there's other ones. There's a whole group of. There's Plain Truth and what's his name? There's a whole bunch of flat earthers that just do observations. They're not really into they got YouTube channels where they post their observations, but they're not into debating or going on freaking Twitter or anything or TikTok or whatever. They're just out there just doing their thing, dude. So anyway, I'll bring up this one. Hold on. There's one called empirical modeling by trigonometric heighting. That's one study that was done in Greece. Dude, it's even on McToon has a refraction section on his website. Apparently, he's never read any of the papers that are in it. So there are 3 or 4 that are on there where they actually took the meteorological conditions while they did their surveying observations, and they never match up. They just don't match up. Like what they observe doesn't match up to what should be with the meteorological condition, according to the way everybody thinks refraction works, should be one thing that makes their observation this other thing. But they never match up. They're just completely they're uncorrelated.
Could you drop a link to that? I would be interested in reading that for sure.
It's probably on McToon's fucking site. Hold on.
Was that the Romanian Rhapsody I heard?
Oops, hot mic and.
Hey, Wild Bill, it's good to see you.
Hey, Jesse. It's better to be seen.
McToon does have it on his page. Moron. Apparently he never read it.
Thank you.
That's just one. I mean, it's a whole... Jesse, I don't know why you're just discovering this now.
Well, better late than never, right?
Yeah. Here's a graph from it. This is the survey observation and the meteorological observation. Completely unfucking correlated. Then they try 3 different models to try and fit it, and it don't work. So what do you got against like a laser test, like going out and doing a laser test like 100 days in a row, the exact same time, the exact same place, the exact same methodology, 100 times in a row, some crazy distance? Because like FE core, that's like one of the things like people, it just like goes right over her head. That's not one test all done one night. And to say there's some freakish meteorological condition that allowed it, well, it happened again 3 weeks later, and their meteorological stations didn't pick it up because they have different weather conditions each time. But for some reason, each time lets them frickin' shoot a laser 40 kilometers.
Well, to me, the first step of any form of measurement is to get consistency. And the laser tests don't work every time. And in
Give me an example where they didn't.
There was actually, if you watch the FE core video, there was one where they could get it to shoot over the observer's head, but every time they tried to bring it down to get it to actually directly hit the observer, it would disappear. But
so Jesse, put 2 and 2 together, mate. It goes over the observer's head by 8 foot. It's supposed to be 600 foot or some ridiculously high distance. Oh, wait up. Refraction, I forgot. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So the difference between what they observed and the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude, Jesse. You know that, right? You know how large of a difference is the prediction. If you have a prediction and the result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, there's a problem.
Yeah, I know. I myself have measured circulating ray conditions and even sharper than that.
Circulating ray conditions. What, in your spherically symmetric atmosphere that don't exist? What do you mean circulating ray? How do you know the ray's curving at all?
Well, when I measure an elevation angle to the waterline on a ship at 7 miles and it's 36 feet above where it should be.
That doesn't mean the ray's curving, though.
Well, so how
it just means that the angle of arrival at your camera was displaced. It doesn't mean the ray curved. It could have moved up and down, left and right, all over the place before it entered your camera.
So how could a straight ray that started out below me...
Because light is not rays, dude. And light in the air is... I've never showed you this. I've never showed you the turbulence, the fucking... Oh my God, I'm almost positive I've showed you this, Jesse. I'm almost 100%. Maybe not. Look for something. I'm looking for something. Just give me a second. Look for a graphic. What's this? Oh, okay. So look at the graphic in the chat. The diagram.
All right. Scintillation in action.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, dude. We're having a conversation.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Wait your turn, dude. Okay. This isn't simply turbulence. All air is like this. It's packed with these bubbles. And what happens is it's the wave front that gets tilted. Okay? If the rays so the ray approximation model is only good for short distances. Did you know that? It's only valid at short distances. It's a simplification to make for lens design. Like the thin lens approximation and all those things. The geometric optics, it's not meant for long distance stuff. Anything like that. It's not like I can give you a professor saying that it's just. So what happens is you have light that comes off of something, and there's a wave front, right, that comes toward you. But as it's passing through these bubbles, it's wobbling back and forth. In the angle at which it hits the camera, if it hits the camera tilted like at a 45-degree angle, an object in the distance will appear higher or lower. The ray didn't traverse a different fucking path. It still went to you straight from the source to you. It went in a straight line, but because the wavefront is distorted, it isn't a direct proportional image to what's out there. And I'll show you another one too. It's from another thing. Now these all are from surveying. The first one came from them trying to figure out how to survey in tunnels. Because tunnels have the problem where the walls are warmer than the center. So they have a horizontal displacement. And they had to figure out how to deal with that. And of course, they do a bunch of modeling. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, yes. Make sure I get the right one. Okay. No, this is from another paper. This is from the dispersion paper. You see how that says centroid shift? So the centroid would be, say you were on a crosshair, say you're on a bullseye out there.
Right.
But it's going to appear shifted because the wavefront. So say you have a bullseye, and the bullseye is a plane, right? What happens if you took that bullseye now, with no refraction, just normal situation, and you tilted that bullseye at a 45-degree angle backwards? That bullseye is going to look smaller, right?
Is the bullseye
top is going to look like it's lower, and the bottom is going to look like it's higher. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Like a target in the distance, it's leaned over.
Like a target.
Yeah.
Like whatever. If you're looking at some plane in the distance, its orientation, say it's 90 degree. You're looking at it perpendicular. So the light from that is coming at you. It doesn't stay perpendicular. The wavefront gets distorted and twisted like this, like in this graphic. And then when it arrives on your camera sensor or your eyeball, it's at a tilted angle from when it left, right? So like the bottom arrives closer before the top or some other thing. But these little peaks of the waves, that's what actually activates the sensor or the fucking the epithelial cells in your eye. It's the peaks of these frickin' wavefronts because that's where the energy is. But what I'm saying is, just because something appears displaced, and there's a guy that worked on this for the U.S. Geological Survey called Fred Bruner, okay, and he gave presentations on it because the ray optic model doesn't work, and it's never worked, ever. In 300 years, it's never worked. So he tried to come up with a different methodology, doing the angle of arrival, meaning if something appeared displaced up or down, that meant that the angle that it entered the camera was different. It was at say something would be in the center of the camera. Let's say it arrives at an angle 1 degree higher than the center. What is that image going to appear like? It's going to look, whatever it is that was going to be in the center is going to appear higher.
Right.
But it's not actually higher. It's the angle that it entered. It's the angle that the light entered into the camera.
So I'm trying to understand. Are you saying basically that the light took a straight path from the ship's waterline to me, but then 2 feet in front of my?
No, I didn't say a straight. Look, I didn't say necessarily a straight path. It's wobbling. It's moving around. This wavefront it's like scintillation. It's shimmering. Like these are oversimplifications. What's happening is it'll go into a bubble of one refractive index. I'll show you. I already did show you. Of what actually happens is that hold on a second, because it was in the first paper I posted. What ends up happening is that the light will oscillate around a mean value, right? So you have the straight line value, but as it travels from point A to point B, it's going through these pockets of air and it's moving up and down, right? And these air pockets, these bubbles. So let's say it goes into the air is full of these like bubbles, like in my graphic here, like in the graphic here from the surveying, right? When it enters into one bubble, the wavefront shifts and tilts. Then when it leaves the bubble, it tilts back, but doesn't tilt back all the way. Then it enters another bubble, tilts, and it's doing this the whole time, going from source to receiver, whipping back and forth. And then you're going to catch it at one point in time. And it's going to look a certain way, depending on how the air is, the condition of when you receive that light, the condition of the air. You know this if you've gone and done observations, that you could come back an hour later and everything looks completely different. I know this from my observations. I got a fucking observation of a windmill where you can just see one blade barely sticking out from behind something, and then an hour later I can see the windmill completely as fucking clear as day, all its blades, everything.
So do you think on that one day that all you could see was one blade, that if somebody had had a laser...
It was an hour later, Jesse. It was an hour later. It was the same day.
So do you think at that moment in time when all you could see was the top of the top blade, that if there had been somebody at the base with the laser, you would have been able to see the laser?
Well, no, because the base is behind trees.
Oh, it was trees.
I'm talking about the top of the blade. Look, the one where I could see the whole thing, I could see the hub in the three blades. The one where I couldn't see it, all I could see is a blade faintly sticking out from behind the trees. There's also radio towers, which I could not see at all at first. And then when an hour later, when I took the pictures again, I could see two radio towers. They're tall ass radio towers. They're fucking hundreds of feet tall. They're like twin towers that I couldn't see at all.
Okay, so
I did observations. So there was a buoy, and it was rocking back and forth, right? So the top of it was rocking toward me, and then away from me. And when it rocked toward me, I could see it, and then when it rocked back, it completely vanished, as if it was like disappearing behind a fucking wall. It wasn't bobbing up and down. It was rocking back and forth toward me and away as the waves pushed it, right? The waves push it and it rocks forward, and then it goes in the trough and then it rocks back, right? So it's rocking back and forth. And the tip of it's going into whatever, and it would disappear, and then it would rock forward, and then it would reappear. Then it would disappear, then reappear, then disappear, then reappear. It's very strange. Anyway, the point of this is, this curved fucking ray shit, there's no evidence for any curved rays. Okay? The curved ray claim is the Earth is a globe, there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? So the ray has to be taking a curved path to go around the globe. There's no evidence for that at all. There's no justification for that. It's just like Earth's a globe, that's what must be happening. That's it. That's the only thing there is to that.
So where did the 2.5 arc minutes of upward angle come from?
I just told you. I just told you. You don't understand it, dude. It doesn't mean a curved ray. It just means the path is bouncing up and down, dude. Okay, Jesse. Can you draw a sine wave?
Yes, approximately.
Okay, and where the camera sensor intersects that sine wave, right, is going to determine where it appears on the sensor. So you might intercept it at the peak and then it'll appear higher, or you intersect it at a trough and it'll appear lower, right? That's not a curving line, though. It's a straight line. Well, it's not necessarily a straight line. It's a straight path that's oscillating around a mean value. The mean value would be the straight line, and it's oscillating about that straight line, deviating. And all the evidence says that this is the case.
Oh,
all
so
the measurement evidence.
So you're saying that, tell me if I got this right or wrong, you're saying that the path of light coming from the ship's waterline to the camera was following kind of a sine wave pattern up and down and up and down, but otherwise basically straight, and I just happened to be at a portion in that the length of that sine wave that caused me to look up at it, and if I had moved forward or back, a half a wavelength, then I would have seen the opposite angle?
Yes. Now that's an oversimplification. Okay, obviously it's not a fucking pure sine wave.
Well, what's the wavelength of this sine wave? It's steady.
Depends on the size of it depends on the size of the inhomogeneities of the air. You see I showed you these. Did you not see these? These little bubble graphics? These don't come from me. These don't come from me. These come from the surveying literature. I didn't make these graphics, dude. I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff doesn't come from me.
So, what would be causing the specific
turbulent cells make the wavefront oscillate around a mean? Okay, I don't know else how to describe it.
Is it the density of the air in the cells, or is
changes of temperature, density, and they're in motion.
Fuck.
And the thing is, the size of these, it isn't going to be like one size. There's going to be all different sorts of if you could see them, it would look like a foam, right? The air is more like a foam, but there's all sorts of meteorological conditions that affect it, right? Wind, fucking temperature of the ground compared to the fucking air, crosswinds. The point is that the rate that the spherically symmetric model has no justification. That's my point. That's my only point. There's no justification for K values or anything like that. What is the K value? It's, hey man, this thing is up 2 inches. And the only way this would be up 2 inches is if the light ray was this much bigger than the fucking globe Earth of 3,959 mile radius. So we're going to come up with a value that's the ratio of that 3959, and we're going to say the light ray curved that much. But that's just bullshit, dude. The light ray didn't take a fucking continuous curved fucking path. They just do that as a simplification. And they even say it, that it's a simplification. But do you know where that's got them, that methodology? Fucking nowhere. Because like I read earlier, for over 300 years, hundreds of models were created to describe the influence of refraction effects. So their methods don't work. You understand that you guys, I don't know why I keep saying you guys, but globe earthers, or the anti-flat earthers that argue this topic and bring up refraction, they're literally bringing up a failure to justify the globe. No refraction model can make any fucking prediction, period, other than like Snell's law on designing lenses or something. I got another one. Hold on. What's the name of that? Jesse, you ever see this one?
Let me look. Oh yeah, Taylor was showing that.
Yeah, you see these values? You know, for Mgon, you know how big of a degree 4 Mgon is? Well, 1 Mgon is 0.0009 degrees. The largest deviation in this data set is 4. So that means the largest deviation that they measured as far as an angle of arrival was 0.0036. Now, do you know how much that is at 25 miles? It's like fucking 8 inches. Right? So, but the most important thing is, remember how I said is that it oscillates about a mean, right? If you look at this measured vertical angle, you see the values. You have the 0 value where there's no deviation, and they oscillate about that. They're not skewed to one side. They're not skewed to the other side, because if it was a continuous curve, they'd be skewed in one direction. Right?
I'm not sure I'm following exactly what you're saying.
The 0 is the straight line path. When it says the blue lines, right, are the measurements of the angle of arrival of what they're measuring.
The absolute angle or the relative to the mean?
The angle of arrival, the deviation of the angle of arrival from where it actually is, from the straight line.
The
0 is no deviation.
From total station position 1 to target 1? TPS 1 is the total station position 1, right? And then T1
they have more than one total. They have more than one device.
Right? And they also have more than one target, right? And T1 is target 1, right? So are you saying that total station 1 and target 1 were at the same geometric elevation?
No, they're not at the same geometric elevation.
So one's higher than the other?
No, very... Give me a second. T1 is T1, I think, is a retroreflector.
Yeah, all the targets were retroreflectors, I believe. Left by some previous project.
Yeah, anyway, the point is that the straight line is the 0. All these, the measurements in totality oscillate about this 0. If the Earth was curved, they would all be skewed in one direction.
Why would they be skewed in one direction if Earth was curved?
Okay, because you'd have refraction curving the light, right? So you'd always have a deviation in the angle of arrival. Always. There would never be a straight line. It wouldn't be... You see how this is symmetrical? There's an equal amount of subrefraction, if that's what you want to call it, and refraction about the 0. It's evenly distributed.
Are you saying that the 0 on this, the 0 milligradians on this chart is
I'm gone, dude.
Jesse, if there's a straight line That's the difference either side of the straight line. If you think you live on a ball tard, the light incoming would predominantly be on one side of the line. You know this. You're acting dumb for some reason. Please stop it.
No, it's just, it's been a while.
I thought I wasn't explaining it good.
It's been a while since I read the paper, and I'm trying to remember the context because all he dropped here was the little one screenshot. And if I remember correctly,
Post the paper again if you want.
The paper wasn't about Earth curve or lack of Earth curve. It was about variations of the vertical angle, and so they actually measured the vertical angle.
Yeah.
And then they...
That's right, Jesse. They measured the light, dude. I don't care about the fucking Earth curve. I only care about they're measuring refraction on whether it exists or not. That's what we are trying to establish. Is it justified of saying there's a fucking curving rays, dude? If there was a curving ray, all the fucking, most of the data would be skewed on one side of the fucking zero. Because the angle of arrival would be higher. It would always be higher. This isn't like this is the only shit, dude. This is what I'm talking, like, remember what I started with? You guys have read the textbooks, read fucking shit online, never looked at the academic research, and even if the papers that exist, very few of them have actual measurement data in it. And then if you actually sift through the fucking 1 in 100 papers that have actual fucking empirical measurements, none of them, and I mean none, match any fucking goal prediction. None. Zero. And I'm sorry that might bust your bubble, okay? And I appreciate you sitting here and listening to me fucking rant, but the fact is, I'm at the point, if someone says to me, you got to account for refraction, I'm asking why. And people need to justify why I should account for it, and just going, because it says so in the fucking textbook, ain't cutting it. I want the data, I want the evidence, I want whatever that says, yes, you should count for refraction, because yes, this is happening all the time, because we've measured it. Here are the measurements, here's the data that shows, yes, this is happening all the time. Yes, here's the measurement of curved rays. Here's the, like, there's none of that shit. There's none of that. But fucking, dude, we've been arguing this topic for a fucking decade. And some of the fundamental things about this topic that's been argued has never been established to even be true in the first place. Fucking arguing about refraction 1,000 fucking times. Jesse, I'm gonna give you a newsflash. I got into this topic because I was doing work on refraction, specifically negative refraction, not the run-of-the-mill refraction, way more technical level than this shit. And then the Chicago skyline, I saw that shit, and they're like, this is a mirage. This is refraction. Dude, I've been studying refraction for fucking nearly 3 decades. And I just hear fucking people say this shit that there's no evidence for any of this shit. It would be cool if there was, but there ain't. It's just something you guys just say, you're an account for refraction. Flat earthers never account for refraction. Your calculation's wrong. You didn't account for refraction. Okay. Here you go. You account for it for me then. You fix our math. No one will ever fix our math. No, dude. They're measuring the angle of arrival of the light, dude.
But
what aren't you getting, dude?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask about is...
Elevation means nothing, don't say elevation. Because the device is pointed straight at the other device. There's a straight line, imaginary straight line between each of the devices.
You have a clear line of sight. They're just measuring the angle of arrival and how much it deviates.
So was that measured angle as it was read by the instrument within a plus to minus 4 milligradient angle?
They're making continuous measurements. You understand? Continuous measurements. They're constantly. I don't know what the polling rate was.
Every few minutes, I think, except they would take a few minutes off to do a self-calibration on each unit. But what I'm just trying to understand, if you're saying that 0 degrees was the actual measured angle of arrival for total station 1 when pointed at target 1.
Well, there is no angle if it's 0 degrees. What do you think they're measuring, Jesse?
Well, I think they measured the elevation angle to T1 from TPS1 repeatedly, and of course it's T1.
You're on top of a hill looking down into a fucking hole at a landslide across the way.
Okay, so they've recentered these measurements to center them around the average,
you see,
right?
look at figure 3, the top image of figure 3. They're on top of a fucking hill looking down, okay? So they got a couple things here. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is a vertical tower of thermocouples where they're measuring the temperature.
Yes, that's
beautiful. The vertical temperature profile. Right, so they're just pointing down into the landslide, dude, and measuring the angle of arrival that the fucking laser hits them, that the laser hits the total station. That's it. It's not fancy, dude.
Okay, so I think we agree that the total stations were pointing down significantly more than 4 milligradians, right? At their targets? At least for target 1?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they're pointed down. They're only measuring the light. They're shooting a fucking laser off of something and then measuring the angle that it comes back. It knows the direction that it's pointed, right? And they can measure the direction that it picked it up.
So I guess,
Jesse, if you fucking shoot like say you had a pistol, okay, and you fired from the hip, the bullet fucking ricochets off a piece of iron and hits you in the eye. Okay, the angle of arrival is higher. You know that the angle of arrival is higher than when it fucking left your gun. Okay.
because the shrapnel or the piece of metal is falling
because it left at hip level and then arrived at eye level.
What's the significance of this?
Because they're just shooting straight at the prism, and then measuring the reflected light what the angle was, where it should be versus where it is, or where it appears to be. These are like infrared, dude, bouncing infrared light off of reflectors.
Right, yeah, most of my total stations also bounce infrared light off of reflectors. One of them uses a visible red laser, though. But, so are we in agreement then that the actual elevation angle measured by the instruments to the targets
mean nothing. That's what we'll agree to. They mean nothing. We've already established that.
Dude, I don't care. Like, I don't care if they're looking fucking down from the top of the Empire State Building.
Well, I guess I don't understand.
This would be even worse. Look, bro. This would be my argument. My argument is here's data, right, of the very little data on refraction measurement data we actually have, right? Because if I ask you to post some, you won't have any. You know that, right? You'll have none.
Definitely not this much.
I posted 2 things. You got 1 thing then? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It wouldn't even matter. Whatever you posted, I've already read it. I guarantee it. Okay? My point is that we should be making claims based upon the empirical evidence, not based upon theory and speculation. Okay? And then we go, okay, let's look into the scientific literature and see what's actually been empirically tested and verified. And then you look at the data and it's nowhere fucking near the effect that they say that is said to happen. It's nowhere near it. It's not even close. But people are going to tell us there's these special refractive conditions that can happen that can make the horizon fucking appear 10 times too far away, that can do all sorts of crazy shit, right? Fine. I have no problem believing that. If you can substantiate it that it's even possible, which nobody can do. Certainly not fucking possible to happen every other, every single time we go out. Goddamn flat earthers are so lucky. Oh my God, there's the horizon again 10 miles away. God, am I lucky? Jesse, if you actually are going on observations, I know you've made the long distance observations that bust the globe. You just don't show them to nobody. Just as a sheer probability, dude.
Oh, I've showed them, and I even showed the ones that show concave.
No, they don't show concave, man. They don't show, dude. No, dude. And things are just getting displaced up and down, dude. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know if a magnifying glass does this.
I have one of those triangular straight glass prisms that's 6 inches long. And it does that. I can hold it up and look through it, and depending on which way I have the pointy edge, it can make everything look higher or everything look lower. As well as rainbowy.
Yeah. Now imagine in between you and something else, there's like 20,000 fucking prisms, and they're all moving around. But they're only moving around a little bit. Okay. Now you're going to end up with an image that'll be displaced 1 second one way and then displaced another second another way. I mean, stars twinkle for a reason.
So is the stream done now? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Do what you want.
What did you guys think about the rocket launch?
I don't know why they had 30 different cuts in it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Someone said they counted 30 cuts. What do I think about it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
What's your prediction?
I mean, like
what they're
watching
gonna do?
fucking Hezbollah launch, Katyusha rockets. It's fucking about as exciting as that.
Do you think they'll call it a success and come out with all this footage afterwards, or what's the prediction?
I don't know. The video of the launch, not the ground cameras, but the cameras that were on the rocket, were pretty sketchy. They were freaking. They were. I don't know. Did you see it?
Yeah, very.
It was like a part that was like 5 frames a second, and then the camera was cutting out, and then the size of the Earth, or the curvature of the Earth changed. They showed curvature before the Kármán line, which is nowhere near high enough, and then they showed less curvature at even higher up. So I don't even know what they're gonna do. Someone was saying that you could see 2 rockets blended together.
It's really fucked up. Is like I'm watching other people watch it, like Globers, and they're just eating it up. You know, they're like content with that.
They're spinning super fast, man. They can't think.
It's almost like there's nothing really you could show them.
Got to go outside a little bit more, man. That's what it is.
It reminded me of like the Indian space program animations. It's almost worse than that. Like, I don't know how people.
They made that shit with a 3DS, bro.
It's wild. It's just a slap in the face.
You want to hear something?
Yeah, what up?
No, I'm gonna play some audio for you guys, and it's kind of a guy. I think he's a physicist. I got the. He just talks about like you said, the people are just eating it up, right? Eating the rocket up. It's because they're fantasists. They think they're going to space someday and that they're going to be astronauts and that they're going to Mars. So I have audio of a guy talking about that, and they did all the math on what a just absolute bullshit idea any of it is. Anything about space is just nonsense. And for lots
Damn,
of
so we're
reasons.
not going to space? That's crazy.
No, we're not going to space.
I've been to space. I got a video for you, brother.
I think this is depressing. It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this, interstellar travel, the answer is never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific, theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to find a way to cover those distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion per trip, $500 billion by some estimates. That's because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting-edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on, if it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes. To make that trip in a human lifetime, you need something that can go many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying. You can't predict where technology is going to go.
Did you guys see the fisheye cam on that shuttle
They
launch?
could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your sci-fi to make interstellar travel possible, like the ability to produce a near infinite amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical supplies out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use them for is to travel to another star, because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier than this. And if you say, but the natural instinct of humans is to go out and explore and to colonize other places, my answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from everything. And the better and more comfortable life becomes on land, the less appealing that looks. This is fantasy in the same way that the Lord of the Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
Experiment, right? So if you're going to do an experiment, I would just have to know, the variables of the experiments, how they work, what's the argument that you're making. And I don't think that would take me a year, for me to learn. I can learn that in a week.
I disagree because I conduct research, and for me to even make some progress in my research, I have to read other people's PhD thesis for weeks. So for you to just
give
say
a specific experiment that you're talking about, so we can actually see this.
Yeah. Okay. My background is computational fluid dynamics, so I model liquid hydrogen containment, which requires me to understand thermodynamic properties, laws, and how gravity affects, because I'm studying consistent gravity. So gravity comes into my math every day. So it's a bit hard for me to understand someone telling me, hey, this thing that you've spent 6 years of your life, like dedicated to fully understanding to the point you're working towards a PhD.
Can you post some of that math, dude?
you want me to
Post the math where you use gravity for the dynamics
there's a
of
lot.
gases.
All the satellites that get orbit use velocity and gravity. There's all the
No, they don't
equations
use
that we use.
gravity. No, they don't, dude.
Hold on. Just
They
let's
use
slow.
Keplerian. Listen, they use Keplerian orbital elements, which is a kinematic model. There's no dynamic forces in it.
Wait, sorry. Like my research involves liquid hydrogen containment, and for me to model it accurately and produce results that compare to real
Yeah, we heard
world.
you say that. We want you to substantiate it.
Yeah, just give us the math. That's what we're asking
Okay,
for.
okay. I'll pull out some math. Can I post it? I don't know where I can.
Are you just using little g?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Which
we know that
encapsulates-
empirically. Like that, we know little g empirically. We don't need a theory to know what that value is.
No, I'm not talking about the value. I'm saying the significance that when I use that value, I'm able to obtain results that predict real world things, proving that the value is meaningful.
Yeah, we know. We've been measuring it for fucking 400 years.
Wait, so
Little
I'm a bit
g,
lost. I'm not
not
trying to be
big G, though.
confrontational right now. Sorry, I'm really not trying to be confrontational. But yeah, can you explain what you're trying to say?
There's a difference between little g and big G, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so little g we know empirically. You can't get from.
G.
We use little g, 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration toward the Earth. You can't get from there logically to Earth as a ball. You have to say what causes that is the inverse square law. The universal law of gravitation causes the little g, right? But you can't prove that experimentally. That's the problem.
But because he uses little g every day, and it just
what am I trying to
probably
prove?
thousands of other engineers do as well to create mathematics
so
and
what?
equations.
Oh no!
To create real world things.
We all agree that things fall to the fucking ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. So what?
No, I'm asking what you want me to prove. The link between. So you're agreeing gravity exists.
Depends on what you mean. The effect that we call gravity of things falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, that certainly exists. What does not exist is mass attracts mass inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That does not exist.
That's what I wanted to understand. Of my concept of gravity is it's a force that attracts things that have mass. So that's the disconnect we have there.
That model, first of all, hasn't been in vogue for about 100 years.
What do you mean hasn't been in vogue?
The current model is the general theory of relativity, in which gravity is not a force.
Okay, let me explain it more generic terms. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of what gravity is because, I agree, scientists are still trying to figure out specifically what it is. But I think all scientists agree that mass causes some sort of phenomenon that attracts other things with mass.
Yeah, what is mass?
You want me to define what mass is? Okay.
Yeah, because I know what the definition is. It doesn't mean anything. In modern physics, is resistance to acceleration. So
inertia.
Well, in modern mass is defined as resistance to acceleration.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so how can resistance to acceleration attract resistance to acceleration? It doesn't make sense. So
sorry.
I'll read you a quotation from Max Born. Okay, do you know who Max Born is?
No, I've not heard that name, but I'm not very good with names.
Really?
I'm really not good with names.
The Born rule? You've never heard of the Born rule in quantum physics?
Quantum physics is not my area of expertise, so I don't really delve that deep into it.
So thermodynamics, you're dealing with supercooled helium. Is it superfluid?
No. I'm dealing with liquid hydrogen storage. It's not supercooled.
So it's not supercooled. It's not.
No. It's about
critical helium. That's basically.
It's like the
hydrogen. You know what I'm talking about? Superfluid helium. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, hydrogen. Superfluid hydrogen.
I'm telling you, the hydrogen I deal with is just literally for manufacturing and the air industry, the transportation of that.
You do your thing.
Okay, so let me read you. This is from Max Born. He's a Nobel laureate. in his book called Einstein's Theory of Relativity, Dover Publications. It's on page 33 and 34. Says, in ordinary language, the word mass describes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Mute up, Solemn. Okay. In physics, however, as we must strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula. It is the measure of resistance to changes of velocity. So it's really just a unit of measure. It doesn't really have any, what do we call, ontology to it. It doesn't have anything of its own.
Oh,
so
no,
when you say,
yeah, continue, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying is that it's not really a physical quantity of anything.
I disagree with you in that sense of we don't fully, once again, all these concepts, we don't fully understand. Like, I can't explain to you fundamentally what it is. All I can explain to you is that there is something called matter. We don't fully understand what it is, but it has these properties. And we can agree that it at least exists. Matter exists, and it has these properties. Do you agree? Properties to resist acceleration. And for some other reason, it also has a property to attract other things.
Now that remains to be seen.
Okay, that's the part you disagree with. You agree it has the property to resist acceleration, but you disagree with its property to attract.
Well, I agree that when you try to accelerate an object, the more massive the object is, kind of like our placeholder, mass, whatever, the harder it is to accelerate.
It has some quantity that stops it from being accelerated.
Yeah, just the abstract quantity, whatever we want to call it, right?
Yeah.
Now, whether something that has that abstract quantity attracts something else because it also has that abstract quantity, that is another matter altogether. I'm aware of the Cavendish experiment and all those types of tests, right? So those are all fine and dandy, but the thing is, as far as this topic goes, okay.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
How do you get from we observe our observation, what's actually real, the effect we observe, the natural phenomenon, an object falling? How do you get from there to mass attracts mass?
The best way I can explain that is, one, I don't want to convince you that, like, I don't even have enough knowledge to make the connection between mass having that property to resist acceleration and mass having that property to attract. You're saying there's a disconnect, and I don't have enough knowledge to convince you of there is no disconnect. But I do want to focus on the other point you did make of how we got from Apple falling down to all these other things. I'm saying,
well, I know how we got there. Like, it's a mystery to you. It's not a mystery to me. I know the history of how this idea developed.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why, if you're really knowledgeable about the history, why don't you understand? What did you not accept about the journey?
I don't accept it for the same reason Newton didn't accept it. Because it's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. That's why Newton said, what was it? Something non-finger or something, right? I formed no hypothesis because he couldn't form a valid hypothesis about any of this.
Yeah, at the time, with the information he had, and luckily, as humans progressed and our knowledge base increased, we're able to better understand these things. Like, I use Newtonian mechanics, but I was taught the limitations of Newtonian mechanics. It's able to predict things at certain scales, but it breaks down when you go to larger scales or very tiny scales. So, all these theories only have to be good enough to produce usable results. That's what I'm trying to explain of the way science kind of operates. We don't need to be, depending on what you're trying to achieve, like especially me as an engineer, I don't need the science to be true, absolute. I just need it to be useful. And if
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with that. And I was going to say, well, you're doing engineering, not science. So, like, all you care about is the utility of it. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Of like how I can't see the utility of a flat Earth. What utility does the flat Earth model bring to us?
Okay, the fact that there's no drop over distance, the fact there's no curvature of the surface of the Earth.
And I'm saying utility. What can I do with a flat Earth model? What can I achieve with a flat Earth model that I cannot?
What are you doing with a globe Earth model?
Earning a living.
In what sense? How do you use a globe in earning a living?
I use the math, the physics, and the science that's all intertwined.
Can you give me an example where you're using the globe Earth of a radius 3,959 miles to do fucking anything?
Why would I need the curve? I use the math.
Well, I mean, that would be the Earth, right? So, like I said, we know G empirically. We don't need to know anything about the Earth or whether it's a globe or whether it's a cube or whether it's a turtle. We don't need to know anything. We know G empirically.
No, what I'm trying to explain is the same tools I use to achieve, like, do my job. The tools I trust are the same tools that led to the conclusion that the world is round. So it's hard for me to say,
That is not true, dude. You
math,
just believe that, dude. You just believe that. You're like a cultist right now, just saying, hey, I believe this. See, you believe that G comes from the universal law of gravitation. But whether you believe that or not, whether you believe it comes from magic fairy pixie dust, you would still be able to use G in your engineering. It doesn't matter what you think it comes from.
Okay, so anyone who requires actually using concepts that you disagree with to achieve stuff are lying about it then. Like you said, NASA...
No one said that, dude. Where the fuck did you get that from?
Come on.
Okay, let me not mischaracterize you. Okay, I retract that statement.
That was weak, bro. Listen, what I'm trying to say, listen, that you actually don't need the concept of the universal law of gravitation to do your job.
Okay, I'm agreeing with you with that. Can I shift the question to this?
That's why when you said I use the globe to do all these things, that's why I'm like, no, you don't. Nobody uses a globe to do anything.
I didn't say I use the globe. I said I use the same math and physics.
No, there is no. You're using little g, which we know empirically. We don't need to use any math or physics associated with a globe to do that. We only need to measure the rate of fall.
So, question: if I wanted to, but you don't believe that we've sent stuff to the moon. So, when I'm using big G for that, you're saying it's bullshit.
No, they're not.
What?
They're using Keplerian orbital dynamics was a kinematic model. There's no dynamics in it. They're just using the period.
Do you know for a fact this? But you say, wait. How do you know for a fact that doing this, they're not using?
Keplerian orbital dynamics is a kinematic model, not a dynamic model. They're using kinematics, not dynamics.
Okay. Can I?
Right, like you know the difference between kinematics and dynamics, right? They're not using any forces. They're just using the repeating cycle. Okay. Now this is where I should caveat that this is where Newton came up with the inverse square law, because he noticed that if you have an elliptical orbit, right? If you have an ellipse, right, and you have a force that points at the foci of the ellipse, that force will fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the foci of that ellipse. This is where he came up with the inverse square law. He didn't come up with it from experiment. He didn't come up with it from testing. He didn't come up with it. It's purely a geometric relationship of elliptical orbits. But that elliptical orbit itself has nothing to do with a dynamic model, because the kinematic model, Kepler's planetary laws 1, 2, and 3, they pre-exist Newton.
Can I ask you a question? How accurate are those models at predicting the positions of planets compared to Einstein's general theory of relativity?
Well, I'm sure they're freaking a lot more accurate, because Einstein's theory is garbage.
Einstein's theory is one of the most tested theories and the most like it is well tested.
Yeah, I heard that news too. I heard that too. That's horseshit.
You show us some work.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How many? Okay, can I ask you a better question? Do you believe people are lying, like trying to maintain this lie, right?
Lying. What is this lying thing? You ever heard of being wrong? You can be wrong without lying. Lying implies intentional deception.
Okay, then where is this misunderstanding coming from? Why are so many people hanging on to this globe Earth?
Tradition.
So people in other countries that grew up in different cultures are holding on to that same tradition.
Now they are. When did the Chinese start believing the globe?
Sure.
Take a guess.
I assume so.
I didn't hear you. Cut out. Oh, you started talking to somebody. You muted up. Oh, I'll wait.
Somehow this argument reminds me of phospholipids.
Huh?
Phospholipids.
Yeah, what'd you say biology class, bro?
Well, because, I mean, in the sense of, because on one side it hates water and the other side it likes water, so they spontaneously form spheres when in water, but without it, they just lay flat.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks to the
Wait, to answer your
fucking
China
sixth
question.
grade fucking science test. No, what I was saying was, I don't even know what I was saying.
You talk about China. What you thought about?
Oh, China. Yeah, China. They were flat earthers into the 20th century. The 20th century.
To what?
100 years ago, they were still flat earthers.
Like what degree of the population are we talking here?
Who cares?
Like what percentage? No, any percentage.
Anybody that followed the emperor.
Because the emperor believed this and decreed it.
Because the emperor had a heavenly mandate, in the Chinese cosmology is a flat Earth cosmology.
But aren't you just saying that they're biased then? Because their literal emperor is telling them you must believe this.
No, he's not saying you must believe it. They're just like any other religious tradition. They believed it because it was their tradition. The same reason you believe the Earth's a globe is because it's your tradition.
Oh no.
No, you're above that, right? You're above any type of fucking anthropological habits. You're above that. You're Superman. You're Ubermensch.
I did not.
Uber.
Whoa. Dude, I don't know why this.
Well, I think it's very funny that somehow you people in the modern day think that they're somehow different from people in the past, and that what they think is somehow special.
No, I don't think what we think is somehow special. I think we just have access to more information, so we're more enlightened.
Yeah, and that's what they thought 500 years ago. We just have more access to information than those stupid fucking cavemen 1,000 years ago. We're smarter than them. You know, in 500 years, they're going to say people that lived in the 21st century were retards. You know that, right?
Yes, that's how progress works, and hopefully they will say that. I hope that our future generations know more than we do. Why would I not want that?
It's about knowing more. We don't actually know more. We're just delude ourselves more.
No, but I'm saying, like, come on, you can't say you don't want your future generations to have more knowledge and have a better understanding and point back and say, hey.
What do they understand? What do you understand?
What do you mean? What do I...
Yeah, what do you actually understand?
What do you mean? I need you to give me more information. That's a very,
generic... You said we're going to reach more understanding. Understanding of what?
Of how our world works, how we can get better control over it. We didn't have planes 200 years ago, and we gained a better understanding.
The scientists said that planes would never work, and it was the Wright brothers, uneducated slobs that invented airplanes.
Wait, so you're proving my point. People were ignorant, and then
they invented airplanes. Do you know how they invented airplanes? Trial and error, not science.
What? Science is trial and error.
Who invented airplanes? Who invented airplanes?
Wasn't it both?
Right, that is science. Trial and error is science.
No, it's not science.
That is the scientific process. You try things. If it fails, you try something else. If it succeeds, you gain more knowledge. That is the definition.
Oh, God, dude. Then, so if I go try to pick up chicks, and if I keep trying until I succeed, I'm doing science?
Well, if you try different methods, yes.
If you take observations, make theories and hypotheses of like, hey, if I say these things, will I be successful this time? You test it out. If you're successful, then you note it down.
No good.
May I lick the side of your face?
That works every time.
But are you saying science is not going out with an idea in mind, seeing if that idea lines up, and then changing even? Huh?
That's a hypothesis.
I'm saying that's part of science, the scientific process.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jedi. Sorry.
It's all right. The hypothesis is your prediction of what causes the phenomena. The phenomena is the thing that you witnessed happening in the physical and natural world, and it's going to be your prediction as what caused it to happen. Now that you've made your hypothesis, your supposition into the cause and effect relationship, you can now test that hypothesis by varying and manipulating the independent variable to see if it causes a change in your dependent variable, which was the observed phenomena you witnessed in the physical and natural world, whilst keeping all control variables the same. That's the scientific method, dude. Isn't it?
He's an engineer.
Okay.
So he wants to be a scientist. He wants to call his field science, but he's an engineer. And listen, I have more respect for engineers than scientists. Okay, so feel better that you're an engineer and not a scientist.
Who are you like referencing there? Who are you trying to talk to with that explanation?
You're an engineer. Engineering and science have different goals.
Yes, I agree. But right now,
okay, so science can't do trial and error.
What do you mean science can't do trial and error?
Because there's an infinite amount of possibilities.
What? I'm saying.
Okay. Because science uses the induction, right? It uses inference to make statements, right?
Like he just described the scientific process. You have an idea.
Yeah, he did.
You try to say, hey, I observed something. I go back to myself and like, hey, why do I think this thing happened? I make a plan. I'm like, hey, I think it happened because of ABC. Let me set up an experiment, control these variables, and see if these predictions come true. If I hold on to this, will this happen? Or what happens when I do this? You get all that information.
No. That you took what he specifically said and you made a general statement about it. Okay.
But I'm saying that
he's specifically saying the experiment is to figure out a cause and effect relationship. That is known deductively. What they do nowadays is so-called observational science. Right?
Yeah.
That's not the science he's talking about.
Can we not generalize and just say they? Because there's a lot of science happening in the world, so it's hard to just say they.
Okay, so I'll give you an example from what we were talking about. Now, an object falls to Earth at 9.8 meters per second squares. What causes that? Well, we know how to do like Jedi just described. We know how to do a scientific method complying experiment to figure out what the cause of that is. But we know that when we do this experiment, we actually can't determine what the cause is. So instead, they just come up with some model and say, hey, we have a model, this gravitational model, the universal law of gravitation, and we can make that little g fit into our big G model. And we can infer that they're the same, that this is the cause. But there could be hundreds of other, but hold on, there could be infinite number of other causes. Because the test that would decide which is the true cause can't be done. So we can speculate and speculate and speculate and speculate. And all you can do is say, yes, my model is consistent with a little g falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, but you can never get beyond that.
Can I counter with that is, one, that would be dishonest science. Because like you said, science...
Welcome to fucking 2025.
No, but you're implying that all scientists are just dishonest.
Well...
You're implying that every single scientist in the world is being dishonest. I'm not saying that not dishonest scientists, but you're implying that
what's a scientist, Mr. Engineer? Tell me what a scientist is.
There are levels to it. Do you want like a professional scientist or just a generic?
Yeah, I want the scientist that you're talking about.
Oh, dude, sorry, I'm not trying to be confrontational. You seem to. Okay. I'll explain the story. For me, a scientist, one, is anyone who is curious and goes through the scientific process. So anyone can be a scientist. A kid can be a scientist.
What's the scientific process?
Like we described, of making an observation, trying to create a hypothesis, testing it, seeing if you can create a model and explain the phenomena, keep testing that model.
People that come up with theories of gravity don't do that.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That would be a dishonest scientist.
That's fine. I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry, but you didn't need the models bit, but everything else was fine. Carry on.
Yeah, I was saying the thing I'm trying to fixate with the models part is, if you're doing proper science, you create a model, try to see if that model fits the real world observations. When you start finding holes in that model,
what? You don't start by creating a model.
Yes, you do. You make observations, and then you start writing some math. That's what happens. You make observations, you write
You make
math.
observations and write math, bro. Are you serious?
Okay, do you want me to give you a very simple example of what
I'll give you an example of it not happening.
I see a flower on my tree. I'm going to write some math, and now an apple is growing where the flower used to be. Now, how do I solve that math problem?
Okay, when they wanted to know what causes disease, right? When they wanted it in the late 1800s, What model did they make? What equations did they write down to figure out what causes
Can I give
disease?
you a simple example? Let's just say
I just gave you an example that refutes everything you just said.
No. I'm trying to explain to you what the process is. So can you just give me this little?
What was the process when they tried to figure out what causes disease? Did they write down a model? Did they start doing math?
Well, that's a different. Biological research is different from.
That's different science. Special science?
No,
actual science.
Like, would you write math equations for studying psychology? Like, that doesn't really make sense.
I mean, they try to.
Not science.
Would you do math if you're studying literature?
They
I think we need to define what science is first.
Okay, I was saying here, can I give you a basic example of what I think is good, like what I mean, the scientific process?
Yeah,
if I was blindfolded and thrown onto some random, like let's just say a random beach somewhere, blindfold is removed, I see a red rock. Okay.
Now you'll see a flat Earth. That's what you're going to see.
Okay. You see a red rock.
Are you arguing me? Are you going to see a flat Earth if you get thrown to a random beach?
Yes, the Earth. I would observe a flat Earth. Yes.
Yeah, cool. See, there we go.
But I'm saying,
then why would you doubt that? Why would you doubt that?
Can I make my point, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I get it.
So we see the red rock.
I see a red rock. So I form a
red rock.
That's my observation. My observation is I see a red rock. I form my hypothesis. This beach contains what's it called? Only red rocks. Okay, that's my hypothesis.
No.
So I fill up next.
What?
Huh?
What are you doing? Are you trying to do science here?
He thinks all questions, any question you could possibly ask is a scientific question. Dude, not all questions are scientific questions, buddy.
I'm going to explain to you what the scientific process is in the simplest example.
Dude, unless you're going to tell me the cause, unless you're going to tell me the cause of the red rock, I don't care. The hypothesis, right? It's going to contain the supposition of what caused that which you observed to happen. Please, dude. Now, red rock,
Science does not always try to explain the cause. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's wrong. But that's wrong, dude.
Yeah, that's wrong, dude.
Oh my God.
It is wrong. Even in the textbooks, it's wrong.
Newton's laws of what's called motion, does it try to explain the cause of the like the fundamental cause of the motion? It just explains that these things affect the motion. Mass and acceleration connect equals force.
When you said these things affect the motion, what do you think that is? That's the cause, bro.
But that's not an inherent explanation. That's just saying fundamentally that it's showing a link. He's just saying, hey, there is a link between these two things. They are connected.
There was no established hypothesis. Newton didn't feign a hypothesis. No hypothesis, no experiment. He didn't do any science. Newton didn't do any science. Newton didn't do any science.
Science to make observations, write math that makes predictions, test those predictions, and then be true.
Incorrect.
How is that not science? How is not making observations, making hypotheses, testing
making
those
observations of what?
What do you mean observations of what?
Because dude, don't ask me a question and start talking. I'll answer.
Okay,
observations of what specifically? Things happening, a phenomena, effect, right?
Yes.
A cause and effect relationship. It's implicit within the hypothesis, where you have the independent variable, that's your supposition of cause, and the dependent variable, that's the thing that you observe happen and are trying to predict the cause of with your independent variable. The reason why we have the independent and dependent variable within the hypothesis is because that's what we're going to test within the experiment, whilst keeping all other variables a control the same with zero change. So we only vary and manipulate our presumed cause to see if there is a change in the dependent variable. That's the scientific methods, right? That's how I got taught it at school, dude. Right, with a beaker that you filled with water and a Bunsen burner that you turned on, and you watched the water boil because the heat changed the state of water.
Yes.
Cool. Science, dude.
Yeah. Seems like you want to skip the independent variable part.
What do you mean? the independent what?
Well, you want to propose an independent variable, but not actually test to see if that is the independent variable. You just want to make a prediction, right, about it maybe being one, right, and then going out into nature and then just re-observing, right, the phenomenon again and going, oh, I was right.
Okay, can I ask
no, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything.
Okay, no, I agree. I have achieved, nothing has been accomplished. So can I ask you this? Can you guys take all the science you believe in and use it to achieve something that the globe Earth cannot?
There's no belief required with science.
And there's no globe science. It's all flat Earth anyway.
But yeah, we can. We can. We can say we're going to go down to that 20-mile body of water and see from shoreline to shoreline with our zoom-in camera or telescope. And that's what happens.
Let me ask you a question. The people who designed those cameras, don't you think they had some sort of understanding of physics and quantum effects?
Quantum effects. Quantum effects when building lenses.
They're smaller. Do you understand why there's a limit to how small we can make transistors?
I don't know. What's the limit?
What?
What's the limit? You said there's a limit.
Yes, once quantum effects start taking in, and like we can't predict the exact positions of electrons.
Oh yeah, that's all pretend. That's pretend.
It's pretend. So we can make transistors very small then.
Yeah, we make them very small, dude. Yeah, we make them very, very small. Isn't that crazy?
And the science involved to make the transistors small, the same transistors that you're
using. That's because they're made in a flat surface. Did you know that? I sell to those companies too.
The science used to make those transistors. You're telling me it does not take any quantum effects?
In a flat dish.
Can I ask you this? There's no single scientist that works on chip manufacturing uses quantum mechanics.
What's this got to
do? For what? What would they use it for?
So you can confirm right now, if you go to a chip factory and ask every single scientist there, they will confirm, what are you talking about? No one here uses quantum mechanics.
No scientists work there. Listen, hold on. He doesn't understand. Scientists don't call us and ask us for parts. It's the engineers. From those places, it's the engineers that call and do all the work, not scientists.
Brenda, are you confusing engineering with the scientific method?
Yes. Very much so.
I just wanted to ask him if he understood quantum mechanics and could explain it to us.
Quantum mechanics? What the fuck are we talking about that for?
No, he's talking about it. He's invoking it.
It's a good question,
I believe, I can't remember specifically, but 15 minutes ago when he spoke to Indio, he claimed he didn't have pretty rudimentary scientific knowledge compared to quantum mechanics.
I need
just want to know how he can understand what is actually being done in any of this manufacturing. If he doesn't actually know any of it.
I have a mechanical engineering degree. I understand physics.
Never asked you for your qualifications.
No, I mean, like, in the sense, I'm not saying that just means, like, I know more than people. It just means that I've dedicated the time to the subject.
You can still be wrong, though, so.
So how do you dedicate your time to the subject, Mr. Engineer? I'm curious to find out how you dedicate your time to the subject.
Well, first in my
Mr. Engineer.
first year of university, I took my physics courses, I took my calculus courses, then I took my.
And where do you use those in real life?
At my research job, like I said, to model liquid hydrogen.
Your research job is that you work at a university?
Yeah, the research institute is.
So that doesn't count. That's not a real job.
But I have a degree, and I'm being paid for it. And
you got a degree in staring at a wall and getting paid for what they want you to look for.
Well, why is that a bad thing? I'm being paid. You're telling me someone's giving me money?
Because you're in here and you sound like a glober. Now you've realized what you sound like, right? You got no answers for us.
Wait, what do you mean that's not an answer? You're telling me that I'm wasting my time, but I'm being paid. So I don't know how.
Yes, you're wasting your time getting paid. Yes.
No, in a moment, maybe it's already happened. I apologise to interrupt, but in a moment, or maybe it's already happened, but somewhere in the conversation, someone's going to ask, why would they lie? Well, what does it matter? I get paid.
Oh, he already asked that, you know.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand of how, like, ultimately, who's being fucked over by this? If their lie is getting me paid, putting food on my plate, giving me... I'm trying to understand
Why
how...
do you care you're getting paid, dude?
Huh? Why
You're
do I
getting
care
paid. Yeah. You're getting paid. You got a job. Whatever it is, you're getting paid. You said that.
Don't worry about it.
Results, you know, I don't just show up and I have to produce results.
Okay,
what
cool.
are you doing though?
Huh? Sorry?
What are you doing at work? Like, just give us something that like we can understand.
Go Jedi. Like, answer Jedi's question if you want.
Okay, one, I don't want to give too much of my own like personal information, but yeah, I can get into some detail of, like I said, it's computational fluid dynamics. So I work on computer models that model liquid hydrogen. One of the use cases of our models.
That involves the Earth being a globe. How?
What kind of fittings do you guys use?
Sorry, fittings?
Yeah, fittings.
What do you mean fittings?
Pipe fittings.
Interesting. So you're studying the shit, how the shit moves through things. What kind of fittings are you studying, going through?
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by fittings going through. That's not my
All right,
job.
never mind. It's okay.
No, you asked me to explain my job. I'm literally.
I know.
We're fine. We're kind of
fine,
off
dude.
the beaten.
Just keep going.
Yeah, we're off the beaten track anyway. Really, not necessarily interested too much into your job and so on. I'm just more interested in the subject that we're discussing. At the moment, I thought that was science and engineering and what they are and what they're not.
Oh yeah, no, I was trying to say that my background in engineering and my experience with working with math, physics, and having to do experiences helps me understand how that same process led to people concluding that the Earth is a globe. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, you said that a while back. Yeah, I've been wondering, what your evidence is of the globe. I haven't heard you give any evidence of why you think we live on a globe, where's the curvature measured, any of that. Do you have any of that?
Can I ask you the counter to that of, can you produce me a working flat Earth model that I can use to do something productive?
That's fallacious, for us. You just ask you a question. You gotta answer it.
No, everything is built on a flat Earth, dude. Yeah, everything is built on flat Earth. None of the shit you do at your studying hydrogen deals with the globe.
Right, again, so we can...
Okay, question. Does anything you do in your day job help you prove that the
One
Earth...
sec, bro. Jedi was in the middle of something.
Just want to gain some cohesion to the conversation. So both myself and Dayline have kind of asked the same question. You said through your understanding of physics and engineering, blah, 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 that you understand how they came to the understanding that the Earth was a sphere. If you want, you can talk about that and we'll listen and we'll go through that. Or we can talk about what you decided to deflect away with about some kind of flat Earth model that you need to make predictions with or something I didn't quite hear.
I can hop back to the your original point.
Cool, thank you. Okay, that's fine.
One, proving that the Earth is a globe is not something I spend my day doing because one, it's not something I ever felt I've had to do because the Earth being a flat or a globe doesn't affect most people in their day-to-day lives. So it's hard for...
well, that just contradicts a massive amount of claims you've made.
What? No, I'm trying to make the claim.
That's basically how most scientists and engineers are functioning day to day. The globe, they don't think about the globe because it actually has no relevance to what they're doing.
No, I'm asking you, day to day, do you think the average person needs to consider...
You just admitted it. You're the average person, and you said day to day. You don't think about the globe. You don't attempt to prove it.
No, I'm saying I don't need to prove it because why?
It's like just changing your words around on the fly.
Okay.
You already admitted that the globe essentially is completely irrelevant to your day.
That World War II happened every single day you wake up. Do you have to go around and tell people and announce, like, who challenges you that World War II happened?
You don't want to stick to your own claim.
No, I'm trying to tell you that on a day-to-day basis, my belief in a globe Earth does not get challenged. there's very few things in a day-to-day basis.
And it's getting challenged now, and we see that you're completely inept in actually having any understanding as to why you believe this.
That's why I'm trying to move the goalpost to. You have fixated on it just being a curve. I'm trying to say that the amount of lies.
Well,
you're continually moving the goalpost. You're continually diverting from the actual topic that we're trying to get narrowed down on you. You are moving the goalpost. Please stick to one thing.
He's got no
I need to move the goalpost because the goalpost has to be somewhere reasonable. Proving that the Earth is round.
I never heard somebody say you're intentionally trying to fuck around and move goalposts.
Asking someone to prove that their claim that the Earth is a globe is unreasonable? Are you serious?
Yeah, okay.
Look, we haven't moved our goalposts for what we expect for evidence for a globe Earth in the 10 plus years we've all been at this.
Let me can I rephrase this?
The goalposts are in the same place. You claim a sphere that requires a curving surface, so bring us the measurements of that. If you don't have measurements of that, and then we go and do our own measurements and find the contrary, a flat surface with no major deviations.
Okay. Can I rephrase
There's not a sphere. The goalposts are in the same place they've always been.
No. Let's agree. Okay. Can I just suggest this, and then you can debate on it? If you don't agree, I can leave this discussion. Can I just suggest this? Instead of me trying to convince you that the Earth is a sphere, can you help explain certain things?
We used to believe the Earth was a sphere. We weren't born flat earthers.
Okay, no, that's what I'm asking.
We grew up through the same education systems as yourself.
That's what I'm asking you.
Just one day, something caught our mind strong enough that we're like, okay, we really need to double check this, and we
that's what I'm asking you. Can you then?
So
there's certain beliefs I hold that only make sense to me if the Earth is round. So if you can help me still hold on to those
your beliefs are nonsensical and unreasonable if you actually think about them properly, critically.
No, it's a simple belief of. Can you explain to me how seasons
your beliefs are all based on like fallacious social reasoning, essentially.
No, I'm asking you to explain things like sunsets to me.
Okay.
Flat Earth.
Morbido. Can I just say this? You're talking about phenomena, right? All of these phenomena would require that the Earth be a sphere, which we would have to measure, and then also rotation, axial rotation, among other movements, rotations, accelerations, and whatever. So the first thing we need to establish is it curving and is it moving? Then we can jump to the phenomena. Until we get those two things narrowed down, the phenomena that you experience don't matter yet. So is the Earth curving and is it moving? And if it is, how do you prove it?
That's a very strict goalpost to put down.
Yes.
Well,
straightforward.
The defining feature of a sphere is that it's curving everywhere. Would you agree?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so if the Earth needs to be curving everywhere, certainly we should be able to measure that. Yes?
Yes, and we can.
Okay, how do we measure it?
Better men than me have tried, and you have disagreed with the information, so why should I attempt?
Wow, dude. So you said that better men than you have tried, but you didn't say that they did. We don't accept the fact that they tried and failed? No, I accept that. They tried, they failed, they found no curvature. I completely accept that.
Okay, so...
Who did what?
I'm asking you, okay, if I let go of my globe Earth, then can we take the next step of what can I start explaining with the flat Earth model? That's what I want to say. I need something I can only explain with the flat Earth model.
Reality itself.
Only explain with the flat Earth model.
Pouring concrete, self-leveling concrete. There you go. That's flat Earth explanation.
I'm talking about things like eclipses.
Okay.
So that's not an Earth thing. That's not an Earth thing, you dum-dum. That's a sky thing. What's wrong with you people?
2 seconds. My friend, very quickly. A globe Earth doesn't make those predictions. A flat Earth won't make those predictions. These aren't even predictions when you're talking about eclipses, lunar or solar. They're post-dictions. You know what a post-diction is, right? these cycles, these patterns have always done the same thing. And because we've observed them for thousands of years and observed their repeating patterns, we're able to predict that they're going to do the same thing in the future. Now, that doesn't require the Earth having any bloody geometry. That's you standing in a position, knowing the time of day and season and the cycle of the moon above you and what phases it's going through, X, Y, and Z. That's all you need.
Wait, sorry. Can I just fixate on that? How would you get this information of the cycles? How did you gather this information?
It's called the Saros cycle. It was developed over 2,500 years ago by the...
How is it exactly formulated? Like, what information did they gather to formulate this thing that's able to predict things for the rest of time?
You don't listen, do you?
So, let's take, for example, very simply, the seasonal cycle. Now, that only takes a year to repeat, right? And it does the same thing over and over again. The sun resets to the same position yearly or 4 yearly, if you want to add in your leap year or quarter of a day. But these things, but it does that, and has always done that. Same with the moon and its phases. It's always done those phases.
Okay, no, sorry, that's bad. That's bad. Let me stop you. Sorry, I interrupted you. Continue.
No, I'm just pointing out that these things in the sky have always done those things. So you don't need a flat Earth model or a globe Earth model to make these predictions.
But that's the thing I'm trying to ask you of, like, you keep saying they've always done these things, but I'm asking you, how accurate are these measurements you're talking about? Like, you say you can tell me where the moon and these things will be 10 years from now, right, with your model. Am I correct, yes or no?
With the model, not our model, with the Saros cycle, if you're talking about lunar eclipses, it's very reliable. It's still used today by NASA.
You're saying NASA explicitly, one-for-one, uses that model to predict
the Saros cycle. They base all of that.
I linked to the NASA.gov website. It's on the NASA.gov website. When you get a chance, I tagged you in the live stream voice text. You can look into it.
Actually, no, I'm very curious. I did not know this. I would like to look into this.
The crescendo to this point is if you want to make predictions about things in the sky, that won't be predictions, that will be postdictions. They've always done these things. All right.
Okay, so you're saying there's a separation between having like the flat Earth model and being able to predict celestial events. Those two things don't have to be connected, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to know your location. You might want to know the time of day and season. Yeah, where you are, what will happen based on those things.
Curious.
Same thing with the constellations, right? The constant repeating cycle of the things in the sky. Virgo.
Can I ask you just a simple question, because like I have to leave soon, but something I'm very curious about is we're going back and forth about these ideas, but I'm curious, like, do you want to discover more about this? Do you feel like you fully understand this and you don't need to know more, or do you want these things to be investigated deeper?
I've got more questions than you've got. We've all got more questions than you think, because we really don't know much. So yeah, we're constantly trying to investigate.
But I'm saying, how would you like society, the grander society, to go about answering your questions? Like, what changes would help answer your questions?
What do you mean, society?
No, like you feel like people are not focusing energy to answer these questions, right? Like people are not willing to even ask the questions.
Okay.
Like I'm saying, you're saying the celestial movements are governed by these cycles.
The mass of humans don't realize that questions still exist, basically.
I want to see the rocket. I want to see it go all the way up to the moon. I want to see the people jumping.
Hold on, my friend about the rocket. My friend, sorry. Our other friend's just got a few more moments and he's got to leave. So let him finish his conversation.
I'm literally going to be dipping in like the next 2-3.
Yeah, if you've got to go, then we want your best globe proof before you go, Marabito.
I truly do not have a globe proof. My issue more with flat Earth.
You could do us one favor before you leave. If you believe some type of globe model is used to predict events in the sky, can you post it for us?
Okay, can I hop back onto this chat tomorrow, because that's something I can't just pull out of my back pocket. It's not something
that'd be cool. So you're acknowledging that, you have no proof or knowledge of the globe, that you've just taken it on faith. So Yeah, go look
no,
for some and come
I
back
do agree
and
on
let us
that.
know.
That's what I'm saying. I do have faith. That's what I'm saying. Is that the people I have faith in? I'm more willing to have faith in those people than I am, not to just say you're a collective, but to have faith
Why would you
in
not
your
have faith in measurements over people? Why are you
because
such
I
a social
feel like the
creature when it
people.
comes to these pursuits?
What? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you not have faith in the person that brought you actual measurements, things you could repeat yourself and verify?
There's a limit to what I, as a single human, can experiment with. I don't have access to infinite money. I can't build like a super collider.
Don't need
What
one,
do you?
dude.
How
We're
do you?
just talking
So if
about
you had, if,
surveying on the Earth.
See what
if
I
I
mean
gave you
about the
money to build your
absurdity of
super
your beliefs?
collider,
You
what are you
never
going to do
actually
with
think
it?
about them. You
Yeah,
think
dude.
you
If
need
I
to
give you
build a
money,
super collider to prove
guys,
the Earth is curving or
now.
flat.
I'm going to give you money to build a super collider. What? I need your scope of work and what that's going to do after you get done.
No. The point I'm trying to say is, once science gets to a certain level, it needs to be collaborative. You need large people involved. Even the research I do, it's not just
No. Measuring the surface of the Earth never changed. Not since the start of the Earth and not till the end of it will it change. It's a simple measurement process.
No. I'm not trying to fixate on that process. That's what I'm trying to fixate on
Not
the
asking
system.
you to give me the answers to the mysteries of existence itself. I'm asking you to measure the surface your feet are planted on every day.
Okay, like I said, I have to dip, but like I really do want to. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. You're not going to change my mind. I really don't think I'll change your mind. It's more about trying to understand your position.
You can't change religious people's minds, so we're not going to change your mind. No, nothing you
I fully
believe is
acknowledge
based
that
on
you cannot
evidence.
change my mind. Like this is something I feel very unless.
May the ball bless. May the globe bless
You're
you.
not fucking special. You're just
May
a
the
standard
globe.
human being, and we
May the
told
globe
you
bless
we were
you.
that same standard human being. We believed all the same stuff because we never really thought about it and never actually demanded the evidence for the claims.
No, like I said, my goal here is to literally just understand what led you to your position.
Reality.
It's really simple. Went out, measured the surface of the Earth. There's no curvature to it. You can't get a ball without curvature. You
My
can
counter to
understand
that
that,
is
right?
like one man doing science without a long history of scientific.
No, it's about a million of us now. Not 1 man, a million of us.
Perform the measurement.
But I'm saying, can a million of you take me to the moon? If I give you a million of you, $1 trillion, can anyone take me?
It's like the meltdown at this point.
But you're welcome back tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, sorry, I keep like I'm very ADHD,
No,
so I
it's fine. We will just keep dragging you back into the arena. Just leave while you can, dude.
Yeah, we'd like to get you, to show you some of the long distance observations because you didn't even ask like what these measurements were. So maybe next time you could ask that question because it's like it's been stated many times, something that's been repeated multiple times and something that you could do yourself if you were interested in discovering whether the predicted curvature is actually there. He did escape, so I hope he does come back. I hope when he comes back that he asks for more details because you'd think since multiple people told him there were measurements
he'll come back.
Explaining there was no curvature, you'd think he'd be interested in seeing those.
At least he admitted it was by faith. He was honest enough to admit it.
That was good. I know, because at first, when Indio first said, kind of even just made just an implication that he was relying on faith, got really agitated about that. But toward the end, he acknowledged it, so that was good.
And he also said he had no evidence for the globe. He had no proof. So I think you guys made progress on him for sure. He'll be thinking about this conversation before he goes to sleep.
We didn't make any progress with that person.
For real?
Person that really wants to know whether it's a globe or a flat comes in here and asks for the empirical evidence. They don't sit around and talk about social bullshit.
Nope.
All right.
That guy will never get it.
No, but his ego will drag him back into the conversation.
Well, Nigerian King was trying to get in. He wants to be.
I have a question.
Taken to the moon.
So you see the Artemis launching today. So is this a real? Are you saying that this is fake?
Did you watch it?
No, I didn't. I didn't have time to see it yet, but I know that this is a big anticipated thing.
Yeah, I did. didn't really get to see much, to be fair. You got to see a rocket take off for a bit, it separate, and then CGI for the rest of the way. It was literally about 14 minutes before it was just a computer-generated image of what it would look like in space, because obviously we don't know because there's no cameras there. But it's the same bullshit all the time. 14 minutes of a rocket taking off and people standing around watching it. Okay. And then we all turn on the TV like we all were, apart from these people that are standing there watching the rocket take off. And then we get the rocket turning into a CGI image because, like I said, there's no camera observing the rocket. So we didn't watch anything, just a rocket go away.
Okay, so
it kind of depends on what you mean as far as fake goes, because I certainly believe that they launched something today that looks like a rocket that went downrange and out of view, and then they went to the computer graphics. That probably was real. But what bit are you asking about being fake?
Because again, I'm new to all of this. I'm looking into this because I like to educate myself. So the thing that I have seen in this area of thoughts is that there is no space. So I'm trying to understand. There's what, like 20,000 NASA employee, maybe there's 14,000 SpaceX employee. Are you saying that all of these people are that stupid? These are university educated people.
No, I don't think they're stupid.
Are you saying that they are complicit, like they are corrupt?
They're indoctrinated.
No, they're not
I'm not
corrupt.
saying
They're just stupid. They went to university. Don't you get it?
Yo, Joe.
I hear your standpoint. There's definitely some dumb people who went to university, but not all of them, my guy. When I think of these 20,000 people,
You haven't heard of DEI? You haven't heard of DEI?
Yes, I have benefited from it.
Okay, now you know. Now you know personally. Stupid people went to school.
Okay. But either way, so are you saying that space is fake?
Yeah, and we're also saying that magic tricks and sleight of hand happen on TV screens, like today. Yeah, we're saying those things.
Yeah, you show them the videos, man.
So, yes, there's 20,000 people that work for NASA, but there's a good cross section of them that are janitors, maintenance workers, people that build things. How many of those people do you think have gone to space or say that they've gone to space out of that 20,000?
Definitely not the majority, but let me tell you, there's a lot of physicists, there's a lot of engineers, there's propulsion people, there's people that work in different capacities. So you're telling me again, these people, they are going home, they are telling their wife, honey, we have launched a rocket, but this is an idiot, he doesn't even, there's no space.
He's never worked at a company. No, they're definitely not going home and telling people what they did at work today, because I'm not allowed to do it either.
What do you do?
Nonetheless, propulsion experts, all this stuff, I have no doubt that they're doing these things. They're probably even building sky technology, things that you would call satellites. They're building all the stuff. How many of them have gone to space or claim that they've been to space? You think it's probably like a dozen, 2 dozen max?
Maybe.
Okay, so we're talking about a couple dozen people ultimately that would be experts on the subject or would be able to give us some kind of account, firsthand that they've been to this place called outer space. Okay, so if they're claiming that they've been there, let's just go ahead and go through the evidence that might be true, because people can say that they saw something, right? Like any court case, sometimes people will say, yep, I saw it, and they still perjure themselves, they still lie. So let's look at the evidence. They're claiming that they're getting in a tube of pressurized gas from an area of pressurized gas into a vacuum with no barrier in between those two. Do you think that's possible?
I'm not a scientist or these things, but I think they say that gravity allows the matter to stay contained.
Okay, let's go ahead and just check out the evidence for that. What is gravity?
Can't lie, the gravity doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay. So gravity doesn't make a lot of sense, and we see things violate the idea of gravity constantly in our everyday life. So let's say we have a dozen or 2 dozen people that say that they've been to this place where there's no barrier between the high pressure gas on Earth and the low or the very high vacuum of outer space with no barrier in between, and gravity doesn't make any sense. Do these people sound credible to you?
Oh, not really, actually.
Okay. So if the Earth is measurably flat, and you can't have gas pressure without containment, and gravity doesn't make any sense, it would be safe to assume, or at least conclude, that space is fake and the Artemis mission is just propaganda.
How are they going to do it this time? Because I've looked into some of the stuff that's very suspicious, where they say they destroyed the technology, that we no longer have a way to go back there, but now they cannot fake it. So are you trying? Like, how are they going to? Fake it?
My friend, before they had fishing line and TV sets and stuff like that. Now, guess what they have?
You got AI.
AI.
They're going to be 6 fingers, and they are going to be jumping on them.
No, they don't skimp out on their AI. However, I believe probably that even the footage they give us with whatever it is that they're about to do or not do, who knows? They might say something like, there's a problem, we're going to have to come back. I mean, there's a million things could happen between now and when they supposedly land on the moon. But nonetheless, they're going to have a pretty good production for us. But that doesn't matter. The Earth measures to be flat.
They're not landing on the moon this time at the moment, are they? They're just going round the moon and being the furthest people ever to go away from the Earth and then come back again. So was this show, and correct me if I'm wrong, we watch Rocket go away, turn on TV screen for 14 seconds, see Rocket in sky. Rocket in sky changes to the CGI that we're going to see for the next 4 days as they tell us how close it gets to the moon, and then it's behind the moon, and then it's going to come back, and then we're going to see a rocket appear in the capsule appear in the sky and it fall into the Earth again. Is that what we're about to observe?
Probably, yeah.
Fucking hell.
Maybe. I just have one question about this. So, you mentioned earlier that there is some containment, so the gas can stay inside, and there's no leaving this enclosed planet or whatever we live in. So with that being said, I read into this. Some, like the Christians, they believe in firmament, and a few others they believe in different things. Does anyone have any proof of this thing, the firmament?
Yes, the gas pressure.
But I understand you are saying that is implying it. But if this is something existing, should we not be able to access it? Can we shoot up an amateur rocket and see if it hits the glass?
I'll tell you why it's not an implication or an assumption. Because according to the second law of thermodynamics, high pressure always goes to the low pressure, high energy always flows to the low energy state. So always, that's why we call it a natural law, entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics. It's a law. It happens all the time, every time, without exception. Gas pressure requires containment. So the only thing that we really need to know that we are contained is gas pressure, which we have. So even if we can't touch it, even if we can't figure out what it's made of, how high it is, all that stuff, we don't need that. I mean, it would be nice to have, don't get me wrong. I think I would like to know whatever the container might be made of or how high it is and all that stuff. But we don't need any of that to know that we are contained.
But why don't I understand your point. You are saying for sure this lead to this. But again, the people in here, they are resilient people. They are making I see the video, the lasers, they are checking the calculations to see the curve. Why is no one trying to check to see if this container? I feel like that is a smoking gun. If me, like, I'm not a full believer or anything. I like to ask questions. So for me, if I see the proof of some container like that, me and everyone else are going to believe it. So why is no?
Why don't you do it?
Yeah, it's called air pressure, dude.
How am I
You
going to
can't
do
have
it?
air pressure.
Yeah, how are we going to do it?
You can't
You
have
guys-
air pressure without a container. So until you can prove you can have it without a container, there's your proof.
Might I also scratch your brain real fast, Nigerian King, if you don't mind?
Nigerian King.
I don't know what the fascination is with what's above us. Why are you asking about what's above us when we're talking about the shape of the Earth?
I see this all the
We're talking about, the physicality of the Earth.
I know we are talking about the flat of the Earth. We are talking about the rockets. We are talking about Artemis going to the moon. Okay, so now we are talking about the container. So now the container. I'm just curious about the container. I was just being honest because I've seen one video a long time ago about some amateur rocket. It sounded like it hit some glass. I do not know if that is real or not.
No. So, do you know what? I'll be honest with you, my friend, right? I saw that a long time ago. This rocket looking like, because of the cameras on the rocket, it stopped suddenly. Right? And it was spinning round and it stopped spinning, started going slower. Now, this is bullshit when associated with the flat Earth and the claim that the sky has got a dome covering. I'm not saying that the sky doesn't have a dome covering, but this rocket definitely isn't proof of it, my friend. It's something to do with the mechanics of the rocket, I believe. And
the yo-yo D-cell. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly that. Thank you. Yeah.
They shoot things out the side. So, Nigerian King, let me ask you something. If you saw somebody let go of a ball and it just floated, right?
Yes.
Would it be necessary that they were in some place with no gravity, like free fall or something?
Not sure.
You wouldn't be sure that if someone tried to drop a ball and it just floated there, that obviously they're not on the surface of the Earth standing there? Are you confused?
A little bit.
Okay. There's a video. There's a guy. He has a ball in his hand. He lets go of it. It just floats.
Yes.
How's that possible?
The ball is actually a balloon and it contains helium.
No, it's actually a ball, dude. Don't try to change the hypothetical.
Okay, yeah.
I am going somewhere with this. Just say what would be the condition be where the ball would not fall? They'd have to either be A, the guy is falling and the ball is falling with him, right? They're in free fall, right? Or someplace where there's no gravity, right?
Yes.
Would you have to prove that, or do we know from the fact, the law that things fall to the ground all the time, no matter what? We would know that if that did not happen, there would have to be some special environment. Something special would have to be happening. In the same way, we know that if there's gas pressure, there is a necessary condition for gas pressure. And that necessary condition is containment. We don't need to know how, what, where. It's a necessary antecedent.
No, that is a good point.
And like Sesu said, it might be nice to know, like, is it made of fudge? Is it even material? Is it energy? Is it frickin' magic machine elves? That's all great, but we don't need that much information.
Let me prove to you that you said to us that you like to know things, and that's fair, but I don't know if you apply this universally in your life. And this is a good analogy that somebody else made up, but I'm just going to repeat it. So, and it has to do with like the container. If you go to a restaurant and you order a steak, okay, and they bring you out a steak on your plate. You like steak?
Yes, I love it.
Okay, great. How do you order it? Medium rare?
There's only one way to order it, my friend. Medium rare.
Medium rare. Okay, great. I agree. And so you got your steak right in front of you. Do you ever grab the waiter and say, hey, hold on a second? I like to inquire about things. I like to ask a lot of questions. What kind of cow was it? Now, they might even know. They might say Angus. And then you say, well, hold on a minute. Was it black or red Angus? Did it have spots? Where did you get it from? Is this Kobe beef, or is it that Wagyu? What are we talking about here? Now, you're not asking all those questions, are you? You just understand that steaks come from cows. You know this. So you don't apply this everywhere. You take certain things as just, that steak comes from cows, and gas pressure comes from containment.
Yes, you're right. I may not ask them that, but they totally could give me Beyond Beef or something like that too.
Right.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
I hear
the
your
fact
point.
still remains. Yeah. Right. So listen, we're all curious. I totally agree. I'm curious, but some things we will not know. A lot of things we would like to know, we just won't, and that's okay.
No, it is not okay. We need to know.
Well,
you think man can know everything?
I think
It's
I don't think man can
frustrating.
know. I don't think man can know everything, but I think that if there is enough of us, we have the resources to find out more. Because to be honest, there's way too much information. Especially, I don't know what you guys believe. There's way too many of these random things, and sometimes I get caught up because I'm trying to learn more about the truth. Because there's so many things like the ether, the tartaria, whatever these things are. But I'm just trying to find out what is legit and what is not legit, and
Right.
it's just a whirlwind. But
I get you. I get you. And with a lot of these subjects, you're left wondering, and you will not know the conclusions of things like mud floods and Tartarias and stuff, because they're very fanciful stories in history that you've got no way of verifying, really.
yes,
But they're
and
fascinating.
there is evidence though. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Why is this here? But no, this does not make any sense.
I get it. And we can lean into lots of different topics and realms with that same understanding. But this is where the flat earth is different from those subjects. This is a physical claim, the surface of the earth, and you've only got two options. Surface is either curving over distance to mean a sphere, a planet, or the surface is straight, flat, horizontal. You've only got those two choices. And to figure out which one of those two choices the earth is, you look at it and you measure it. Now, this is why the flat earth is different from those other things, because you can demonstrate this piece of conspiracy theory or knowledge, or however you want to term it, to yourself. You can prove the earth to be flat for real on your own tomorrow if you wanted. It's different from those things, dude, is what I'm trying to point out.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I'm not working on Tartaria. I'm working on the earth.
You can prove Tartaria anyway, dude. You can't even prove that Rome exists. Certain things can't be proven. So anything that's outside the memory of a living human being, you have to kind of take on faith that whatever they wrote down. So those things can't actually be proven per se. We can prove what the Earth is. We're on it. It's right here.
My question to all of you here. So if you have all come onto this conclusion where there is this container, this earth is flat, you're not sure where the earth starts and where it ends. You're not sure of the full length of the plane. So with that being said, is this evidence?
I'm not sure those are meaningful questions.
No, the question I have is this evidence for you that this is creation? The creator.
What? Is what evidence of creation?
Of course this is created.
The evidence of creation is just you fucking speaking and making sense right now. We don't need the flat earth to prove creation.
I mean, touche, but I feel like, again, if there's a container, there's all of these things in place.
What makes you think the earth is some bounded object? Right? The way you think, the way people have been taught to think about the earth as if it's like some object that you could possibly hold in your hand, right? If you were giant, you could just hold it. Hey, here's the earth. It's in my hand. What if it's not like that? What if there is no boundary? What if it's not bounded? Like if you had a dream, right? And in your dream, there's a land. Could you find the edge of that land in your dream and walk outside your dream?
You're saying it is like Minecraft?
No, I'm saying it isn't necessarily. You're talking about what reality is. Not just the universe, but what reality is in its substance. Okay? Because when you're asking boundary questions, and this is one of the problems in physics, that they have a problem with mathematically of dealing with what's called boundary problems. They lead to all sorts of problems like infinities and shit like this. This has been known since the time of Zeno. But the point is that your question, you're assuming a bunch of shit by even asking the question. You're assuming that the Earth is bounded, that there be some edge, some boundary, which would imply that it's inside of something that's larger than it, right? And that you could go outside of it and then be in this other space that's not the Earth, that's outside the Earth. What makes you think you can go outside the Earth at all? And that's even a thing. That's just an idea. That the Earth is like some house, and then you can open the door and walk outside of it. What if the Earth's not like that? What if reality's not like that?
Yeah,
that's why this question's and this is why this topic's important, because there's certain existential questions about being a human being, right? Why am I here? What is my purpose? But you can't answer any of those questions if you don't know where you are, right?
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah, if you don't know where you are, you can answer why you're here, what your purpose is.
Yes, you can.
I guess. Is there a difference if you're on a globe or a flat Earth on what you're?
I want to hear why we're here. I want to hear this. This is good. I got to get out. I'm going to get my pillow. Hold on. I got to get my blanket.
This is a very stubborn response that he has, man. This is ridiculous.
Well, okay. Let me ask him. I'll ask you one more question. So, is there a difference on if you're trying to figure out why you're here, why you exist, what the meaning of all this is? Is there a difference in the conclusion you'll reach if the Earth is flat versus if it's a globe? Won't you reach very different conclusions about reality?
No, because in my opinion, I think to most of this world, nobody really cares. It's just something they learn in science class. They are busy paying their bills.
Now it don't matter.
No, that's the reality, because you said to me, if it matters.
It does matter, dude. They don't care because it's foundational, right? They thought about it when they were 5 years old, reached a conclusion, and never thought about it again. That's why they don't care.
Yes, but they are also perfectly capable of, living a fulfilled life.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they have different connotations. They have different consequences. Flat versus globe certainly has different consequences as to how you should live your life. If it's a globe, right, created by a big bang, and you're created by evolution, there is no moral authority. There is no objective morality. There is no consequences. There is nothing. You're just a speck of dust, dude, and you don't mean anything. Your life means nothing. You can give it, and the meaning that you give it is artificial. It's completely concocted in your mind, a delusion that you have to keep yourself going because you're afraid to die. Okay? That's one globe. That's the globe idea. Flat Earth idea doesn't have to incorporate all that crap. Probably can't incorporate that.
Like that.
To say that there isn't consequences in the conclusions you're going to make about the meaning of life, that's just silly, dude.
No, but my point is, what I was saying earlier was, you are right. It's very foundational. They believe it when they are young, and they don't really deal with it. It's reality to them. But reality is
no. Hold on. I want to say this. It's important. Yeah, but you said it's reality to them. It isn't at first. Children first believe that the Earth is flat until they're told it's a globe. This has been actually studied, The children between the ages of 4 and 6 have a flat Earth conception of the world until they're told it's a globe. And I can give you the published paper that they studied children.
No,
okay,
I don't even question that. I believe that to be
go ahead.
You are on a plane, you think it's flat. Anyway, so what I was saying is, I feel like all of us have this inside of us, these existential questions. We have this almost like a moral code. We call it the conscious, of what we believe is right, what we believe is wrong, whether or not you subscribe to a religion, a book, the Bible, Quran, whatever it might be. So I think that, again, this is already innate in us as part of us as humans. So whether or not it's you stumble upon the epiphany of it being flat or not, you still have these questions. You still believe there's more. You are an emotional being. You are a being that has capability of creativity, of thought, and that is enough, I believe, for people to be able to exercise that and find the real truth for the meaning of life. Because I think flat can help, but again, I agree with you though. It's crazy.
Is it easier to have a meaningless life if you think that you're an insignificant speck of dust that was an accident in the universe?
Well, I would tell you this. I think if you believe in Big Bang, you are an idiot. Because everyone is a person of faith. Whether you believe it or not, you're a person of faith believing in some random matter, shaking and exploding. Or do you believe that maybe there's something creator around here? So at the end of the day, I prefer to have hope in something bigger based on what I see. I feel like, again, you said that the children, their natural instinct is to believe that it is flat. I also believe the natural instinct is to believe that there is art all around us. When you see the sunset, when you see these beautiful nature-esque landscapes, this is art. This is creativity. This is not randomness.
Yeah, I would probably agree with you. I'm trying to get back to the question that you were originally asking about it being created or not. What was the point of that question?
Because I want to understand if it is mutually exclusive to believe in flat earth and be a believer in a intelligent creator. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, I cannot. Here's the thing: I actually have met people who are, call themselves flat earthers, and yet still hold somehow an atheist position, or at least a denial in the existence of a greater power or an intelligent designer. So it is possible to do that. And now they could be lying to themselves, but who knows? The point is that there are people that claim somehow that still this place can not be created, and I don't know what to do with that, but they do exist.
In your opinion, you think that it is smart or dumb to believe that there is nothing when you think that there is obviously some type of container and all these measurements that are finely measured so that everything stays in tune? Deny.
Yeah, no, I think this is a well-designed realm. I think a lot of thought went into it. I mean, obviously see that there are laws, right, that are inviolable unless supernaturally overridden. So, yeah, the natural law and order of this place does exist. So someone had to put that law into place. To deny that, I think, is silly. But that's my opinion, and I'm not going to attack people over it necessarily. People are going to believe what they want to believe.
To deny it is self-refuting. Like,
yeah,
I mean, that's just silly. Then your words don't even make sense because you're a part of this realm. So if there isn't an order that was put in place, you wouldn't make sense. But anyway, Nigerian King, check this out. Here's a fundamental problem with FE versus the globe. See, if I say, because this happens quite often. So they go, why do you think the Earth is flat? I go, because it looks flat. And they go, well, they try to come up with an explanation why it looks flat. And their explanation is, well, if it was a giant ball, then that would also look flat. So what they're saying to me is, it looks flat, but that's not actually the way it is. That's some sort of illusion, some sort of trick of the optics, some sort of misperception. In that their concept of what it could be, even though they have no evidence for that's why it looks flat. And this is what I'll ask them. I'll say, well, how do you know that's why the Earth looks flat, is that it's a giant ball? Why isn't it that it looks flat because it is flat? Why is that not a valid conclusion? It's obvious, right? Fitz-Occam's razor. The theory with the least amount of assumptions is probably the correct one, right? So I have no assumptions. It looks flat because it is flat. There's no assumptions. To believe in the globe is to believe that that fundamental observation is somehow incorrect, and that your experience of reality is also somehow flawed intrinsically. Intrinsically flawed. You understand? When you're telling people your perception of reality is intrinsically flawed, now everything is in doubt. You can't trust anything. You can't, especially yourself. Oh, but what can you trust? Oh, go to school. Trust the teachers. Trust the government. Trust everybody else. They're all going to tell you about how flawed you are, and that how if you listen to them, they have the real truth. They actually have the truth. You don't. You can't discover it. Only they can. And they're going to tell you what it is by blasting it on some fucking screen over and over and over and over again until you accept it too. And if you don't accept it, you're stupid, you're a dumb, you're a retard, you're stopping human progress, you're all these things, right? All because you want to trust your own eyes and believe your own senses are what they are, that you perceive reality as it is. That is the fundamental difference.
Okay, no.
It's seeing reality.
And then you get
trusting that you see reality. Hold on, one more. The fundamental difference is trusting that you're seeing reality as it is versus you're seeing reality as it is not.
You bring a very good point.
And then you get to hold on. And then you get to the final point where you say, what difference does it make? Because nothing matters anyway.
Okay, well let me entertain this. Okay, so again, if you're saying all these things too about the NASA and all these people, they are lying about the.
Those are questions about people.
Who cares about that?
No, please let me finish, guys.
Yeah,
Come on, let me finish. I know, I hear you. Let me finish. Okay, I have a different point. So the thing I'm trying to say is, they're suggesting there are what do they call it? The elite people who are trying to convince people that they do not have a meaning. They are in a random ball of dust on random rock planet. Okay, so they are insignificant. If this is one of these issues, these people who are trying to push this agenda, I understand flat Earth is one isolated subject. So if these are the people pushing this sort of agenda, how can we use this information to find out what else we are being deceived with? Because you are saying that we are being deceived. How can we use this to leverage and find out the real truth, like in other areas? Like you said, if I believe it is flat because I understand it to be because my senses are telling me, so maybe it is. So then now, how can I use that same judgment and logic in other areas of my life, like the Iran war or something?
Why can't you?
Maybe you'll come to the realization that you don't need to expend mental energy on these events. You understand that they are just the happenings that take place in this current world, and most likely they're happening for other reasons that the public has not been made aware about. And that would be the wisdom you gain. So you save whatever amount of time you would have expended before, and you can utilize that to better things. I don't know, helping the homeless or being with your family. Or being on here and sharing flat earth knowledge.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. I actually need to go. But this was very, very eye-opening for me. I'm going to be reading a lot more. Thank you.
Cheers.
I was going to say after that Eric DeBay recording, but I had to step away for a moment, but wanted to say, like, listening to the whole 9/11 thing all over again, all the details, like, we got so fucking badly played on that day, man. Yeah, I thought Swag joined. Why did he leave again?
I don't know. I guess he just dropped that devastating proof and left, you know?
Is that the same guy who was here like yesterday talking about Verrazano?
I don't think so, but he has been here before. I do recognize his name.
Yeah, because I dealt with that same claim just yesterday with someone else. It's always that bridge. It's only that bridge. Don't know what anti-flat Earth video it comes from. I was just imagining it's like whatever fucking McToon video just dropped yesterday, and that's the claim we're going to hear for the next week, you know?
It's funny because, I mean, I was actually thinking, I think about certain claims I haven't heard in a while, and I wonder when they're going to come around again. And I was thinking about that bridge in particular, and then people started coming in and asking about it. But it'll be a while, and then it'll stop, and then it'll be Cavendish, you know, for 2 weeks, and then it'll be TFE and whatever. But this
I
Artemis
haven't heard
mission should be
Cavendish
interesting.
drop in a while.
You haven't heard what drop in a while?
Cavendish.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We just, you know, you gotta wait for the algorithm to pick it up.
We just had like a week of maps.
Yeah, that too.
So, I don't know what we'll get. Well, we'll get bridges this week, I guess.
It's gonna be all Artemis all the time.
Yeah, that too.
I'm hoping it's gonna be like after TFE. And all these cocky globers are gonna come in and telling us how a rocket shot in the air proves the Earth is curved and we have nothing to stand on.
They don't realize that, like, nothing has changed. You know? Like, none of our arguments are based on rockets. It's nothing to do with that, you know? You could launch 100 more rockets. It's not going to change anything. You were wrong before. You'll be wrong after again.
Right, and why do none of them question the value, even if this was real, the amount of money that's being spent to supposedly shoot a rocket around the moon? You know, when people on the Earth are having real problems, and none of those are being solved. But sure, let's spend billions to shoot something in the air, you know? That's fine.
Yeah, even in their paradigm, the entire thing is not justified. Scientific pursuit, exploration of the cosmos. It's like, yeah, we don't need to be doing that shit right now, and you haven't fucking provided any valuable science. It's like you've grown lettuce on the ISS about 7 times. You know, you can recycle your piss in a coffee. Well done. It's, you're not really bringing much back to Earth here we can work with.
But what about Velcro?
Well, the Globers need their Velcro. We know that. That's their in case gravity suddenly fails solution, you know? Got Velcro bunkers so we won't float away.
The Velcro claim, like pretty much every single one of their invention claims has been thrown onto the completely debunked. They didn't invent Velcro or Tang or pens or freaking anything. Absolute clownery.
Does anybody remember the joke that NASA invented? Or was it the ballpoint pen to write in 0G? And Russians just used a pencil.
Yeah. Thing is, you tell that to a Glober and they're like, fucking stupid Russians.
Dude, I've got the funniest clip saved of that clown Josh Ingersoll going on this emotional rant about how amazing NASA is bringing us products like Velcro, and he was just like he was just bullshit. Like I guess he was just regurgitating something he heard, but the way he spoke with such passion and confidence about how amazing NASA was. And then I've got another clip of us explaining to him that they didn't invent it, and just how quickly he just admitted that he was completely wrong about that. And that I've got other clips of him saying, yeah, he's wrong about a lot of the things he says. He just kind of repeats. He's got a good memory, and he just repeats things that he got told, and he likes being called out, blah, blah, blah. But it's just shows the level of just bullshittery some of these so-called space nerds or space qualified space engineers, I guess you could call him, go to when
you really wouldn't expect that from someone of his caliber. Quotes, you know.
Well, that's all he does. All he does is just repeat things. I questioned him
Velcro,
about
memory foam, ballpoint pens. That's like pleb levels. They should be repeating them talking points. He should be giving us the actual scientific data they've discovered, you know.
Right, but that's equally as bullshit. That's what I've noticed from him. I mean, he was saying things like, if the sun was local and the sun was just moving away from you, you would still be able to detect things like X-rays coming from the sun that aren't affected by the atmosphere. Because he's like, yeah, the light would attenuate the visible light. The atmosphere would attenuate the visible light, but there's things like X-rays. And he's like, you would still be able to detect that. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Let me look it up. 30 seconds later, it's like Velcro is one of the things that gets absorbed first by the atmosphere. And you wouldn't detect any rays coming from the sun through the atmosphere. And straight away, he just conceded. He's like, oh, yeah, I guess. I was completely wrong about that. I was just talking out of my ass. But when he said it, he was so sure of himself. Tending to be sure.
Yeah, you said Velcro there. Velcro would get absorbed by the atmosphere.
X-rays. I said X-ray. I meant to say X-rays. Yeah.
But Josh could comfortably say Velcro is absorbed by the atmosphere, you know.
He would, yeah, he could.
He would just be like, so, you know, he's so comfortable lying that he just does it as easily as breathing, you know. It takes a special kind of person to do that, you know. He's perfect for his job.
I mean, he said he just a salesman for satellite parts. That's what he was.
Is what he is. He's like TED Talk material, you know.
Yeah.
But I find it very interesting though when people talk about, you know, NASA's contributions to society, they come up with things like the space pen and Velcro. You know, we spent billions of dollars for Velcro.
It's absurd, isn't it?
Like, do they not hear themselves?
Didn't they start like ready meals, like uneatable food that's vacuum sealed that you have to heat up? The
I
army
think
probably
that's the
did that, didn't they?
military.
Yeah, it's the army that did that. Yeah, so not them for that either. Damn.
MREs and that.
Don't forget about Tang and memory foam mattresses.
Yeah, there's nothing about NASA and what they get up to, what they claim they get up to, that's like based in any type of like pragmatism or, you know, justification. It's just it's all unreasonable, even if heliocentrism was real. The only like reasonable argument a glober could make is to maintain nationalistic morale.
It was to take people's minds off the Vietnam War.
And we already know, as flat earthers, that is the main purpose of NASA. You know, among some other things. They're just they're an optics company, essentially. Public relations. I mean, don't know if Yoda, are you here?
Okay, so I've just quickly Googled what NASA have invented. Apparently they invented super soakers, so water pistols.
Super soakers.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know how to pressurize water before now.
Oh dear.
So did everybody's like garden hose back, pre-NASA, just have like the one crappy setting of no pressure that you can get in and done with?
Yeah, don't forget Teflon.
What's the backstory there, Jedi?
For what, super soakers?
Yeah.
Okay, so what it says is super soakers. This popular water gun was accidentally invented by NASA engineer Loney Johnson while he was working on a new heat pump. There you go. So one guy accidentally, because he was working for NASA, it's just one guy happenstance across this. You were right about the memory foam. There's a CMOS image sensor. Technology inside every smartphone camera and GoPro was invented by NASA's JPL to miniaturize camera for interplanetary missions. So small lenses. Cordless power tools and vacuums. To extract lunar core samples, NASA partnered with Black & Decker to develop portable, battery-operated drills. This technology led directly to the dustbuster and modern cordless tools. Wow, thank you.
Lunar core sampling?
Lenses. Pardon me?
Lunar core sampling? Do they claim to have done that?
To extract lunar core samples, that's what it says.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'll question AI. AI usually turns around to go, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm stupid. But yeah.
So yeah, they could construct the lunar buggy, play golf, do all the shit they did, but they couldn't pick up stuff off the ground.
Yeah, $37 million for those buggies. Made from the cheapest materials ever.
Yeah, I've got the meme.
Wow, NASA's technology's gone into Nike Air shoes. That's fantastic. No wonder they cost so much. Those are space shoes. Space blankets, they invented those. Those lightweight, heat-reflective emergency blankets that we see everywhere after marathons and whatnot. Yep, NASA.
Yeah. Of course.
You got
Right, here we go, Jedi.
Okay.
Debunking your dumb AI. All right, with my dumb AI.
Sorry,
So
speedos in a minute.
the claim that NASA invented super soakers is false. Super soaker was invented by Lonnie Johnson, an aerospace engineer who worked on projects for NASA and the United States Air Force. But he invented the super soaker on his own. Super soaker on his own at home, not an.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was typical for NASA because one guy tweeted and said his father was on the Saturn V era of NASA, and he said at least 50% of NASA employees were working other jobs or other gigs or something, either on the clock or off the clock.
What was your next one, Jedi?
Speedos.
What, like
So
budgie
Speedos.
smugglers? Speedos.
Yeah. let me read this. So Speedos LZR racer swimsuit used wind tunnel testing and fluid flow software from NASA to reduce skin friction drag. Yep, so Speedos. It gets even more interesting because down the bottom it's telling me what the common misconceptions are. Thanks. So NASA is often incorrectly credited with inventing Teflon, Velcro, and Tang. While NASA used and popularized these products, they were invented by other entities before the space program.
The claim that NASA invented Speedos is false. Speedo swimwear brand was founded in 1914 in Australia. The company behind it was originally McRae Knitting Mills and became known as Speedo International. That predates NASA by decades.
Wow.
Wrong country,
What
also.
do you think about this, Jesse?
I just got here.
Okay.
Swagboy joined.
We've been here for like 5 minutes.
It could be that maybe it could be maybe the Australian government was actually knew about that NASA would be formed one day, and that they were knitting them some fast underwear.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Swagboy, you here?
Yeah.
Hello? Can you speak up?
Hello.
Hey, your mic is pretty muffled. Can you?
I don't
You say
know,
hi?
man.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
Hello.
Hi, that's a little better. How you doing?
Doing fine.
Yeah. Hey,
What about
so I'm fine, thanks. So you came in and you asked us what we thought about Artemis 2, and then people offered their opinions, and then you told us all we were dumb. So I was wondering why you said that, and yeah, I just thought we could kind of get into that because then you also said you were dumb, so that kind of invalidates your opinion. But I'm willing to hear you out.
But the problem is you're making things up. You don't have any proof that they're faking it, okay?
We've got
Okay,
all the proof in the world.
what we asked you for was proof that the surface of the Earth was curving at the given rate, and what you replied with was a rocket. Can you explain to me how shooting up a rocket proves that the surface of the Earth is curving?
I did not know that you mentioned curvature. I was saying that to prove the Earth is a sphere, that's why I told the rocket and shit.
So can you shoot, if the Earth is flat, can you shoot a rocket up into the air?
No. Yes,
So you can't shoot a rocket into the air off of a flat surface.
No,
That's your contention.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
So you don't know whether it's possible to shoot a rocket up off of a flat surface.
I don't know.
Okay, then.
Does it always have to be curved surfaces the rockets leave?
No.
When you're setting up a rocket, do we have to make sure the surface is curved?
No.
Okay.
I guess.
Do we have to make sure it's level? Is it possible to shoot rockets off of level surfaces?
Oh, sorry?
Is it possible to shoot rockets up off of level surfaces?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Put a rocket on your table.
Yeah.
Launch pad, that'll be level. Unless you want to aim it at an angle, you could shoot rockets off of pretty much any surface, I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
I got him there, Fences. Back to you, mate. It wasn't so hard in the end.
Thanks for taking over, because I was kind of speechless at that. So we've ascertained that indeed rockets can launch off of a flat surface. So can you explain to me why a rocket launching would prove that the Earth is a ball?
Because they will like make videos and like it's live. I don't know.
Okay, but again, that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. So can you explain how the Earth's surface is curved? Because I've seen videos of many different things that aren't real.
Wait, do you believe in gravity?
Okay, this is not relevant. Can you try to stay on topic?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, cool. So we can rightfully discard a video as evidence because we obviously have videos of many things that aren't real. So that's not proof for or against your claim. What we need is an actual measurement of the surface to show that it's curving at
measure the Earth, you know.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It's hard to measure the Earth.
Okay, but somebody had to have measured the Earth, right? Because we are given a radius value for it.
Yeah, but it's hard. And
okay, so who did it? Who? Can you explain? Like, you can just like post your citation in the text chat. That would be cool.
Just a quick question. What do you think would be harder? To measure 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles over the surface of the Earth? Or to build a space rocket and send it to the moon?
To build a space rocket. Or, yeah.
Where are we up to? I zoned out for a couple of seconds. It feels like an eternity. What's going on?
I don't know. This guy said we were dumb for questioning the rocket launch being proof of the Earth being a ball, but he can't really explain why.
Oh.
I think he's just kind of given up, you know.
Oh. I understand the silence then.
This guy.
Pardon me.
All right. He's got a new talking point, and he's written it in the side chat. So the first thing we need to check is if he's able to say the word. Explain your point. Tell us the name.
Nope.
Go ahead. Say it.
I can't.
Say it.
Come on, dude.
Hey.
I can't pronounce that name. That's hard.
It's not a good start for your Eratosthenes argument, not being able to even say Eratosthenes.
Was he the famous Chinese person or the famous Greek person?
Guys, I got a question.
Lost for polymath, whatever. Astronomer.
Hey, hi there, everyone. I got a question. May I?
Yes, please. Sorry to interrupt, but yes, please. You sound more alive than this other guy does. Would that be okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, this is the first time for me to join you guys here.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I have a quick question. Now, the mainstream idea says it's round or it's curved, right?
Yes.
Now, my question is that what would be different if it was flat?
Not quite sure how to take that question. Does anybody else want to take it before I get confused?
Yeah, if it's flat, NASA owes us $1.1 trillion.
Well, they could have still charged just that much for dome cleaning or something.
I mean, my question is all about.
Do you know they're not?
What would be
Maybe
different?
that's where the money went.
Yeah.
So it all
That's why
comes down
chemtrails
to
are up there.
money, right?
Sorry, we've got waylaid from the point. Do apologise.
What I call you, man? The guy's speaking.
I think it's a good question, though. What would be different?
What would be different?
Yeah,
everybody already experienced the Earth as a flat stationary. It depends. You would have to get more specific with your question. So nothing would change that the Earth is already flat. So other than you actually realizing that you're living a delusion with your worldview, it would depend on each person's situation. What would change? But you're still going to experience the Earth as flat and stationary every day of your life, like you already do right now.
But like, as a mechanic, if I need to turn a round nut, I use, say, a pipe wrench. If I need to turn a hexagonal nut, then I use a socket or something. You know, it makes a difference. But what would be different for people if Earth was flat versus was a globe? On the light switch, if the light comes on, that would be the same on a flat Earth or a globe. What would be different, and how would it be different in real life?
If it suddenly became the heliocentric model, everyone would instantly die. So something that would.
Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't be here.
Do explain.
Well, let's just get a terrarium that's that's filled with life and water and not cycles that take place. It's self-sufficient, and we're just going to remove the container and just pop it in a vacuum. And little Jesse can be in there saying, "What's going to change?" And then your head will explode or something like that.
I want to see that.
Well, so is this problem related to a sudden change from one to the other, or are you saying that it just this would be a difference if it had always been that way for the entirety of Earth's history?
I guess it would never have developed in the first instance, so we wouldn't even be here having this conversation.
But why not? What would not have
because
worked?
The first gas molecule would have fucked off ages ago and never have returned, followed by the next one and the next one and all the rest.
Okay, what are your base assumptions and your logic on that conclusion?
Gas expansion into a vacuum. Means the gases I presume, has got some energy from somewhere. I don't know how far back in the story we're going to need to go for the creation mythology, but for this instance, we need the formation of gas pressure. And if we've got, let's say, an outgassing, the gas is going to go out into the available vacuum. Why would it come back?
Maybe it has weight?
No, what do you mean maybe it has weight? No, why would it come back? It went up high up into the sky and then came back down for some reason. The gas expands. It's got energy. It's going to go in that direction until it has a physical collision with something else. Power of indefinite expansion, right?
Well, let's explore this. What is your position on the pressure of gas in an undivided area? Like, will the air pressure be inside my house all the same pressure, or will there be more pressure at the floor?
Multiple variables, multiple temperatures, multiple densities. We can talk about this all day, but we're talking about how we achieve gas pressure in the first instance for your creation mythology to start. Right, we're talking about what would be different. I'm saying we wouldn't even be here having the conversation because we wouldn't have achieved gas pressure in the first instance. Because if gas was produced, it would have dispersed into the vacuum. You said it had weight. Now you want to say, well, I can read different gas pressure. No, gas expands into vacuums, doesn't it?
But does it expand? Does it expand equally in all directions? Or does it have a bias?
Freely and randomly in all directions. We're going to be talking about some very differential variables if we're going to talk about there's maybe some more gas here because there's more gas produced here compared to over there where there's less gas produced, so there's less density. We could be here all day, but ultimately we're trying to achieve gas pressure. And at the moment, I'm giving you what gas is produced, and we're in an unlimited available space. The gas is gonna it's gonna start wandering around in that available space, right, until it hits something and changes direction.
All right, so we agree then that inside a container, like my house or whatever, my cell phone barometer will measure a greater pressure at the floor than at the ceiling. Are we on the same page there?
I'm sorry, did you just call your house a container? For gas?
You can if you like, but...
No, you said that, not me. Your gas is not an airtight your house is not an airtight container for gas.
Okay, I don't mind calling it not a container. So,
okay, yeah, because let's be realistic here. Your house is inside a pressurized container.
Is it warmer at the top of your living room? Is it cooler at the bottom? How's your heating flow? You got mini drafts. We're trying to achieve pressure, dude. Stop trying to get to. Well, when I go up a mountain, there's less pressure. Therefore, insert gravitational idea about the slow dispersion of gas and gravity before we get to the vacuum of space. That's where we're going, right? Now, we're talking about what would be different. Well, how would we achieve pressure? You're saying the gas has weight?
I swear that's completely broken when you say that gas have weight. When you call weight every direction, that's stupid. I'm so sorry for that, because what I heard that weight is that downward force. Gases don't have that downward direction. Gases move all directions. So are you calling gas pressure, weight? No, it's not. So a molecule of gas can't weight it, can't put it on scale because it moves all direction. So if you want to trick that scale, that measurement, you will have to press on that molecule of gas in every direction to stop it from moving. So you'll have to confine it. That's not measuring the weight of that molecule of gas or those couple of molecules, or bunch of molecules. Doesn't matter. When you're confining them, pressing from above of those molecules by putting a sealed container, putting them in a sealed container, you are not measuring the weight of the gas. Put the same gas in a balloon. Will it measure the same? No.
It's my turn. So we could, though, take a container of a fixed weight and weigh the container without the gas in it, and then weigh the container with the gas in it. And then the difference in weight would have been the weight of the gas that we added into it, right?
Sorry, the container's physical, like solid matter that has a direction downwards. The gas is omnidirectional, moves freely and randomly in all directions, like it's doing in the container. Stop trying to use this conjuring trick to invoke that the gas inside the container that's moving in all directions is just going downwards.
Yep. Change that solid metal container into a balloon, rubber balloon. The same amount of gases inside this different containers. It changed the measurement on your scale. So why is that? Yeah, you're just letting those gases move a little bit more freely inside the rubber balloon that can stretch compared to the metal container that is specific that has a specific volume. It can stretch. It will just confine. That's why it's called gas pressure. It's confined gases. Gases being pressurized, being sealed inside a specific volume. So I am not measuring the weight of the scale. Again, try again.
So what causes the difference in measured weight of the container?
No. We've got something in a vacuum producing gas at the moment. We're trying to figure out what would be different. Remember, you're the one that's trying to be demonstrating how it wouldn't be different because we would all still be here. At the moment, we've got the first gas molecule that's been produced, whatever. And apparently it's got weight. Okay, that's not a direction just downwards, though, is it? That's not how gas behaves. Gas is going to move off in a direction and maybe hit something and change direction. This gives gas the power of indefinite expansion. You understand the issue here, right? Stop asking us questions. We're asking you.
Well, I understand my paradigm.
Yeah, I know. We understand your paradigm. You're saying that the gas has weight because gravity and shit stops the gas expanding into the vacuum for some reason, and an actual violation of that law, because the law says it works in this way. You says, yeah, but no, it works in this way. So that's a contradiction to the law. You
things, and these clowns are just making up random numbers, and it's amazing. This guy, I'd say, has looked into a little bit of shooting, not the one that I was just talking about that replied, but he's just another random. But it's amazing. What's this?
Yeah, mainly it's they count more mainly the wind. They have these tables, and you can see spin drift.
Yeah.
And that's it, even
in the second paragraph, spin drift 93.80 inches at that distance.
Spin drift. It's also, let's say, instead of Magnus effect, it's like so instead of Coriolis effect, it's it's a more Magnus
effect. Yeah.
And football. You guys say soccer, but football players, soccer players, they kick the ball, and it depends of how they kick it, and
bend it like Beckham.
Yeah, you get to that Magnus effect, to fool the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
And the Magnus effect, I did search this a long time ago. Let me see if I found it. There's a Magnus effect. It's something that is a natural phenomenon. It happens on some plants. Let me see if I get the information. I think I did save that. Let's see.
So I'll read this letter out for you while you're looking for stuff. So the reply was, we did not take into account the Coriolis. As much of that is lost in the weeds with respect to...
Let me tell you something, my friend. There's a better way to spend your time. Not discussing about this. You can make money if you...
I was actually reading a letter out. Thank you. Oh, you run away. Okay. Not a problem. Anyways, we do not take into account Coriolis, as much of that is lost in the weeds with respect to wind. Now that's the first bit. These clowns have been arguing with me for the last, 3 days that Coriolis and wind are the major factors. But all they've got to do is read the rest of the sentence. Wind, temperature rising, constantly adjusting elevation, and time of flight. The bullet's flight path is over 2,500 feet above line of sight. And there's a lot going on up there that we were unable to predictably compensate for. If it had been an absolutely dead calm day, definitely would have been one more variable to try and address. But interestingly enough, whether it's dead calm or not, shouldn't the Coriolis bullshit be there? Rain, hail, snow, wind blowing left, wind blowing right, doesn't matter. You should still be factoring it in. It doesn't magically go away because, the wind is blowing at 3 miles an hour in the wrong direction. No, boys and girls. If Coriolis effect is there, and it's caused by Earth's rotation, it don't matter what kind of day it is, what kind of wind it is, that bastard will be there. But yet, don't worry, there's a 6 to 9 mile per hour wind. That negates everything because that's how we've interpreted the letter. But anyways, second paragraph. Our calculation for spindrift was 93.8 inches right. Now, in the original press release, it stated that we had a 17 MOA hold left. We neglected to mention that we made a mechanical adjustment, otherwise too much windage to hold. On the day of 36 MOA left for a grand total of 53 MOA left. We have discovered at 3 miles and 4.4 miles that what the wind is doing on the ground or at the peak of a nearby 500-foot hill does not do a good job of telling us what is happening way up where the bullet is travelling. Not a flat earther. So
that's a good info there.
That's the letter that was the email that was received. That was what was received. And on Facebook, we've got all these clowns telling us or telling me that I don't know how to read, and they're making adjustments for all sorts of things. Like, I'll read one of them. Because the calculation was 93 inches, the adjustment for that at 4.4 miles is 1 MOA. which, like he said in the email, the wind has a greater factor. So adjusting for wind will adjust for Coriolis and spindrift. No, it fucking won't. Spindrift is its own thing.
Yeah, spindrift, the barrel, when the bullet comes from the barrel, the barrel is in a spiral.
Yeah,
so,
rifling is twisted.
So
yeah.
it's spinning, but then it's about the Magnus effect. The bullet it's spinning itself, so it's just it. And that email that you received, it's correct. The information right there.
What is interesting, Miguel, is in one of these things he was telling me Coriolis this, Coriolis this, Coriolis this. Okay, then give me the calculations for Coriolis, and all he did was basically repeated what I just read out to you there.
So it was just, yeah, it was not.
See, my thing in Facebook, this is me starting to not be nice because this guy is just so thick and keeps repeating the same shit over again. Straight up, don't make shit up. In quotation marks, we did not take into account the Coriolis. And then I thought, you know what? Better still, instead of you trying to read between the lines, how about you calculate Coriolis and tell us how far left he will aim? You might then get it. That over this idiot just repeating the same dumb shit, like it's like a broken record. Yeah, and it's just like, seriously, bro, when are you just gonna take a step back and go, oh look, I'm making up random numbers to justify maybe a misinterpreted sentence? Instead of just going, here's the direct data, this is what we do know, what we can confirm, let's work from that. No, they just start throwing random shit in there. Wow.
Many years ago, I was watching a video from a guy from, and he was almost older, in the 50s, maybe. But he was a shooter and a pilot. But, a pilot of, small aircrafts. And he did, he was talking about, some claims. It was a flat earth. But he was saying, as a pilot, how many hours I did had a study about Coriolis? 0. As a pilot, and he was talking as a shooter. You never account Coriolis, you account Magnus effect. So that was the first time I hear, someone.
Yeah, if Coriolis was a big deal, pilots should be taught about this shit. This, boys and girls, is why you have to be exceptionally careful while landing a plane. Not so much if you're flying east and landing east, or flying west and landing west, but as soon as you veer off of direct east or direct west, ooh, that's gonna hurt. Make sure you speed back up or slow back down to match the Earth's rotation, or you're going to end up upside down. Like, seriously, it should be lesson number 1.
Yeah, I think I did read about deconstruct airports according to the winds. In that place, in that city, never count Coriolis, but maybe you can find someone can find some text in some website talking about Coriolis, but that's just crap. It's not just just text crap, not proving anything. I was suddenly remember, there was an article, a web page from NASA. Because they try to hide all the gaps. People are talking about it, so people talk about accelerometers, and suddenly NASA has this website talking about accelerometers account gravity. So it does happen many times that. But just because a text has a word, it doesn't prove anything. So anyway, many of those globals, they are just parroting. You talk about Coriolis, they are parroting, just trying to prove, but they are not proving anything. And many other things like that guy.
Many of them are just trolls, mate.
Time zones.
They're just trolls, and they like dogpiling.
Yeah. So I did found, the information about Magnus effect in nature, natural phenomena. I did post the website. Actually, there's 2 examples there. Save it.
And welcome.
Thank you.
What brings you here today, my friend?
I just wanted to see what you guys were doing.
What we're doing? Oh,
like what you guys were talking about.
Oh no, sorry, wrong person. You're up there now.
I don't. Okay.
Okay. What do you believe you live on? Is it planar with topography? Or is it a sphere, spinning, tilting, wobbling, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space?
I mean, to be honest, I really don't care because it doesn't really affect me that much.
Oh, it will affect you.
Oh,
so you don't care, or you just don't really want to answer?
No. I want to
answer for some reason.
Want to hate it?
No. I'd say that.
No, but I don't know. But if I had to say, I guess it's like round or like I guess because that's what they teach me.
So why did you guess that? Other than the fact that you were forced that down your neck at school?
Well, that's it. That's it. You know.
So you ever looked into it? See if it really is round?
But I don't think I can prove it's round or flat. So I don't know.
Why not? What's stopping you?
I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to dedicate my life and all that.
Okay, so scientists are the ones that deal with shapes. So which field of science deals with shapes? Because that's what's in contention here. The shape of something. It's either a sphere or not. So which field of science would deal with that?
That's a good question. What can you tell me?
None. It's not a scientific endeavour. It's a question of geometry. You just have to measure it.
Okay.
You thought it was going to be some really cool answer, didn't you? Sorry, it's really simple.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to just get you all inflated. There he goes. No, it's actually just a question of geometry.
Okay.
So, when it comes to geometry, we measure it up, work out what shape it is, and that's it.
Okay.
You want to see some?
How do you
That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I'm getting good at this. Reading people's minds, that is. All right. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to chuck up a couple of little pictures for you so you can understand what's going on. So, you can see the side chat?
Yeah. I see the...
Excellent. Some people, when they're on Xboxes and things like that, tell me that they can't see it. So anyways, what we're after is that one there first. So when the good ladies and gentlemen go out and do laser tests, so they set up a laser and they shoot it across a large body of water.
Okay.
That their image that I've put up is what they are expecting to find. Okay? So they set their laser up nice and straight, and they're expecting that deviation. So at one end, the laser will be reasonably close to the ground, and depending on how far out they get, that deviation will be a specific size at a given distance. And that is what they are looking for.
okay, the green line's the laser, not the purple arrow then.
Correct.
Okay, that was confusing. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I understand, yeah.
Anyways, all good. Now, what happens, so I'll put up the actual drop chart. So this is spherical trigonometry. So drop over distance. So see how one end of the laser is really close to the ground, the other end is far apart? Well, this chart that I've just put in there tells you at how many miles, how big that gap should be. So drop over distance.
Like
so
if
10 miles.
If the Earth was like round, like what people say.
That's assuming it's a ball. Yep.
Yeah.
So we're going to go off the assumption it's a ball with a given radius of 3,959 miles. So that is the important bit. You can't just go blowing it up and making it bigger. That doesn't work like that. So yeah, at 10 miles, it should be a 66-foot drop. 20 miles, 266. 30 miles, about 600. So you can have a look at the chart there. It's all...
Yeah, I see. In miles and inches and... Yeah.
Yep. If you're not happy with it, please go and Google it to confirm whether I'm right or wrong. But anyways, that's the first part. Now, the second part, this is what they find. Now, this is the most interesting bit. Laser stays straight, no curvature. Very interesting. And what I'll do now is I'll post up a few of these laser tests so you can go, all right, it's not just a one-off. And it's a wonder I haven't been kicked out of here for spamming the side chat with this. But anyways.
Oh, God, okay.
Yeah.
Let me try to see the video.
There's a few there. And there's also, right down the bottom, the decimal Z one. 2 up from that, there's a PDF that I put in there. They go together. So there's quite a bit of information in there. Probably the last one, the decimal Z one, and the PDF together would probably be your best bet. But yeah, so the basics of it, set up a laser, shoot it horizontal, and measure the difference between the laser and the ground. And then compare it at the other end at 5, 10, 15, 20 miles. And yeah.
It has to be done over water, so there's no like bumps on the land and stuff, right?
Well, water being the gold standard for level.
Okay. I mean, my question would be that, because I'm kind of curious, like, because I haven't seen all the videos yet, because it's going to take a while. But
there's a few hours there. I don't expect you to watch it in 5 minutes flat.
Yeah, but is it like reliable? Because it's like done by some guys, and I'm saying maybe they could have made an error. And also the second question is, if it's like done over, like, does it make that big of a difference? Because if it's just done over like few kilometers, then maybe the Earth's just too big for them to notice.
Well, at 10 miles, it's a 66-foot drop.
Or like on the data.
That's a 7-story building.
10 miles, 66 foot.
At 20 miles, 266 feet. A couple of these tests go beyond 20 miles.
Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah. It's not like they're all 5-mile tests. Most of them are 10 miles plus.
Yeah, well, because if it was done on land, I'd say that, like, like it's not a flat surface, so it doesn't make sense. But if it was on water, then I guess that's kind of.
See, when you think about it, you know how they give us photos from space, and you see the water curving. Well, we should be able to measure that. That's why they do it over lakes and stuff. So they'll go and find a nice big lake that's 20 mile across, and yeah, they'll do a laser shot.
What's like the longest one that's been done then?
Allegedly, the was it U.S. Navy or military guys did what was it? It was 47 miles, and they did a tri-band laser test, and they were out by 36 inches. That's because of the 3 separate colours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But then,
well, not because of the three separate colours, but yeah. Anyways,
why would you think that? I don't know. Whoever's in charge or whatever, why would they keep such a obvious lie? And also,
well, they're not hiding it. It's hidden in plain sight. You just walk outside and look for yourself, mate. It's just misinformation that's getting passed on. That's all. It's nothing really over the top.
Yeah,
and the thing is, you've already told us that you haven't looked into it. You're honest. And 99.9% of people haven't. They're too busy going to work, playing sports, making sure their kids have got a home and food. The whole eat, sleep, work, repeat cycle. Most people don't have time to go and look into things.
So it's just like a harmless misinformation that's been kind of spread around.
Oh, some people see it as harmless. Other people see it as a very toxic thing, I suppose is a nice way of wording it.
But why do like astronauts that go on space, why would they lie about it?
Why would they lie in particular? People lie for all sorts of reasons. Maybe they were instructed to lie.
Do you have any
There's a whole
good guess like why the government or whatever would want that, like want people to believe that as well? Because like for me, honestly, if the government came out today and said, "Oh yeah, we lied to you guys, like Earth is flat," I wouldn't really mind because like it doesn't like really change that much for me, to be honest. But
I'll be honest with you, mate. I don't think I'm just going to use the Australian government to start off with. I don't think they'd have the smarts. Seriously, I don't think they're lying. I don't think they'd have the brain capacity to work it out anyways. They're just following the story that they got taught. That's what I mean by I don't think anyone's actually lying. I think it's just misinformation. They got taught it was a ball, and they're going to teach people it's a ball, and so on and so on. And until someone stands their ground and says, hang on a minute, I've just checked it out, and it ain't round. We're missing the round bit. You can't have a ball without a round bit.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm guessing, because I fly a lot, and you know how the planes, they try to like follow the curvature of the plane, like the Earth. And
no, they
because
don't.
like it saves. No, but like supposedly, let's say, because you know if you look at the map, they like fly in a curvature shape. But
so when you say curvature shape, I just want to nut something out here. So you're saying that they follow a path curving to the left or curving to the right?
No, but like it's
map.
No, because like if they say that Earth is like round, you know, because that's what they think. Yeah, and if you're flying from, for example, like what's like let's say Japan to France or whatever, and then it'd be much faster for them to fly. Yeah, like that. Like they fly.
Excellent. So that's just a mapping problem. So what you've got to take into consideration is not the left-right of what the map is showing. Remember, you're on a sphere. The nose of the plane should be dipping down also. You got to think three-dimensional, mate.
So they've been just flying in a straight line then?
They're flying across a plane. Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? What we live on is planar with topography.
Okay. But then my question is, what about like satellites? How do they work?
Well, how they work, I don't know, but I'm not really into the whole satellite thing. But whatever they are doing, they're doing it over a planar surface.
But
see, there's no
saying, like.
So you tell me now. Obviously, you know how they work, or you don't, and you're just going, "Hang on a minute, we're told about satellites."
No. I'm curious. No, I'm saying because the people that shoot satellite into the skies or whatever, they would probably know, or have to do a lot of studies about probably at least the shape of the planet, because that's what they should do.
No, so that's the beauty of our jobs. We're so compartmentalized. The guy that makes the triangles passes them on to the guy that makes the circles. And he goes, well, it's not my job to drill the holes and join them together, so he passes them on to the next guy. Every single one of us does our job to the best of our ability. Every single one of us, exceptionally well compartmentalised, doesn't know what the next guy's doing. As long as my job's done properly, safely, securely, and efficiently, there ain't no problems. I still have a job tomorrow.
No. Okay, but so you're like 100% confident that if you like go on a spaceship and fly up, it's going to be flat?
I think we just bust the bubble now. Space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to do with entropy. You weren't ready for that, were you? Okay, you know how you're breathing air right now and it's pressurized?
Okay.
Yeah, allegedly space is a vacuum, and having a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a container doesn't really work.
Like it's going to escape?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
You've worked that out in less than 5 seconds. We've had people come in here and argue with us for months on end, telling us we're wrong, and you nutted that out in less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, I'm just guessing here, but I don't know because I like flat Earth and round Earth aside, I think like when it comes to anything, for me, I think it's just really dangerous to be like 100% confident about one thing, and I'm not saying like, oh, like
what's wrong with being confident about something?
No, like, but like 100% confident. You can be very confident about it, but I think like this is the truth type.
So, what's wrong with being 100% confident about something? Yes, I'm 100% sure it is flat. What percentage? What percentage should you be? What percentage are you that it's a globe?
No, because then I'd say like you kind of cut off from like other opinions, and I think that's like it's like dangerous.
That's why you should check it out for yourself and not just base it off of what I say. How do you know that I'm not some OCD liar?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
So the only information I'll pass on now is please check it out for yourself. Don't just trust me.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, all right. Well, I don't really know about that. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know about that. But one thing that I do know that people say like Earth is round because like they teach you that stuff in school, right? So like I haven't done my own research, but based on the text,
same crap I was taught.
Yeah, and then they say like like the mast of the ship, you know what I mean, like all that.
The ship's disappearing bottom up.
Yeah. Like, what do you think?
That's cool. I'm glad you brought that up because that gets brought up like every day, at least once. So what I'll do, I got more pictures for you, so I can put them in the side chat. Bottom up obstruction. See the two cans?
Yeah.
What is that? 21, 22 foot. Camera held in a upside down. Classic decaf. If that's what you want. Oh, you went up. So notice how the bottom image, the bottom of the can is, the blue band is super thin.
Oh,
yeah. What it's to do with, angular resolution. So the eye level or elevation of the lens and the size of the lens. So let me get my ship photo because it's much better. Because most people talk about ships going over the horizon. I was just showing you that that's a flat surface and the bottom of the can missing. So we can show you that it happens on a flat surface. So that means it's not the I'll spit it out. Curvature is not the cause. So something else is the cause in this cause-effect relationship.
Like something to do with the cameras then.
Something to do with the lens. Angular resolution. Okay, so you can see my happy little ship that I've got there. The stick figure at the far left, that's you. The ship on the far right, that's your ship sailing away. Now, the yellow line is your eye level.
Okay.
Now, what happens is, from your eye level, now, there's a whole heap of things happening at once, and this is why this is such a nightmare to explain. Number one is this thing called perspective. As things move away from you, they appear to get smaller. We all see that. That's nothing out of the ordinary. Yep. So when things appear to get smaller, their angular size decreases. And once that angular size gets down to 0.02, which is what the number is for something the size of your eye, or a 5mm lens, it becomes non-resolvable. You can't resolve it. It becomes blurry and just blends in with the background or whatever. Now, with the perspective, that perspective all converges on your eye line. So if you're 6 foot tall, that convergence point is 6 foot tall. So anything above will converge down, below will converge up, from the left will go right, from the right will go left. Super, super simple. So let's go back to our ship now. The yellow line is your eye line. Now, the angle between your eye line and the water where it connects with the bottom of the ship, it is smaller than the angle between your eye line and the top of the ship. So as the ship sails away, which one of those two angles is naturally going to hit 0.02 first?
The bottom of the ship.
Correct. That's why ships appear to disappear bottom first.
But don't they say like the ships like fully disappear?
Well, they do, because they converge down to a point where you can't resolve them. And that's all that happens. And when you grab a larger optic, like a
telescope,
binoculars or a telescope, that's why you can see further with that, because it can resolve the image at a greater distance.
Then what if we try to use one of these like Hubble telescopes on them or something like that can see like incredibly far?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'll give an example of what I mean. I'll just load this video up. The video goes for about 11 minutes. You only have to watch the first 20 seconds. It starts off, you'll see an empty horizon, nothing there at all. And so that means all the ships are, quote unquote, behind the curve. And then when they zoom in, they magically appear again. So,
let me see.
Yeah. That's a good little demonstration to show you how that they can zoom in and bring things back. Or we've got magic cameras that can see around the curve. I don't know, but I'd like to get one of those. It sounds silly now, doesn't it?
I was like, you zoom in and then like all of a sudden you see them.
Yeah. So technically at the start, if that was you or me standing at the beach, we'd just go, oh, look, there's nothing there. They must be hiding behind the curve. And so all of a sudden now you can zoom in and things come back. Yeah.
So you're saying that if we get this like incredible telescopes that, well, you said space don't exist, but you know, like they use for, I guess, like quote unquote space, like to capture, like they said, like all light years away or whatever. And I mean, if you use that on the coast of, let's say, California, then you can see ships disembarking from like China. Then
fail. No, because there's other things going on also, and this is what makes it much more difficult. So the explanation I give you was the super simple, everything is perfect one. And the best way to describe how far you can see, grab your mobile phone and have a look at your visual range for your local area. If it tells you you've got a maximum distance of 10 mile, I don't think it matters how good your telescope is.
It's like the smog or the fog or something.
Correct.
Like
Yep.
Okay.
So the air is opaque. Maximum distance you can see, I think it's about 270 miles. I'd have to look that back up again, but it's somewhere. It's just under 300 mile, I think it is. And after that, basically, air is just like looking through a brick wall, solid white.
But yeah, then
that's at sea level.
So if I go to the sea on like a great condition, I can at least see like 50 miles or something.
On a good day.
Yeah.
You get perfect conditions, and you can
No, I can prove that if I go to the ocean on a good day, that can see 50 miles, and if I take a telescope and if I see the ship, because I'm reading off your chart that says like if it's like 50 miles, it's 1,000 foot drop or something, right?
So that means your ship at 50 miles would have to be 1,000 feet tall so you can see it.
So that's like an easy way to prove it.
A really simple one. Find a lake that's 10 miles across. Get your mates to stand on one side, you stand on the other. If you can see them, ask yourself the question, which one of your mates is 60 foot tall?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know any like that.
If I can interrupt, I can add something to the conversation. So this has been done in I'm gonna post it in the year. Let me see, the year 2011. You know, these guys at Brazil, they went to this lake, big lake Titicaca is the Inca name. So they put the telescope above the water 4.2 feet, and they could achieve the shoreline of that lake almost 69 miles.
Okay, where is this? Like in Peru? Okay.
Yeah, Peru. Yeah. You know, it's the biggest lake there. So this was made in July. You know, the driest month. You know, less humidity in there. So you know, you can see more far away. So if you do the calculations, that's 2890 feet of missing curvature. That's too much.
Okay, I see. I mean, but one thing I'll disagree with, Matrix or Matrix.
Here we are. Yep, you got it right the second time.
Yeah,
a Tetrix I've been called.
I mean, well, I'm not going to argue with you because I think you're more well versed about the curvature of the Earth. But
what bit don't you agree with?
No. The bit that I don't agree with is you say like it's a misunderstanding, and a lot of the people in the government, you said, including the Australian government, that just aren't like well informed. Well, I think if this is the case, then I think the people.
I don't think they're set. Look, what I mean by that, I don't think that they are deliberately sitting back going, we know it's flat, but we're going to tell everyone it's curved anyways, rubbing their hands together. No, they're not doing that. They don't know in the first place. They just think they're on a happy little ball, and they just.
But that's the one bit I disagree with. I think if this is,
you actually think that they do know.
Yeah, because come on, like I mean, you've told me for 10 minutes and now I understand it. So like, you think the Prime Minister of Australia like isn't informed about this?
Mate, I'd be impressed if our Prime Minister ties his own shoes. Seriously.
I mean, I agree, but well, I mean, come on. I mean, there's got to be like, but then why don't?
The question is, how many of them are in a position that's capable of understanding? You know what I mean?
That's what I meant earlier when they don't have the smarts.
Position of understanding.
How many people have claimed to have left Earth to go far enough into outer space in order to know it's a globe?
Oh, but like I'm saying, the people that are on the round Earth side, they present like, you know, ABC evidence, and they say like Earth is round, and wouldn't they have like told that to the Prime Minister, like we've made that up or something, or like
it's not made up though. It's passed down. That's the thing. You seem to think it's made up. This is generational information passed down. So no one's making anything up. They're just accepting the information that they're given, and then they'll pass that on.
Okay, that's interesting. But well, I just think that the people that are involved in the space program at least would know the truth, or you know, whichever the truth is, I think they would know it. No, I mean,
well, something interesting about the whole space thing. Oh, sorry, Oda.
I was just to say, well, who might that be specifically, right?
Like I mean, I'm guessing, right? Like maybe the Artemis launch that happened. I mean, the people that calculate the trajectory of the ship and stuff like that. I mean, they would have had to take that into account, because if they made the calculation on the assumption that the Earth was round, then the ship would probably crash in like China because they haven't done the calculations properly, or you know, something like this. That's like what I'm curious.
I mean, not necessarily, right? I mean, we have you'll often hear it discussed here, like Ed Krantz, the Apollo mission director back during the Apollo space program. I mean, he's publicly stated, it's been published in books, and you could probably find him saying this on YouTube, that when they were doing Apollo mission simulations, that the entire mission support crew was unable to discern whether or not the simulation was a simulation or a reality. You can also hear this similar testimony from other people, including Lockheed Martin employees and such that were there working on this.
What do you mean? The simulation was reality? Like they've actually done it?
Yeah, when they were doing what they would call trial runs, that they were so good that the mission support staff could not tell the difference between the trial run and the real thing. So you got a bunch of dorks sitting in front of computers watching numbers flip on a screen, supposedly telemetry data from the location of this thing. How do you know that that's not being fed by a computer, supercomputer somewhere? At least for a simulated mission, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see. So you're on the side of like someone's behind it?
Well, somebody has to know, but I think the number of people that know are probably very few and far between.
Okay. Well,
and the globe is also an interpretive frame. Like there's, by their accounts and by their what they're doing, I mean, there's no reason for anybody to think otherwise. If they can take all this so-called data, scientific data, and interpret a globe out of it, and it seems to work. I mean, so what if most people at NASA think that Earth is a globe?
I don't think, because like it doesn't matter if it's a globe or flat, because like the data is like just telling the one thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's an interpretive frame. So, I mean, it absolutely does matter in an absolute sense, but for their purposes, it may not.
Okay.
So they just go with the globe, you know?
All right. Then I'm curious, like, what happens on the edge of the Earth? And
oh, so moving on to something else now. Oh, I don't know.
What?
Edge of the Earth? Yeah, I don't care. I mean, what edge? I don't think there is one. If there is one, so what? I don't think Earth is in a space vacuum, I'll tell you that.
No. Yeah, he told me that, but I'm saying if it's flat, like how does it look? Because I'm kind of curious. Like, it's got to end then, no? Like if it's flat or something.
I don't know. Maybe it does. I don't know what that might look like or how that would be. Like, what's the end of the universe? What's the end of the cosmological Big Bang? What's that supposed to look like at the edge of that? What does the universe look like as an object? Does anybody know?
But you can like, technically right now get on a plane and just keep flying west and see what happens beyond the
west is a circle around north or south.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, yeah, you'd be flying in circles if you headed due west, maintained your heading west, and maintained your latitude.
Well, I'm gonna look up flat Earth map. Yeah, if it's like a flat Earth theory map, then I'm saying like if you just fly in one direction continuously, what happens? No,
what do you mean a flat Earth theory map?
No, I'm saying like if the Earth is flat, what happens if you just fly in one direction continuously? What happens?
I don't know. I already covered that. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Yeah, but like
nobody knows what happens if you go in a Voyager space probe and fly in one direction.
Yeah, but like, you can at least like somebody can do it right now until they reach a point where it's like never been visited by man or something. No.
Yeah, maybe so. Wouldn't that be neat?
Yes. Why haven't they? No, I'm not like. I'm just curious.
What if they have?
Yeah, but like, can't like a flat earther do that and then like bring the tests back? Then I think like if they do that, then they can probably inform like pretty much everyone.
Like a flat Earth billionaire or something.
No, you don't have to be a billionaire. You can just like rent a PJ. Like if you guys like pull enough money, it's like 100,000.
So you need a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm working to feed my family, dude. I'm not going to fund some crazy.
Not you personally, but there's going to be at least like one flat earther out there that's like got to have more than the asset of like couple $1 million.
Yeah, so maybe they don't want to fund it either.
So you guys just don't know? Then that's the answer, like for now.
Yeah, like and it's not like you know either, or anybody who believes in a globe knows anything either. We talk to people. We talk to people from NASA. We talk to astrophysicists.
No. I mean,
We record
if
those
you talk to
conversations.
someone, if you talk to someone that knows, wouldn't they say like, if you just fly in one direction, you're going to end up in the same place again because it's round? Like if you talk to people that believe the Earth is round, then
I mean that's a geometric truth if you lived on a ball on the surface. But nobody actually flies like great circle routes. That's also a myth.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, provably so. We can show you.
Show me.
Yeah, flight routes. Flight routes are governed by corridors negotiated by international treaties and insurance companies.
You can't fly like directly on a straight line. That's impossible, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Shipping lanes are the same.
Yeah. But like, what about like all the people talk about like, oh, like the Christopher Columbus and all that? Then they say like, oh, you can like go in a circle. It wasn't that like the whole thing.
Yeah, it sounds pretty lame.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm asking you because I think you're more like well informed when it comes to flat Earth.
No, I mean America was discovered before Christopher Columbus. No globe required, especially by the early Viking sailors who were flat earthers.
Okay, so you think Christopher Columbus? He didn't like.
That's not even his real name, dude. Like, you got to do some research on this guy.
No. I'm saying I don't know. So maybe you tell me. Well, I'm not talking about his name, but I'm just saying like. So he lied about it then.
Lied. I mean, lied about what? Christopher Columbus actually, supposedly, whoever he was, went over to the Ottoman emperor, the Sultan, who had just taken over Constantinople, renamed it Istanbul, and obtained Dark Ages maps. We have copies of them. I've got a book on it. An author named Christopher Hapgood did some research, and the maps that were supposedly used to discover America had the coastline of Antarctica drawn on it. How'd they do that? Dark Ages maps.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it was certified by the U.S. Air Force as being Queen Maud Land in Antarctica. I've got a letter from the Air Force, too, stating exactly that this is what that map has. Yeah, Queen Maud Land is a section of Antarctica.
Oh, okay.
Which was mapped back in deep antiquity, as well as the coastline of Brazil.
Oh, so how did they do that? Was it like,
I don't know, dude. Everything we know about history is fucked. So, I mean, if you want to start there, then we can have a really interesting conversation.
No. I was just curious about. Well, the only thing that I was curious about is like, because like I think if you just fly in a straight line kind of theory, or at least maybe you can navigate around it, but like you can do course corrections to fly, in a straight line, around certain, places that they're restricted airspaces and stuff like that. And I feel like that would be like a great way to prove to everyone that like Earth is flat. But
you have to prove the path you took was the path that you claimed you took.
Yeah, but
you can drive in a circle and think you went straight. People get lost in the woods and end up dying in the woods because nobody can find them because they thought that they were walking in a straight line. It turns out they're walking like 5-mile circles forever and ever.
We have like GPS and navigation now, which like, I mean, it works for me. Like,
yeah. I mean, if you open a latitude longitude map and have GPS mated to that, the GPS has one job to do, and it's to put you somewhere on a globe map, whether or not the globe actually exists.
No, but like it does like navigation.
Yeah,
it's a reference system.
It calculates distances, not measures them, and it's very consistent at calculating distances without measurements.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Opinion. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to be like hostile. I'm just like curious, so I'm asking. But
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
feels like a rapid fire 50 question take we're doing right now.
No, because this is like all very new to me. Like I haven't had this conversation ever, so it's like I have a lot of questions. Because like, come on, like if somebody came up to you and said like, "Oh, we're not humans actually," or something, I mean that would be like you would have a lot of questions, right? So
you're actually going
we do have a question.
Huh?
Don't tell him about the humans. Just kidding.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, but I mean, have you guys ever like made like an educated guess on why or because you said like somebody has to know why they would try to keep it from the public or the mass at least?
I don't think they're trying to hide flat Earth. I think it's like the globe is an interpretation that works.
Okay, I see. Okay, another question, because this is interesting for me, but so when I imagine flat Earth and then the moon, then I imagine the moon just kind of like upside down, looking down on the Earth. Like, is that how it works, or like?
Well, I see the moon and I measure the Earth below it flat. So yeah.
So it's like so like the Earth is like maybe the floor in my room, and the moon is like the ceiling, kind of like a bit of ceiling, like looking down, or
yeah, perhaps
like this.
You know,
okay.
But what these objects are in the sky, who knows? They're a mystery. Nobody can triangulate their position in 3D space, globe or flat. That's the truth. Mystery.
Triangulate their space, like.
Yeah, you can't use like parallax to triangulate the location of the sun or location of the moon or stars or planets or anything above you in 3D space. The globe has explanations for this. It sounds like space magic. Okay. They say that stars are effectively infinitely far and so big that the light they cast is parallel to each other, and that's why we can't triangulate their position. Same with the sun.
Okay. I was like, we triangulate it with the light they emit, basically.
Yeah, except you can't. Multiple observers take elevation angles to a sun. It does not crisscross in 3D space, flat or globe.
Oh, so that's like a mystery then, like for now.
Yeah, it is a mystery. You know, we have the humility to point out how little we actually know about this shit.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess. But what's like below so no one knows like what's below the Arctic for now then?
Below the Arctic?
The Antarctica.
Oh, like, I mean, I personally think Antarctica is a gigantic ice continent on a flat Earth. There could be several of them like that. Who knows?
Oh, so no one knows like what's below it for now? Like if what's on the other side underneath? Of the Antarctica continent, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know who would know or who wouldn't know. Like, these questions are getting weird.
No. I'm saying like has anybody like on the flat Earth, like have they ever tried to like see what's on the, like, because I mean like, you know, like all the people, right? I mean throughout the ages, like all they've done was like explore like other parts of the world. So I mean, if we know there's like something, you know, on the other side of the Antarctic continent, I mean, I'm sure like surely somebody would have tried. Whether that's like they're incentivized by maybe exploitation of natural resources or whatever. I mean, they must have like tried to go discover it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
how would you propose people hide the flat Earth, man? Like, it's as an axiom, it's what you begin with. It's what you see and experience, a flat, motionless Earth. And then when we go out to measure it, they show us curvature and pictures and imagery, which is what their interpretive frame is. We measure that curvature; it's not there. So,
well, I'll say I'll say the act of like I'll say the government when you go to the scientists and they say no, and when you go to the school education system and they say no, it's not flat. I mean that's like the act of hiding it. I'd say that's like them actively trying to hide it.
But they're not actually hiding it. They're just regurgitating what they were told. That's all. They're not hiding anything.
Yeah. Oh, it looks flat down here. Absolutely looks flat. Absolutely feels and measures flat and stationary. But Earth's so big, it's a ball when you get to outer space.
Okay.
So
That's it.
think about
That's what they say.
Outside of your mobile phone, your television, and your computer, where have you ever witnessed this curvature?
Yeah, not on Earth.
What, you've been elsewhere to verify that?
No, I said like not on Earth. I haven't experienced it on Earth. Yeah.
Oh, right.
What about this logic, right? If the Earth is a globe and they tell us 70% of the globe's covered in water, or more than 70%, and then we test for the curvature hundreds and hundreds of times in different locations all over the Earth, over say 10 miles to 50-mile distances, and every single test shows that there's zero curvature.
Okay.
Do you think that would be possible on a globe?
No. I mean, if that was true, then I think Earth is flat. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's not at the curvature, at least that the people say it is. Then, at minimum.
Well, yeah. I mean, we can't detect any. So then you would have to be saying it could be some shape, right? That's so giant that you can't detect any curvature. But that's actually the case, right? We've got hundreds of documented tests, right? High definition videos showing the tests done start to finish. Some of the tests have been done by professional engineers, PhDs in optics, all sorts of different people have done the tests using pretty high-tech equipment as well in some cases. Not that it's required, but yeah, every test is coming back that there's zero curvature over these distances. I found this information kind of interesting back in 2017, 2018 when I first heard about it, and I lived on Lake Macquarie near Newcastle.
Okay.
And we had it was almost a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake, and I had a boat. I bought a high-powered zoom camera, and I went and did a stack of tests just to check for myself, and I could zoom in across the entire lake, right, with the camera just above the surface, and I could see the white sand beach shoreline on the other side of the lake. I did at least a dozen tests.
And this the data of the curvature of the Earth and the drop, right?
Yeah. So there would have to be 100 foot or something like that hidden. Basically, you would have to have about a 10-story building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and then you would just be able to see the very tip of the building popping out from behind the horizon.
So if I were to bring this, not the test, but the supposed curvature drop of the Earth, right? If I were to take this paper like chart and then bring it to the Scientific Academy, which I think majority of them believes that Earth is round, they would say like, "Oh, this data is correct." That's what they would say.
Well, they'll probably tell you that it's an anomaly or something like that. I mean, even if you put it through AI, it's going to tell you that it's a big problem for the globe.
What the test?
Yeah. If you say
no, I don't mean the test. I mean just the chart. This thing he sent me. What is it? Mate.
Oh yeah. That's the you could double check any of those numbers yourself. Just go on. I could send you the Washington University of Washington PDF.
No, yeah, of course. I believe you guys, but I'm saying then what happens, or has this happened before? Is like, have you guys tried to confront the institutional scientific?
We debate physicists, all sorts of different scientists, and they don't really have an explanation for these. Right? A lot of them will try to say, "Oh, maybe it's some, you guys got lucky on some day where the atmosphere was behaving in such a way that it makes the Earth look flat." That's about the only rebuttal they can come up with. I mean, what's the rebuttal going to be for why we can consistently see things that should be hidden behind hundreds of foot of curvature? Right? The only rebuttal is to say, "Oh, the atmospheric conditions act in such a way every time flat earthers go out that no curvature can be detected." It's a crazy claim, it's unrealistic. And look, we've got dozens and dozens of laser tests. Okay, so we're not just viewing things, we're shooting high-powered lasers right across the surface of the water and hitting a target like 40 kilometers away. for example, just a few meters above the surface of the water, and the lasers are hitting the targets.
Yeah, I see.
So it's something that needs to be taken seriously and looked into by the academic community. And there have been people, right, like Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in spectrophotometry from the United Kingdom, and he did the same thing. He went out to try to debunk flat earthers, and he took a bunch of his laboratory equipment and he did a whole bunch of different tests trying to find the curvature, and he was kind of forced reluctantly to become a flat earther in the process because he tested it with his knowledge of optics, his knowledge of light propagation, and he couldn't find the curvature. He did all. He's got a YouTube channel now called Dr. John Dee. And
so in a way, then our understanding of Earth actually went backwards, because I think back then, like in the medieval times, like the people used to believe that Earth was flat.
Yeah, every single ancient culture, for all verifiable history, was a flat Earth culture, right? Like the ancient Babylonians, Egyptians, Mayans, Indians, etc. They were all flat Earth. Like they all had similar depictions of the layout of the Earth, in the sense that it was a plane inside a big giant enclosure of some kind, right? Like a big contained system, and then the the area of the Earth that we live in is kind of like a big lake with continents like islands popping out of the water. You can call them.
But that's my question. I mean, like, this is like, I'm genuinely so curious, because if this is true, it's like so exciting, because if we go beyond the places we've mapped out, then there should be like a whole new world.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of speculation that there could be more land if you keep going south. You know what's really interesting? A ton of people have done east to west circumnavigations. Okay. Right? Like if you picture a globe in your head, okay, and if you go around the equator, for example, that would be an east to west circumnavigation. Or if you go around any of any point east to west, it's going to be a circle. And that would be just the same thing on a flat Earth, right? Just say you had a north point, a magnetic north, and then you're pointing east on your compass, right? Say you're on a lake. And then you go in circles or west or east. Thousands of people have done that.
But what about you go south then?
If you go south, then on a globe, the same thing should happen, right? You would come back around to where you started, and that would be a north to south circumnavigation instead of east to west. And you would think if that was possible, then thousands of people obviously would have done that as well already. Yeah. But nobody's done that. Nobody's kept going south and come back around to where they started. And you can look into that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I believe you, but I'm saying, if that's true, then why haven't like the government or I don't know, corporations, like why haven't they sent like maybe probes or researchers?
Well, maybe they have, but we can't validate any of that. I don't know. We know that they did Operation High Jump in the 40s, and they sent Admiral Byrd with his naval fleet to Antarctica to explore Antarctica. And some interesting stories came back from Admiral Byrd when he came back from Antarctica. And then shortly after that, they made the Antarctic Treaty. And then nobody since then is legally allowed to travel beyond 60 degrees south without an extremely strict, expensive, and difficult to obtain permit.
Okay.
And that treaty is still valid until well into the future. So
So then there is some sort of I don't want to say deep state, but some sort of understanding between the global powers to limit. So they are in a way actively.
Well, maybe. Their reasoning is that they don't want any military forces to occupy Antarctica, and they want to preserve the pristine environment there and protect the penguins, and that it's also very dangerous. So they don't want people just going there and dying.
I don't know.
That's their story. That's their story. So
the other guy told me that like it's just a misunderstanding. But if they're actively enforcing the treaty, right? Then that means.
Hold on. I mean, the treaty may have to do with preventing us from going to places where they're researching things, doing things. I mean, there could be more land in places we don't know about. It may have very little to do with a flat Earth. Like the whole flat globe thing may be the furthest thing from their minds. But we don't know what their intentions are.
No, but they know that Earth is flat then. But like,
well, maybe they do, maybe they don't.
Oh, they think like it's just a bigger Earth, probably, or something like that.
Or just there's more land on Earth.
Yeah, we would have to determine who they are that we're talking about right now, and what do they know, and we just don't know that. So this is the thing, we couldn't give you a list of names of people who are actively lying about the Earth being flat. I'm not saying there isn't anyone doing that, but we're not able to give you a list and prove anyone on that list, is actively lying. That they've checked it. We don't know that kind of information. It would be impossible for us to know that, pretty much. Maybe they have, checked. Maybe there is a big cover up. Maybe there's no, maybe they haven't done that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
yeah, good point. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about it and there is a conspiracy, but I would rather say there isn't.
Yeah.
And, rather than get wrapped up in useless speculations about this, I could very easily consider a situation, and this is a speculation, where you have people at NASA who may be read into very tight programs. And maybe the read-in is that, yeah, Earth is a globe, but we never really orbited shit with a satellite. We're just doing all this with balloons and radio propagation and all kinds of fancy scientific tricks.
Uh-huh.
And meanwhile, there may be a team of engineers who believe in the globe and they're still working on trying to get a piece of space junk to orbit itself around a globe.
Oh, but it's like,
and what they're projecting is technology that doesn't actually exist and capabilities that don't actually exist. And that's all very plausible because that's why NASA was founded, as a propaganda machine during the space race to project American power, technologies, discovery, capabilities that may not really exist.
Oh, so it's like a show they're putting on to make people make it more believable.
Well, yeah, this is NASA's own admission. Like, you can pull up what's called National Security Council Memo 5814, where they discuss using space as a big psychological operations tool, including satellite technology as a psychological exploitation tool. This document was declassified in the 1980s, and it's one of like 20 documents I've got sitting in a share drive somewhere that all say the same thing.
Then if you guys had to guess, then what would you be like the reason that NASA was founded? Like, what kind of propaganda does this even do then?
Well, understand it in its historical context. America, the Allied powers, just won World War II, and after that was this big push for Western hegemony to make sure that nothing like the Nazis could ever do what they did again. So, America rebuilt Europe, set up military bases all over the place, and projected an image that nobody can beat America. Nobody can beat America. NASA was part of that. And the space race was Russia contending that they could challenge America technologically. And Russia was lying about their space achievements too.
Like with Yuri Gagarin and all that. Yeah. Oh, did I get disconnected? Oh, okay. Oh, no, he got disconnected.
Yeah, he does that every now and then.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad.
I mean, no, I think it's pretty cool because, I never had that kind of like this side of the story. I think so. It was really cool to hear that. But,
I'm actually impressed with you. Most people normally have a meltdown when they're talking to me.
No, I mean, I can't prove anything, so like I'm just here to listen, right? So, I mean, if I've like flown around Earth in a fucking spaceship, then yeah, I'd probably have a lot more to say, but I haven't. So, I'm not gonna pretend like I know when I don't.
There's only been something like allegedly 28 people that have been into space. That's it.
Yeah, I guess like very few astronauts.
So think about it. Which would it be easier to control? 28 people and say, you will do what we tell you to do? Or how many school teachers, scientists and politicians do you think are in on it again?
So it's like a lot of the people that we think are
now you know why we say
informed.
We think it's just
informed.
misinformation passed on. That's why we say that.
Okay, well that's also a very interesting point of view because like if you talk to just like normal, I guess, flat earthers, they just like go on about this like conspiracy theory about like lizard people and all that. And
okay, please do not put us in with the whatever the hell you want to call them, lizard people believers. I don't know what that shit is.
But yeah. No, that's cool.
You'll find it here. This is where you've got yourself pretty lucky. The 24/7 guys normally will only sell what they can back up. So if you're talking to people and they're spooling off about lizard people and all this other weird shit that they want to add on there, ether, and all this other crazy stuff, then just ask them how they're going to verify that. Verify your claim, back it up. That's simple as that, man, and it shuts 99% of people down. Anyone who's honest will just sit back and go, yeah, bro, you got me.
Yeah, I see. Well, that's really cool. To be honest, I'm not 100% convinced, but I think I've gained enough knowledge.
We can't convince you.
I think I've gained enough knowledge to now ask other people that believe Earth is round, and just maybe,
we're not here to convince you. I'll tell you how it works. We can give you all the information under the sun. It's up to you to go and test it. That's it. You're the one now that will either convince yourself that it is one or the other, and only by testing it. If you go and ask other roundies and they say, oh yeah, it's round because of, most of the time, if you listen to their arguments, their logic will be faulty. And because you haven't had a good dose of logic yet, you'll just go, oh, well, I accept that and be on your merry way.
Well, he did agree to the premise that, if you were to test all of these different sections of the Earth and there's no curvature, then it could, that would be a problem for the globe. So that's been done, right? Now it's just a matter of actually checking the information.
I see.
But at least on the flip side, I can't just snap my fingers and turn you into a flat earther. It doesn't work like that. You got to go and check it for yourself, bro.
Well, thanks for that. But yeah,
he feels better now. He's going to sleep tonight.
Yeah, I think. It's been a really interesting conversation, but I've got to go. But yeah, thank you for just kind of explaining it all to me. I know I was like very slow, but yeah, you guys were very patient, so I appreciate that. And
you're good, man. Welcome back anytime.
Absolutely, of course. Well, you guys have a great night or day.
You too, man.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. See ya.
All right, catch you next time.
I'm impressed with him. He didn't have an absolute meltdown at the start. Like, I'm blown away by that. Normally, they speak to me and it's just like, 3, 2, 1, break. And I give it another couple of seconds and Yoda will drop back in. That's what I'm waiting for now. I thought Jin was funny this morning. Was it this morning? Yeah, I think it was this morning.
It was last night for me, I guess.
Well, he drops out. Someone said g'day to him, and next thing it's like hiya, and he drops out. And we all just thought he had a phone call. And I think it was about 17 minutes later he comes back, and it was like I dropped out. It's like, holy shit, dude! You've been talking for 17 minutes and you didn't even know that you weren't even on air.
Good Lord.
I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was about 17 minutes that he was out for, and it was just like, wow, that's crazy. But anyways, me Facebook mates are having an absolute meltdown.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.